Morning and welcome to Sewing Street on Cyber Monday. Cyber Monday. And do you know what's exciting about today? I'll move over. Look at that. Free P&P all day, and not just on web orders or on everything. So whether you buy off things that we're selling today on the TV channel or whether you buy on the web, it is free P&P, but you need to use this code, Cyber, CYBER 23, because if you don't use the code, it won't work. So when you check out on anything, it doesn't matter whether you buy a packet of sewing machine needles or a sewing machine. Either end of the spectrum, everything that you buy today, free P&P, but you must use the Cyber 23 code. Any problems at all with that, you can phone the call centre to be able to help you. Anyway, we've got a lot to pack in today. I've got the fantastic Jane Greenoff waiting in the wings, so we're going to crack on. And early bird today. Beautiful, the prettiest pink rotary cutter. Normal is your Goldilocks cutter. It's not big, it's not small, it's just that medium size you use for all of your patchwork and quilting fabric. I couldn't find one, so I'm going to have to take it out of the packaging. Now, what is great about this rotary cutter is not only does it come with 5 replacement blades, it's also one of these, this is my favourite type. They're retractable because I'm rubbish at remembering to slide the thingy up and then I cut my fingers. So when you hold it, you can cut, and when you let go, the blade goes. If you do have any dexterity problems and you don't want to hold that, it does have a little locky button. So if you press that, then it will stay out. Now, the normal price for the pink rotary cutter and 5 blades is £16.99. Normal price, but not today because this is early bird. It is £9.99. Now, I bought some replacement blades for my rotary cutter at the weekend because I get through so many of them because I'm always going over pins, and it cost me, I bought 10 for £12.99. 10. That was somewhere else, not on this. And today you can get 5 replacement blades and the rotary cutter for just £9.99. Honestly, it's worth it for the blades on their own. This is a brilliant rotary cutter. It's Millwood, so it's really well-respected brand, one that you'll know, come in all the packaging. Great gift for somebody that you know is sewn, or just for yourself, just treat yourself. Also, once you've done that, I was just going to say that's your P&P paid, but not today because it's free P&P. We're paying it for you today. So don't forget to check out on that. Now, that price will only last till midnight or while stocks last, and it's a great price, so I'm not sure how long the stock will last. So get that in your basket, get it checked out, and then it's yours. Now, we're going to have a quick whiz through the menu just to see what's coming up, and then we can join Jane. So coming up now at 8 o'clock is the Cross Stitch Guild November Pocket, as well as lots of other fantastic items. But Jane is here with the latest edition of her Boozy Pockets, and it's November. So we've got the kits for that. If you haven't been catching up with the pockets over the months, we've got all the other kits as well. At 9 o'clock, Stuart Hillard is in the house with his brand new design, the Bright Hopes quilt. It's a fantastic pattern because it's got patterns for all different sizes. You've got the tabletopper, you've got the full bed quilt, you've got the lap quilt, you've got the cushion. We've also got fabric bundles to make it in all sorts of colours and designs. It is gorgeous. You will not want to miss that. At 10 o'clock, Jane will be back with us with some gorgeous samplers. They are fantastic, absolutely beautiful. And we've got lots of her lovely little bits and pieces as well, the little kits and the pin cushions, glorious. Then at 11 o'clock, going backwards, Stuart will be back with a bag making special. He's bringing back some of his favourite and our favourite bag patterns and handles and hardware. And he's going to be showing you some brilliant hacks. But not only that, Tilda, we have managed to bag, don't know how, some fat quarter bundles of Tilda at amazing prices. We are very limited in stock on those, so you won't want to miss out. Remember, you can shop ahead on sewingstreet.com if you want to. And then at 12, it's Monday, so it must be Yarn Lane. Juey Jumbo's back. She's got some brand new designs as well. Hats, gorgeous beanie and bubble hats. They are really lovely, as well as lots of other products, but they are my favourite and super, super quick to knit as well. Anyway, that's the day. To shop on Sewing Street, do it on sewingstreet.com. If you go onto the website, click on Watch Live, everything is listed down below from that. or you can use the phone number if you prefer to speak to a real human being. Right, that's all of that done. So look at that, Jane, 5 minutes and 52 seconds.
Very good.
I promised Jane, I said, we've got a lot to get through. We're going to do all the stuff at the beginning really quickly. We did well, didn't we?
We did very
anyway, welcome back, Jane.
Thank you.
Nice to see you
Once
this
a month
morning.
is just smashing.
It is lovely. And we're back with November today.
We are back with November, which I've got here.
So, just a quick recap. So, if anyone is brand new to your fantastic designs and is, what is this and what is November, just give us a brief overview.
Originally, these were designed for a cross-stitch guild project, and each one, all the different months, and I'll just flick through really quickly.
Can we see these on the overhead, please, Charlie?
There we go. If I just slip them out, we have got pictures of
So
them.
they're all stitched on
linen band.
They're on linen band.
They're on linen band. We haven't got these available on the Ada fabric, so I'll talk a bit about that in a minute. But these are done on linen band, so that is actually the selvage.
Right.
So there's very little making up
So
to
it
do.
creates a little pocket.
So yes, you can have it as a pocket, or you could make this as a little sampler if you preferred to.
And then you can put a little gift
things
in
in
it,
them,
or
yes.
pop your keys in them.
One of our ladies, who's actually from Scandinavian countries, her husband made a little wooden house for it, and they all hung on hooks for the month.
So
And it was found that it was ready for the bride and groom to see at their wedding. And they've got them hanging up in the hall with their car keys and letters.
Yes, or if you had somebody's birthdays in March,
Yes,
and then you
special
could make them
months.
that, put a little gift inside.
Yes, so I've got birthdays in May.
These are gorgeous. So the kits are £17.99. So what do you get in the kit?
So you're going to get the linen band, the chart,
Yes.
a lining fabric. Now they vary. That's actually so that when you put things in, you're not catching the stitching.
So let me show you. So the inside of the pocket is lined, and they're different colours for
And they're
each
different
one.
colours. They vary.
Okay.
You get the little
Oh,
buttons
they're really cute.
and the little narrow tape as well,
All the stranded cotton.
and all the stranded cotton.
Well, I think we
Here's
should
November.
open November's. I've got to find it.
Okay. There you are, sweetie.
Oh, it's on top.
Silly me.
I thought they were all going to be in order.
Well, they were.
So I was going
And then I muddled them all up.
right.
There's one more to come.
So this is November's. So on this one, we've got a little house.
A little house and some cyclamen. Because
Cyclamen.
it's about the time of year for cyclamen.
And where is the house? Because they are
This
all
house is
places,
actually,
aren't they?
They are all real. This one was actually an apple cottage in Kent.
Oh, okay.
I take pictures of houses. You know, I don't get out much.
And you take pictures of houses.
I do take pictures. When I first started all those years ago, I'm not going to say how many, I did lots and lots of Cotswold Village things,
Yes,
you know.
I remember.
And got very used to doing little houses. Someone said I was known for little brown houses. I think she meant, can you do anything other than little brown
I think
houses?
you're known for a lot more than that, Jane, to be fair. So in the kit, you get, there's the linen band.
You're getting a gold-plated needle, please note.
Ooh, very nice. So if you know your cross stitch, you will know. In fact, I've known Jane for a very long time. When I
Don't say
worked
how
on Needlecraft magazine.
And you edited my magazine
And I
for a bit.
edited your magazine as
Yeah.
well. That's how I got more into cross stitch. And you taught me about gold-plated needles.
In all those years ago.
Why you should have them.
So there we are.
Anyway, why should you have them?
Well, the posh answer is that the coefficient of friction is less with gold.
That's a really good
Which
answer.
actually means that they slip through the fabric better. But I have them because I often work with more than one needle at a time. I don't mean I've got two going. I mean I park them if I'm doing a board or something. Now, they never mark your fabric. Some people do get the sort of black staining on their needle because of the nickel.
Yes.
And that can mark your fabric. And I would never dream of trying to do a French knot or a bullion bar or anything without a gold needle because they slide off perfectly.
Yeah,
every
I mean, I never realised how great they were until you told me about them.
And I mean, I'll be quite honest that the reason I say it's the Royal Hours, the Cross Stitch Guild, was because when I met them for the first time in America, I thought it was a little bit over the top actually and very American, rather tiresome actually. And so I was given a needle to try and I whipped the gold off within about 40 minutes. And I thought, rubbish, you know. He said, no, I want you to try one of these. And then I tried another one, which was just beautiful, and discovered it had been wired to be plated, and it was a measured amount of gold.
Right, okay.
So when I came back to the UK, I rang my needle supplier. I'd like to buy gold-plated needles, please. What? So that was the end of that conversation. So I spent a day. This is pre-internet. It's more than 25 years ago. So I'm on the phone for a day, ringing round the sort of Birmingham, Coventry gold
Well, this
plating,
is the home
jewellery.
of needles.
Yes. And eventually found a gold plater who would gold plate 1,000 size 24 tapestry needles for me. And he said, how much gold do you want? And I said, well, I don't know. What does it come in? I'd never bought gold.
Funnily enough.
Anyway, he said, well, British Nuclear Fuels and the MOD have 2 microns. I said, what do the MOD have it on? Detonators for grenades. I said, well, they can't want the gold to wear off those, can they?
No, exactly.
That's what I want. So accidentally, I had an extremely large amount of gold put on these 2 microns because that's what I was directed to do. And the funniest thing that years later, you know how if you're enthusiastic about a subject, you don't always think through your consequences. And I had some of the heavy mob from one of the major thread manufacturers arrived to see me to wonder who's using all this thread in this cottage in the countryside somewhere.
Right.
And I raved about gold needles to them. And 6 months later, they brought out gold-plated needles. I learnt that lesson quite quickly.
Yes,
anyway, it was interesting that people wrote in and said, oh, and I'm not bothering with gold needles because I've tried them and they're rubbish. And one of your predecessors at Needlecraft magazine said, oh, no, you need Jane Greenoff's. The gold doesn't wear off there. So actually, it was the best thing that could have happened.
Well, there you go. But they are fantastic.
They are lovely.
They are beautiful, and they come in your kit. But if you are a cross stitch lover, whether you work on AD, even Weebling, and whatever, gold needles are the answer. There's your beautiful piece of lining fabric.
Yeah, lovely.
That goes in there. You get the tape. 2 little buttons. These are really sweet, aren't they? Like little pearly buttons.
They're Gaucher, actually.
Gaucher, eh?
Yeah.
All the stranded cotton that you will need, and of course the chart in colour.
Aren't they lovely though, don't you think?
They are very nice.
I mean, these are, and we've got both because we know you vary.
Well, some people like symbols, some people like colour.
Absolutely. This is both, but obviously you've got that. I quite like to colour in where I've been when I'm stitching, so this is ideal for that.
Right, but then you can use that as a quicker reference. You've got a thread sorting card with holes in, so you can sort all of your thread. And then you've got all of the instructions. Just $17.99. So if you're collecting all of them, then you need to get this one. Some people have just bought the ones for the months that they want, whether it's for them or whether it's for somebody in particular.
Yes, some people have started collecting, as we know. And yes, and the next one will be December. And that'll be the whole year.
And then that'll be it. So if you want to get the others, I'm going to very quickly go through them. And don't forget, it's free P&P. Free P&P all day. Don't forget to use the code CYBER23. So let's just run through the others.
Yes.
Right, let's start with January. Now, we are down to single figures. Let me just steal these off you, because I'm going to show you the kit and the little pockets together.
I'm going to try and put this back. There we are. I'll be popular with someone.
I've lost January. There we are. It's all
There we
good.
are.
So there's January, $17.99. So if you want to collect them all, or whether you think, oh, what a great idea, I've got somebody with a birthday or an anniversary or maybe a wedding anniversary or a special occasion, that's January. Right, now February, that's my birthday, best month. February snowdrops.
And a nod to Valentine's.
Obviously, yes.
Yeah.
Love the little snowdrops. So that's February.
There we go.
March is the daffodil.
Cotswold barn.
And a Cotswold barn. Oh, hang on, I'm not in the middle there.
Not my barn.
There's
but
March.
One up the road.
I mean, they are all on the website. If you think, oh, I can't remember the code, I haven't written it down fast enough, go on to sewnstreet.com, click on Watch Live, all the codes are there, so you'll be able to see them. Here is April. April is...
Love in a Mist.
Love in a Mist, not very good at flowers. Love in a Mist and a cottage.
And that's Nigella, for those of you who know I don't know the Latin name. This is a brilliant one now. If you see these in a seed merchant, you sprinkle them now and you'll get beautiful blue flowers in the spring.
Oh, okay.
And smashing seed heads next autumn.
Oh, so put them in the ground now?
You can just sprinkle them.
Oh, you don't have to dig them in or anything?
Nope, I'm in the process of sprinkling at home.
like those. Then we have May. And what's May?
This is Canary Bird Rose.
Oh, okay.
And that was our first little house.
That's
that's
so
rubbish.
Sweet.
It was our second little house.
Second little house with a little picket fence. And a tree.
And a tree.
That's beautiful.
And that was my bedroom in the roof.
And it's sort of sunny and cloudy. I've just realised they've all got different weathers on as well.
Yeah, you have.
It's really not.
Now that's Pink's barn.
Yes.
My house.
This is Jane's house. So if you're ever passing and you see something that looks just like that, just pop in. With the rose.
Yes.
Obviously.
Pink roses round the door, of course.
And then that's very sunny.
Yes, for June.
Beautiful. Then we have July. And July is a starfish and shells. I know that flower.
Well done.
And it's full sun.
And a beach hut.
We're in a beach hut. Oh, I like that one. What I love about these is that, you know, they are so specific for each month, but the colours are all very soft and muted.
I did try to keep, if people were going to work them on one piece of fabric.
It works together, doesn't
the
it?
greens and things, I tried to make sure that they followed through.
Yeah, because you could, if you wanted, you could sew them all and then you could join them all together like a patchwork, couldn't you?
Absolutely.
Like a lovely patchwork. August is the poppy with like a Tudor barn.
Tudor cottage, yeah.
Tudor cottage. Gorgeous. These are all $17.99, by the way. Then we have September, which is the sunflower, and it's obviously haymaking season.
It is.
And where is this?
This one is in Sussex. It's called Jevington Manor.
Oh, okay.
There now.
I like that. It's really nice. I like the fact you've got the hay rick in there. And then October, which is... Ooh, no, can't be.
Berries. Brambles.
Berries. Brambles. Oh, yes, because those are the little white flowers.
Picking, go out picking, and a little bird feeder.
And is that your birdhouse?
No, it isn't my birdhouse. My birdhouse fell down. Right. We're about to do something about that.
It's the robin. And then November, which has no weather at all, because the weather's rubbish in November.
It's great. Well, somebody referred to it this week as wet cement.
It's just nothing.
Horrible.
Is it? It's just
horrible.
So that's November.
And I'm not going to show you December because you can't see.
No, you can't see that because that's going to be a surprise, and that obviously will be coming next month. So do check out on those. Remember, it's free P&P to go. So if you've been collecting, then you can pop the November one in. Over half of the November one has gone already, so if you want it, you need to be quick. If you want any of the other months, if you want just individuals, they're all on single figures because we only have a small stock of those left. But wouldn't they look fab if you made all of them and then you could sew them together? I'd make a little patchwork hanging.
When we were at the knitting and stitching show just in Harrogate, the girls had them up like bunting.
Oh,
and they looked absolutely smart.
Oh,
we could only have up till October because we weren't allowed to show
Yeah, you can't
yet.
be showing them, can you?
No.
Fantastic.
Fab.
So we're going to move on to your next kit now, which is fabulous, the Quaker notebook. Now, we have it in a choice of either linen or Aida. Now, in the kit, you will get, we'll start with the linen one because we've got all the bits of that. So you get the notebook cover.
Yes.
Now, this comes from the sampler.
Yes, it's a Quaker, you've just mentioned, obviously. And these patterns come from the Aqua School, who have a collection of these samplers. Aqua School is up near Pontefract, some of you will know. And the Cross Stitch Guild acquired the permission from the school governors to develop products using their sampler collection, and the funds go back to the school towards the social part of the school's activity. So it's a Quaker school, and the children, or the scholars as they're referred to, work these samplers, and they have a very fine collection of these samplers. And I've got one special thing to show. Ooh. Now I'm coming out in goosebumps.
Let me move you over a bit.
I'm coming out in goosebumps. All right, it's pathetic, really. Look. This is
amazing.
It is amazing. This is a pinball.
Can we get close on that, Charlie? Just so we.
Yeah, it's a pinball, and this was knitted on sewing needles by a child in 1800.
I can't believe that. Knitted.
Isn't it amazing? These medallion shapes.
What's inside it?
This one, I don't know.
Because it's very solid, isn't it?
You'd almost struggle to get a pin in it. So I don't know. Now, I have seen, there was a book written, and I'm sorry to say, I can't remember the name of the author, who did some knitting patterns and some cross-stitch charts of Quaker things, and she made her pin balls were flatter, more like a biscuit, so not quite as deep.
Oh, like a macaron.
Yes, exactly.
Right.
And the felt was rolled sideways like that to make a flat.
Okay.
Now,
I mean, look at that. Can you believe that's been knitted?
and a child followed a pattern.
Unbelievable.
So this is the background to these little books.
So if you look at the wreath around here, that's what you've got on here.
Yes,
I
and
mean,
we've put that
this
inside.
Is worth
This
loads
was
as well.
yes. This has got a token of love on it. Now that's actually often included, and sometimes these be given as presents to each other or friends. And if you look at the Ada version, I just want to make the point now. You know, every time I'm on, I talk to you about linen and Ada, and one isn't better than the other. There's different reasons for using them. This is to prove to you that the chart is the same size when you stitch it.
Yes, because you come
on
out
those two fabrics.
exactly the same.
So you can choose. It's not going to be big.
So the graphic that we've got on screen at the moment is the linen. So in the
There we
kit,
are.
you get everything that you need to make the notebook cover.
Yes.
Actually, have we got the...
Yes.
There it is.
Grab one of those, that's it.
Let's take...
That's it, there you go.
Okay.
Now they're put together with elephant spits, so if you can't get them undone.
I don't want to ruin the bag,
I know, it's difficult.
but I'm afraid I'm
This
going
is
to have to.
historic because in the days when the cross-stitch guilds supplied retailers, I'm afraid people used to open the bags and help themselves to contents, so we've made it quite difficult to get into now.
So you get everything to make the notebook cover and the pin cushion. Shall I put that on the overhead, actually, then you can actually see it. And also the scissor keeper. That's the
Now the kit doesn't include the scissors this time.
No, but just includes the scissor keeper. Is it just the one?
No,
Which
you
one?
can make them all.
Oh, all three
Yes,
of
you
them?
can make all three out of what you get
Wow.
in the packet.
So you get the book cover fabric. You also get the notebook.
You do.
You get the pin cushion, and you get the three. Oh, let me put them there. Can you see them? The scissor keepers.
Does that make sense now?
Right, and then let's have a look at the kit contents.
So you've got, there's the notebook, look. Printed for us specially, whoops, wrong way up.
And it fits exactly, obviously. And
fits
it's got little
perfectly.
charts, so you can use it for your cross-stitch designs, or you could just use it for notes.
Notebooks, absolutely.
So that comes in it. So that's the good thing about having the notebook, is that makes a great gift.
I
Because
think
then
these
it's
would
the
be
whole
lovely
thing, isn't
presents.
it?
And then you've got it for next year when you've stitched it. It's pure cross stitch, there's no back stitch, so it's just as the children would have worked them.
It's just pure,
In
and
the
I presume it's all
1800s.
whole cross-stitch.
It's
as
all
well.
whole cross stitches.
Now, we've got more in baskets for this kit than we've actually got available. So if you've got it in your basket, please check out. You get
The fabric,
all the linen,
you've got
and it's 28.
28 count linen. It's, smell. You see, I can still smell the ground. Oh, there you are.
Oh, that's lovely.
unbleached linen.
That's proper linen,
It's
isn't it?
proper stuff.
Beautiful.
You can see it's made by Zweigart and Sawicki because it's got its stripe.
And then that's
The
for
yarns,
lining the notebook.
That would be the lining of the notebook.
That's very nice.
And then we've got the colours.
Yes, you've got a lot of red.
And this one will
These are
be...
beautiful muted. So I presume you've chosen these colours specifically to echo the original colours.
Yes, they were those shades. Now, in fact, if you look at the collection, some of the very early ones that were not in glass pictures have kept their colour. And they were these colours. Some of them are much more faded.
Oh,
obviously.
okay, they've lost the...
But if you look at the backs, and I mean, can I just pinch the chart?
Yeah,
from you?
yes, sure.
So you can see there the medallion shapes.
Yes,
and
so that...
we have it on Sewing Street's website. I'm sure you've got another Quaker sampler, which I replicated recently, and that's another one in muted colours.
Oh, and
but
I
it
love
shows you
these.
all the patterns, and it includes the swan that
Oh, I
is on the
see.
little
That's actually
doings.
on the little thing.
Yes.
Right, we only have 5 of the linen kits left, and there are 18 in baskets. So 13 of you are going to miss out, so you need to be very, very quick. So obviously in the kit as well, you get the full chart, you get the instructions, it's all in there. So if you want to make the Quaker notebook and accessories in the linen, we are very, very limited to almost gone. Now, we've also got it in the Ada as well. But in the Ada, it's in this lovely linen colour again, isn't it?
Yes. Now, the reason that we've chosen this was stitched by one of, she's referred to as Senior Elf.
Senior Elf.
Senior Elf will know who we're talking about. And she works at Guild headquarters up in Warrington.
Right.
She's actually the bookkeeper and accountant, but she can't sit still long enough to not sew something. And she sat and did this the last weekend when she was up on Ada to prove to all of you.
Right, that it is exactly
But in
the
fact,
same.
what we've done is we've been a bit extravagant. This is linen Ada.
Wow.
So it's not cheap.
No, it isn't. No, it's very expensive.
Ada is, yes, it's
cotton.
It's more expensive than cotton. So we've put it on the linen Ada, so it's going to be a much closer match.
Yes, it will be, won't it? Oh, well, that is very sumptuous.
Nice.
I love linen Ada. You don't often see it, to be honest.
No.
And the colours are exactly the same in
Yes.
that you will make the same notebook, pin cushion, and the 3 scissor keepers as well. Obviously, these are in linen. And when you do yours, it will be in Ada. £27.99. So if you prefer to work on Ada, what would your advice be for someone who's not sure, or someone who's ever only done Ada or only done linen? Who chooses what?
I don't know the answer to the question because I learnt on linen because that's what my neighbour showed me in 1983.
Yes, no, I did as well because that was in the kit that my mum bought me.
Yes, exactly. So I didn't know any different. I do love linen. My house is full of it. You know, furniture's covered in it. Curtains are made of it. This is such nice fabric.
I know it is beautiful.
And if you've never done it before, I choose this one. It's going to be easier for you to do.
Well, it's easier to see the holes.
Yes. Yes,
And less counting.
And less counting. I find I don't see these as threads. I see these as squares. But that's after 40 years.
Yeah, that's true. But
If you've not done it before, that's ideal.
Right. Or sometimes,
lovely
people
presents.
say sometimes, with all of us, your eyesight gets worse.
Yes. Interesting, at the Cross-Stitch Guild weekend we've just had, lots of people chose the Ada version of the project, not because they didn't stitch on linen, they just wanted to talk with their mates sitting around the table.
Yeah, that's
Lots
true.
of them were just...
I mean, if you stitch a lot, like you say, you get used to it. It just is
You see
second
it, don't
nature,
you?
isn't
Yes.
it? But and some people prefer that look. But remember, with this one, you are getting a linen Ada.
You are getting a linen Ada.
Amazing.
It is particularly nice.
Now, is there any stitching that you're going to be doing for this?
Well, I think I could do some stitching, but I think we probably should finish and see how much time we've got left.
Right, okay, let's do that then. Yeah, no, I just didn't want to get ahead.
No.
Right.
I'm back again, so I can do
That's
some
fine
then.
Should we do this next? The need
Go for it.
tape measure, because I absolutely love this. Is that not just delicious?
There is a series of these, and I think some of you will have seen them before, but this is its first outing.
So this is the Robin tape measure. I mean, look
Fiddle.
Look at him.
I'll do this later.
Which about
I'm going to make a mess.
It covers a tape measure. So you've got a little robin on both sides.
Linen band.
Linen band on the gusset. And I love this little touch that you've covered the end. Because they're always a bit ugly, the ends, aren't they?
They're horrible colours, the tape
They
measures.
are, aren't they?
They come luminous yellow or orange.
I know. And what's great is you just use a normal tape measure and then you pull it out and then it just retracts. I mean, it's just gorgeous. And what's great about these, because I regularly iron my tape measures or cut them.
Yes. How many have you got with scissors through them?
My covered tape measure at the moment is tied in a knot at the end because the end, I cut the end off.
Yes.
And now it keeps going back in, so I've tied it in a knot. But you can take the covers off.
Yes, I have done. Yes, because I have to tell you that yesterday morning when I got up to prep for today, I got the tape measure out and fiddled. The spring had gone. Now, this had been around at the office, I mean, probably 5 or 6 months. And obviously people have been bringing it back and the spring had gone. And you see, I've done it again now. Anyway, yesterday I unpicked this and put new tape measure in it.
But it's not too bad because you've done all the work. Now let me show you what you get. Well, that is a luminous tape. I thought it was the ends that were luminous, but then this one is. But you see, this is how you turn your luminous tape measure into
Yes,
something
special.
beautiful. This is, I really like that. I mean, that's such a lovely touch because we all use tape measures. And if you haven't tried cross stitch before and you think, well, I just want to make something little, I should have a pair of scissors, shouldn't I? That would be preferable.
Don't worry, we'll yank. I'll make sure we have some for the next hour.
I know, we'll get some scissors.
There you go.
Not that we're a sewing channel and sell scissors, but they're over the other side. So this is what we get in the kit.
Tape measure, brightly coloured.
A bright, it's super luminous.
They come, we buy them in great big boxes of 200 or whatever.
Oh, okay.
And they vary. They're
So
bright
you
colours.
know, I guess it doesn't matter, does it?
No, it's going to be covered. And that's the other thing is that I have padded that. If you feel,
Oh, yeah.
this is a little bit of that batting.
So it gives it a much
Just to
softer feel,
yes.
doesn't it?
And it does mean the colour doesn't show through under any circumstances. There's the linen for your pieces. And there's your threads. This is now this stuff.
That.
It comes from Walpole and Heilenbeck in Germany, in Wuppertal, and we are about to go there if it doesn't snow. I saw the forecast of snow before Christmas.
Snow?
It cannot snow till I get back from Germany.
Okay, that's fine, but I would like a bit of snow.
But they make this. This is woven on the looms. The looms are very, very old, and the shuttles are about that size, made of cherry wood, and are really pretty.
So what is this made for? What's it other than tape measure gussets?
It's made for people who do things with embroidery.
Oh, okay.
So, I mean, I've used it a lot for things like, for instance, one could have that as a closure.
Oh, I see, yes.
You know, there's all...
Yes. Or just a ribbon.
It's just an invention, really. And you can, if you want, run a coloured thread.
Oh, that would be nice.
So you could, I could have run a red through there.
Oh, yeah, you could, couldn't you?
Or not, you know. So that... And when these are woven, there's 30 on a loom.
And what a nice gift. Well, the kit would be lovely to give someone, but I'd actually make, if you made that for someone, it's
I'd be thrilled a bit.
beautiful,
Wouldn't you
isn't
be?
it? I absolutely would be if anyone fancies making me one. Maybe I'll just get a kit. I don't think cross stitch for a while. Maybe I should.
Maybe you should start
then
again.
That'll be it though. But the problem is I
Once
start
you start.
one, but then I go on to, and then I come back and. Very tempted. So you've got the chart for the little robin. He's the same on both sides, with all the colours in. As always, you've got the coloured chart, you've got the black and white chart, and then you've got all the instructions. Gosh, a lot of instructions.
Yeah,
everything.
This is the sheet. This goes in all the Cross Stitch Guild
so
kits.
this is your how
This
to
is
cross stitch.
This is something that we developed over the years. When I gave it to our wonderful Ethan, who does these diagrams for us, he said, "You do want a lot of information on this page.
Well,
I'll
yeah,
do what I can."
You
But you know, we did. So this goes in everything.
So if you are new to cross stitch or a returner,
Yes.
you are going to get some really, really comprehensive cross stitch instructions.
On whichever fabric you choose. And we've got bullion knots and French knots on here and fractional stitches.
You taught me French knots.
Did I?
Yes, I always use the Jane Greenoff method. Not everyone does, which I'm always horrified by.
Well, I'll never forget, I was doing a game sampler for a book. And it was 2 in the morning. I just listened to Sailing By, or whatever it was called, and the BBC closed down. And I had all my French knots either on this piece of thread or on the back of the embroidery.
Yes, yes.
It was a crib board.
Right, okay.
So that weekend I was at an open afternoon at Gloucester Docks. And there was a lady there selling embroidered pictures that were only French knots.
Wow.
There was a garden with a path.
And all the little flowers, yeah.
And I said, right, okay, you need to teach me the idiot-proof way to do this. And she did.
And then you taught me.
And then I taught you.
And then people don't all do it like that. And I'm like, why are you doing it wrong?
And since then, I've converted to doing a colonial knot. I had to
Oh,
stop and
okay.
think.
No, I like a French knot since you showed me how to do it. Right, the 3-sided baubles.
Aha. Designed by Andrea, the managing director.
So this one has been designed by Andrea, the creative director.
No, she's the
The managing director now. Ooh. This is lovely. This is reverse almost, isn't it?
Yes.
Bit of a CC.
Yes.
Oh, that's beautiful.
Isn't it
So
attractive?
this is really clever because when you look at it, you think, how on earth does that work? Because it sort of keeps turning around. But it's got 3 sides, and then each one is almost like satin stitch.
Yes, different sorts of
Patchwork.
band stitching. Yes. Sort of patchwork feel, and then the bauble itself is just done in a CC.
And then on the side, you've got the holly. I love the shades of pinks as
It's
well with
very
it.
pretty, isn't it?
And then the Christmas tree.
Yes, very pretty.
So have we got the kit?
Yes, we have.
For that one.
Here we are.
Brilliant. So in the kit for this one, it's linen.
Yes.
28 count linen.
28 count. It only comes on linen because of some of the part stitches and things there.
I'm always in the wrong place.
I'm always in the wrong place too. So this has to be done on the linen because of some of the way the stitches are formed.
Right, okay.
This is not just being snobby about linen. This is about the fact you've got extra threads to use. To give you an example of a disaster, when somebody didn't read the instructions.
Okay.
A lady was working a lavender and lace bride.
Yes.
You remember
Yeah,
this
oh
kit?
yes, I do.
Very
yes.
famous kit. And she'd bought it on did it on Ada, and she brought it to me as a show with no hands and no face because it was worked over one thread.
Oh, I see.
And she hadn't realised that was why it said linen only.
And she'd used Ada.
And she used
not,
Ada.
Yes, not very easy.
And she said, how can I do it? And I said, you can't.
You're afraid
There
you
isn't
can't.
enough stitches between there and there. And I suggest you get it hand painted, which she did.
Oh, yes, that'd be
she'd
quite
spent all
disappointing.
that work.
Oh dear. So some items you do have, because obviously with linen you're working over, well, you're working a stitch is worked over a 9-hole square.
Yes.
So it gives you extra space to do smaller
work. Sometimes you can
fractional
combine.
stitches.
I've got a little box that's got a little cottage on the front which is worked over 2 threads, and on the lid it's just over 1, so it's a quarter of the size. So it's horses for courses really. It's what you can see comfortably.
But that's beautiful. So just £9.99 for this kit. So
Very
that
pretty.
comes with all your thread. It comes with all the
Yes.
instructions and a needle and the linen. Just £9.99. So what a lovely thing.
And you just
Hang on your
need some
tree.
polyester stuffing to fill it up with. And
Beautiful.
we say at the Cross Stitch Guild things would need to be well stuffed.
Well stuffed, yes.
Things
like the
don't look very
turkey.
nice. Yes, they look better if they, you know.
And you've even got the thread to make the tassel as well.
Yes.
That is beautiful. Now that is an heirloom Christmas decoration,
It is.
isn't it?
It is.
Beautiful. Really like that one. It's gorgeous. Right, which one should we do next, Ben? Oh, I see Jane remembers the order.
No, she doesn't.
We did discuss the order earlier, and I'm impressed Jane actually has remembered because I hadn't. So these are the Christmas trims.
Yes, we've done. This is a shape that I'm very
We'll have
fond
to
of.
get close to this.
Yes,
So you
this
can
is
see this.
both come in the pack. So you've got a robin and a Christmas present. which
So this
what
is
Rebecca's got
three-sided
here.
again. So you get the robin on one side, and the robin.
Yeah, he's
It
all the
is
way round.
three-sided, isn't it?
Yes.
It gets really confusing as you're
It
turning
does.
it round. So you get the robin on all 3 sides, and then you've also got in the same kit the gingerbread man.
Present.
Present. I haven't got my glasses on. There
When-
is a gingerbread
There is a
man,
gentleman
isn't there?
later.
Well, I haven't got my glasses
Put
on.
your
One
glasses
moment. Oh, yes, there it is. Do you see, without them, I could see the brown. And we talked about a gingerbread man earlier. It's rubbish, isn't it? Good job I'm not doing this job.
It's this 3-sided square I met quite by accident in a night market in Cambodia. There was a
Right.
night market of cross stitch,
No.
about half a mile of it,
In Cambodia,
In
a
Cambodia,
night market, that is very niche.
cross stitch, with cross stitch skirts, hats, jacket.
Wow.
I couldn't buy anything because there was everything I wanted.
You just didn't know where to
Cou-
start.
couldn't do it. But I did buy a little woven key ring, which was this shape.
Oh.
And I sat there going, right, okay, this is 1, 2.
I know, well, this is what I mean. You go around, you
4.
go, how many sides are
is
there?
it? So it's 3-sided, and you just work it as a little strip, 3 boxes,
Right.
and then it's the way you fold them that makes that happen. And the name Watbow came from the Watbow Temple, which was next to where I bought it.
Right, and that's why they're called.
And that's why they're called Watbow.
Aren't they beautiful in Cambodia?
So there's lots of these, and I expect there's more on the Sewing Street website, because we've been here, and I think there's another couple to show you later this morning.
Oh, I mean, it is your heirloom decoration,
And
isn't it?
you can stitch them in an evening. You
Oh,
can
can
stitch.
you?
I've done it. You can stitch them and make them up in an evening.
And I think, you know, and if you've bought maybe a very special Christmas present for somebody.
Yeah, you
this
could
would-
put it on there.
Well, or
couldn't you?
somebody that you know would appreciate it.
Yes.
Put it on their present.
Absolutely.
And they could hang it on their tree.
They could hang it on their tree.
That's quite nice, isn't it? But only if someone that you know will appreciate it.
I've threatened my children over the years to have a coordinated, you know, lemon and orange tree, or and they'd look at me and he said, "What?" Now my 42-year-old son walks in and he goes to check the dead robin is still on there.
Well, yes, but you have to, and the handmade, yes.
He bought the robin, one of 3, at the junior school, so he would have been 8 or 9, I guess. And there's 3 in a packet on a string, and they appear to be feathers. I don't think where they came from. And we have 1 left. It's a bit disgruntled looking now, but he's made it clear that if
That it
it's
has
not
to be
there,
on.
he checks it. And guess what happened? When his son, they had their first Christmas tree at the house in Worcester, and it's in the bay window, and Felix was taken to choose 1 decoration. You know what he chose? He chose a robin. His father and his mother were in tears. He came back with a dead robin, which has to go on the tree.
Which obviously has to go on the tree. So this bundle, you get both of them, $11.99, and you get both of them. Can we have a look?
Of course,
You showed a pair of scissors.
I have. Here you are, look, we'll use these. We won't tell anyone we're doing it.
You're supposed to do that.
I know. If anyone did
Not
that
the
in my house,
gold-plated scissors. Actually, I can see a pair up here that we should use. Because these are a bit...
oh, well done, look at that. It may take time, but she'll be back in a minute.
I knew they'd be there somewhere. There we go. Let's not use your gold-plated scissors. So this is what you get in the kit. I always want to see what you get in. These are lovely. I think, like you say, in an evening, what a very special present
It's lovely
for somebody.
to do. I mean, I've just done another couple.
So I can see now. So if you look at the chart, you see, you stitch it
Yes.
all along one. Oh, and the borders.
Yes.
Oh, so you don't then cut them after you've
No.
sewn them?
The funny thing is that the first time I made one, having looked at this thing,
Yes.
I stitched 3 individual
Yes, and
squares.
I would have done that, yeah.
And then joined them together, and then realised that it saved time and did that.
Oh,
All right, so in here,
And you get the needle as well.
so there's some extra instructions. How to make the cord.
Oh, so the cord is
Just
that,
a twisted cord.
and it's stranded cotton?
Yes.
Oh.
And it's in
See,
your
it
packet.
feels like a proper cord, doesn't
I
it?
know, and proper cords are made out of cotton.
Yeah, but you don't think, do you? You just think that's a
You
proper
take it
cord.
for granted.
Beautiful.
There's how to make a tassel, how to make a French knot. In fact, they're in there anyway. And then this is how the folding goes
How it
on.
actually works. Oh, that is lovely, isn't it? I like that. And I think it'd be nice to hang a key on as well.
Yes,
Hang off the key,
yes.
wouldn't it?
I've done some with
Key ring.
keys, definitely. Yes.
Beautiful. Just $11.99, and you get both. So you get the present and the robin.
And actually, you know, I was looking this week at tree decorations.
Oh, I bet they're expensive.
Aren't they expensive?
I know. Well,
I
they've
know it's a
seemed to
sign
have
of the
ramped it up
times.
with a bit with Christmas decorations now. They're all very glitzy and very
Well,
posh,
I was
aren't they?
really
They're like-
amazed at the, you know, how much it all cost.
Ben spent over £100 on baubles last Christmas. How many did you get? 10?
Oh, dear.
They are expensive, but these will not be like the dead robin. These will
No,
be.
they keep going. I mean, I have got stitched the ones on my tree, and I've got things like balls that have got the handprint of one of the grandchildren on,
that's
and those
nice.
sorts of things,
Yes.
you know. And different presents.
I hope
from
you have a
different
lot
people.
of these as well.
I do have a lot of those, yes.
But I think, you know, if you think, right, I'm going to make something quite quickly, if you just want to make somebody a very small handmade gift that's not going to take you too long, that's just perfect,
And
isn't
you
it?
keep them, don't you? That's the thing. They keep them year on year.
Yes, you do. Well, you wouldn't ever get rid of that, would you? There's only 5 of this kit left, and there are 17 in baskets. So everything that we've got is very, very limited. Right, which one should we do next? The Little Robin wreath, which is our last project, actually.
This one has been on air with you guys before and has always sold out. And it started as a little Christmas
Gorgeous.
class. And then I made it into a pincushion, and then it became a tree doings.
That is
It's got that
gorgeous.
on the back. There you
now
are.
with this one, you can choose between
Yes.
linen or Ada, and we have our scissors. So I'm going to open this one. We'll open both, and then you can see the fabric. Again, it's the colours, you see. Well, it's the designs as well, but obviously,
getting the threads
but I
right.
absolutely love the colours, and I think that that's the skill, isn't it?
I think if I've got one, it's colours.
Well, I think you have many skills, actually, Jane.
The business
Designing,
of-
choosing colours, teaching French knots.
I can remember a colour, so when I go out, I can match the tiles in the kitchen without taking a tile. I can do it.
And do you
I
know
do
most of the DMC colour numbers?
I know the Madeira colour
Oh,
now,
do you?
because we use Madeira.
Of course. Oh, okay.
Yes, when you refer to your car as 932,
Oh.
see, you're needing to get
Yeah, but I
out
bet you
more.
know what 666 is.
Oh, yes. Yes, it's not the devil, it's bright red in DMC.
DMC 310, black.
It's an interesting one because the law of dyeing threads has changed so much over the years because of the climate, not the climate, sorry, the environment. All the companies that dye these threads have had to go through all sorts of hoops, and 666, which is the DMC bright red, I used to say it didn't run, it galloped.
Right.
It actually still sometimes will
Did it run a little bit?
A little bit.
Okay.
It's much better than it was with all the changes they had to make because of what they threw away.
Right, I see
Yes?
what you mean. There's only 4 of this kit left, which in the linen. So these are all Madeira threads.
These are all Madeira
Oh, I'd be
threads.
rubbish at their numbers.
Well,
I bet you
live
know
with
them now.
I live with them.
Beautiful. So stranded cotton, 100% cotton. I mean, and these are quality. They're not, you know.
Absolutely.
There are different qualities of stranded cotton out there.
There are,
Very,
certainly.
very different qualities.
Yes.
Madeira are beautiful, but these colours are gorgeous, aren't they? So in the kit, they're pre-sorted as well.
Yes. That really started because the pre-sorting of kits, excuse me, they're not always pre-sorted. If they're easy for you to sort, we'll let you do
But
it.
with this,
Yes, you see this one, for instance, here, isn't sorted.
2 of these left, 2 and 18 in baskets.
What I actually do with these is tell you which of those to sort first.
Right, but with something like this where you've got all of these...
It's the greens, it will be
And
hopeless.
without these close shades of green, you wouldn't get
the
that
same
really
effect.
natural effect. And isn't it lovely? You get a little holly. There's only one left, so let's open the Ada one. There's only one left, so that's going to go. But the Ada one will look exactly the same.
And this is linen Ada again.
And it's linen Ada, posh. This
Posh
is
stuff.
posh Ada. Beautiful.
There we go.
Got to try and get all these back in at some point. Exactly the same thread in these.
There you are. And it will turn out the same size. So you've got the Ada, which,
one
as
for
I
the front,
say, is
one for the
made of
back.
linen, yes. So it's a bit darker, but if you look at the colours, because when I'm choosing the colours, I choose them. And then what I do is I lay them on the fabrics on my shelf.
Yeah, and then you know.
And I see if something, and if it doesn't, it's fine. So that would be fine.
That's beautiful. But it's also the fact that you've got, 2 shades of red, which makes quite a difference,
Yes,
doesn't it, having
yes.
that? And you get all the stranded cotton to make the cord. Is that
Yes.
a twisted cord?
It is the
around
twisted
here?
cord.
Nice. And a little loop. So you could use it as a pincushion, or
Yes,
you could use
yes.
it as a decoration. So that's the Ada one. How are we doing for stock, Ben? Right, we had more of the Ada one to start with than the linen, but we're down to single figures. So this is what the charts look like. Oh, so this edge, do you cross stitch? Is the edge cross stitch?
Yes.
Okay.
If you've got
Yes.
if you ever want to have a go at doing this, if you've got a little pattern you like, if you put a border around it in cross stitch, it's much easier to join the front to the back, and it doesn't show.
I see. Because then you just know, you haven't got to count.
You haven't got to do it. All you do is line them up. You can see there. I've actually
Yeah,
put a
that's
twisted
true.
cord on this, but that isn't necessary. You could just have a twisted cord hanger
Yes.
if you wanted, but you've got somewhere to join the... Yeah, because I join my things like that, for instance. That's how that red border
And then you
happened.
can actually see. And what's good about this is that, well, obviously you've got everything you need to make the design, but Jane has listed the Madeira thread numbers and the DMC thread numbers, so that if you want to make another one,
You can.
you can just get the threads.
And let's face it, you could do something from your stash. You've all got one, I presume.
Yes, yes.
Do you know what sable stands for?
No.
stash acquisition beyond life expectancy.
I'm on for investing in my retirement. That's what I decide. So that when I buy something and I know I haven't got a hope of actually making it just yet, I think of it as an investment in my retirement, because one day, see, I won't be able to afford it.
You won't be able to do it.
But I
then.
won't ever have to go shopping for craft materials.
We had a man of over 90 come and see us at one of the knitting stitches. He said, I'm having a pyramid built, it's all coming with me. I just thought that was wonderful.
It's all coming with me. I know my daughter goes, Mum, I don't know what we're going to do when you die. There's so much in this room. I went, I'll have made it all. Won't. But I'm investing in my retirement. That's beautiful. So we are very limited on stock. Can we have a stock update, Ben, so we can see where we are?
Oh, I will get these back in, otherwise there'll be trouble down in warehouse.
Right, so with this Ada one, there are 6 left, 14 in baskets. The linen, is the linen pin cushion gone? That's gone. The linen one's gone.
Gone. Oh, excuse me, sniffing.
Yeah, so can you, look, we've got 10 minutes left, Jane. Stitching.
Yeah, I'm going to show.
Now we've been to everything. Now just remember, I'll do a stock update then. We're very limited on some of the kits and others have sold out. And don't forget the November Posy Pocket, we have launched a brand new $17.99. Over half of the stock has gone. So if you want to get it, you need to get checked out. So what are we going to look at?
Well, I thought I would show 2 things, actually.
Okay.
One is the Demon French knot, which you know how to do.
I do now, but then once you've been shown, I show everybody, you see, because now I know. I wonder when you showed me. I probably was moaning to you. Both of the Quaker notebooks. No. Sorry, Ben's confused.
I'm not.
Yeah, the Quaker notebooks both have sold out.
Okay.
But you see, once you've been shown, because I think French knots are the bane of a lot of people's lives.
We had a sort of sweepstake at one of the fairs about what people did instead of a French knot. One lady went up and down on the spot a lot till she got a bump.
Yes, with you.
One lady used beads.
Beads is always
obviously.
A good
one lady said, I make lots of knots in the thread, I cut them out and stick them on.
No.
That was a first.
That's amazing.
Anyway, so I'm going to show you.
And once you've learned them, because I use them in embroidery all the time.
Of course.
What else do you do with an on a
don't
dot on
know.
an eye with?
Well, you leave them out. I've got one of my stitches, one of my gentleman stitches. First of all, everybody, just while I'm warbling on here, this is a length of Madeira thread. It's 80 centimetres long. And if I pull one out, I can. If I try and divide it like that, you probably get a knot about there.
Oh, that makes me wince when people do that. See, I've been well trained by Jane. That wince.
Pull, thread. Yeah. So that's how that's done.
And recombine.
And recombine yes, recombine. Don't pull 2 off together, recombine. This time I'm just going to show you a start. You obviously don't put the thread in your mouth because it's disgusting. Yeah.
Any tips for when you can't see anymore?
Put your glasses on.
Drives me mad. That was one thing I could change. Have my eyesight back.
It's I could never see the bus coming, but could read and stitch very fine. I can still stitch 40 to the inch.
With glasses?
Without my glasses.
No.
But I can't see anything else for about half an hour because I don't accommodate
because of the
anymore
focusing.
because I'm old.
That's when I discovered I needed to wear glasses, was when I was doing
And
cross-stitch.
when I've got stitching, a chart, a computer, and a telephone with a key, there aren't enough pairs of glasses in life to have.
I don't think I could do it. I wouldn't be able to stitch without glasses, not now. But the good thing is you can get glasses. So people say, oh, I can't see, I can't stitch. No, you just get glasses.
Actually, you just go into Pound Shop, all those places, take your stitching with you, not a book, take some stitching with you and try on the pound pairs.
Well, mine are all, not actually Pound Shop, but mine are all just bought online reading glasses. And then as the years go on, I just get a stronger ones because it's just like having a magnifying glass.
Yeah.
But they're hooks over your ears.
Except I'm illegal without them in a car.
Oh no, I'm fine for long distance. It's this.
So what I'm going to show you first of all is a starting method that if you haven't seen it before, you need to see it.
Okay.
So I've got one fabric thread there.
And you've threaded both ends.
And the raw ends have gone in there. And I'm just going to bring the needle up anywhere and go down one hole.
Can we get even closer, Charlie?
If I'd spent longer waiting, Charlie, is that better?
Yeah, that's lovely.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Marvellous. So I'm just going in the next hole, turning the work over and popping through the loop on the back. No spaghetti, anchored properly.
Perfect.
Now obviously it only works if you're working in 2 strands. So if you need to work in 1 or 3, you do what's called an away waist knot, and that's where you put your knot over here on the front, come up where you're going to stitch, do your stitching, snip the knot off and thread that back in.
Right.
So French knots.
Yeah. Now watch very closely. If French knots are the bane of your life, they won't be anymore.
The eye of the needle under your thumb. If I get in the right place, there we are. Round the point twice. Post the point. Stop at that point there to get this nice and tidy. Yes?
Mm-hmm.
And then supporting the work underneath, just pull that leading thread. Oh, and I've knotted that, which is very irritating. There we are.
It worked.
It worked.
Let me do it again.
Yeah, of course. So, eye of the needle under your thumb, round the point. This is where people try and get it off the needle down the back, and that's what you don't want to do. So I'll just undo that. Round twice. Now, on linen, I go into the next door hole. Now, when you look at a diagram of a French knot, generally it'll say go down the same hole. That's because we've stolen the stitch from embroiderers who work on fine fabrics. And they can use a sharp needle, and they can go down the same, and the little knot will sit on the top. Because we use open weave, it's useful to give it a bridge to sit on. Now, if you want big...
We can do one more, and then we've got to finish.
Ah!
I know.
Colonial knots, when I'm back on it in
But
a
don't
minute.
worry, because Jane will be back in an hour, and we'll move on to colonial knots.
One more, post the point. And if you want to have great big French knots, don't do more winds, put more thread on your needle.
Oh, no, I didn't know that.
Well, only because, you know, if you roll up a tube of paper, you can push the end up.
Yes.
Similar happens to these, they unpick.
Oh, I see what you mean.
So if you were
there is a
doing-
limit to how many
It's
winds.
better to do 2 winds and start with your foxglove with one thread, one thread,
sort of...
and then 2 threads,
No,
3
you're
threads,
right. They look a bit odd.
and then wool, and then silk ribbon.
Yes.
You know.
But
Yeah.
so more threads, less winds. Now, we have forgotten, I've remembered, we have to say hello to somebody, don't we?
We do. I think it's Jeannie.
Gina.
Gina.
Gina
It's
Ellis.
Gina, who
Yes.
is a fan of this programme.
Yeah, so Gina, regular viewer of Sewing Street. And we have got to say hello to you today. So thank you for joining us. Hi, Gina. Hope you're having a lovely morning.
Hope you're shopping.
And I hope you've got a nice cup of tea. Thank you for watching us today. Hello, hello. We promised we would do a very special hello to you, one of our biggest fans. Very nice to see you this morning. Thank you, Jane, for that.
That's right. See you
I'm
back
very
in an
sorry
hour.
nearly everything is sold out. Have a look on sewingstreet.com, go and watch live to see what we've got left. There are a few kits, but not many. Jane will be back with me in an hour for some other little things, but samplers as well. Absolutely gorgeous. So, and we'll do some more demo. We'll definitely do the colonial knot in the next hour. Coming up after the break is Stuart with his brand new quilt design, quilt pattern, which includes patterns for all different sizes. We've got some fabric bundles, absolutely gorgeous. So don't go anywhere. I'll see you back here in about 3 minutes.
Hello, I'm Jane Greenoff and I'm stood in the barn here at Pink's Barn in Gloucestershire, England, which is where I live with my husband, and I stitch. I think I stitch in my sleep. I've certainly been stitching for over 30 years now, and by stitching I'm talking about counted cross stitch or counted embroidery in general terms. I also collect old samplers, and I've got one to show you here. Now, this smashing, it was actually stitched in 1796 by a little girl of 8 or 9, and it's absolutely charming. So I collect antiques. I love to draw and create antiques for the future, and look forward to seeing you all on Sewing Street sometime in the future.
Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 AM till 1 PM, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £3.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £5.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Our UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. Head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Are you having trouble finding the ideal gift for that someone special? Then why not treat them to a Sewing Street gift card? Simply head over to the website and scroll down to the bottom of the page and click where it says gift cards. You can decide between posting the card or delivery by email, then decide the value that you would like to send. Whether it's for a birthday, a special occasion, or just a way to say thank you, the Sewing Street gift card is the perfect answer.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Here at Sewing Street, we're always looking at ways to make your shopping experience better. That's why on certain items, we have split pay. So with the split pay, depending on the price of the item, you can split the cost twice, 3 times, or 4 times. So that means you pay once, then you pay monthly until it's finished. And you know what? We do not charge any interest whatsoever. Isn't that fantastic? Split pay, you say? Well, yes, please. I'm off to buy myself something fabulous.
Our UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £3.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £5.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
And welcome back to Sewing Street. So we've got the fantastic Stuart Hillard today, and I'm going to go over to him in a minute because he's got all the stuff. But before I do that, it's free P&P today. It's Cyber Monday. So rather than giving you lots of special deals and special offers that we've been doing throughout the Black Friday days, we're giving you a special offer on everything. So it doesn't matter whether you buy on the website, whether you buy on the TV, anything that you buy today is free P&P. And remember that today only. Now, the important thing is you need to use the code CYBER23. Very, very important, because it won't work without that. If you have any problems at all, or forget the code or whatever, call the call centre. The number is there on the bottom, 0800 001 4433. Pre-warning. What's the pre-warning, Ben? Right. This is the brand new pattern, which Stuart's going to explain to us in one moment. So before we do that, this has been flying on pre-order. So to give everyone the best chance to get involved, look at the price, £9.99. It is only, you'll see what I mean in a moment. It is only £9.99, which is an amazing price when you see what you're going to get, because this is not just one pattern.
No.
It's not just one.
No.
No. So I'm going to come over to you. Rather than me go through all this, I'm going to come to you.
Yeah, come on over.
We can talk.
Let's talk.
Right. It's called Bright Hopes.
It is, Bright Hopes.
Why is it called Bright Hopes?
Well, it's based around a traditional block called Bright Hopes.
Okay.
But also, when I started making this quilt, I really needed some sunshine.
Did you? When was that?
Yeah. You know those days when you just think, oh, I'm not
Yeah.
really feeling the drab, the dark, the cold.
Yeah, like yesterday.
Yeah, like every day since about
Oh, yesterday
August.
was shocking, wasn't it?
Yeah. So I thought, bright hopes, you know, and thinking forward to the spring and the summer. This is such a fun technique, and there's a few blocks in there actually, so you can really take a mix and match approach. You get four different projects, but
so in there, so this is what I
there
was saying
some
to
more.
everyone, that this is amazing value, because this isn't just one thing.
No, it isn't, and it isn't just one block and there's just sort of four different sizes. There's actually four different proper projects, you know, so there's a lot of value.
So if we start off, you can make a cushion if you want to do small.
Yeah, well, can we do the cushion last?
Are we going at the top?
Well, let's start with the big quilt that's behind me.
I was starting small. Let's start big. We'll go opposite. We're going to start big. So this is beautiful.
Thank you. This was a lot of fun to design.
Now
and
this
make.
kit, we'll go through the details in a moment, but this design here, we've actually got the fabric kit for, just so you know. It's just joyful.
Thank you. Well, what I love about it is how you obviously you've got the stars, but you've also got the interwoven, almost like ribbons.
It is like ribbons
the quilt.
weaving in and out of the stars.
And it's so easy to do. I'm going to show you how. And this quilt, Bex, is 56 inches wide by 72 inches long.
Oh, good single bed.
On it, well, yeah, it'll really hang over the top of a single. On a double bed, it will fill the top, so it's a complete topper for a double bed. It's also lovely over a queen-size bed, and I would turn it the other way and have it across.
That's true, for a really big bed runner.
Yeah, or obviously you can have it on the back of a sofa or on the wall, but it's a big quilt.
Yeah, it's a lovely size. So like you say, it's a big overhang on a single bed, or it will fit beautifully on a double bed.
Exactly.
So the instructions, so that's in this pattern. That's just
So you get
one
all the
of
patterns
them.
for that, yep.
Right.
Next up, you get the wall hanging. Now, the wall hanging is layer cake friendly. And I did this one using a Janet Clare layer cake.
Right, so we'll just get a pic. Can we have a picture of that?
We don't have the layer cake, by the way. It's an older one, but it's to the
Gosh,
sea.
doesn't it look different
Yeah,
though?
but that's a different block.
Yeah, but I can see the interwoven.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. So it's still the same block, but it's not the same block.
Yes.
So there's no star centre this time. There's a smaller plain square centre. So the finished block is smaller. It's much more emphasis on that woven effect.
Gorgeous.
And what I've done is I've picked out dark blues for the horizontal weaving
Yes.
and medium blue for the vertical weaving. So you get that interlocking, almost like a Japanese screen.
It's gorgeous, and I think what I like about it is that a lot of us buy layer cakes, well I do, and think, I'm not absolutely sure what I'm going to do with this.
Absolutely.
And there we go.
Absolutely, yeah.
I mean, you don't have to have layer cakes, you can obviously cut your own fabric, but...
Well, the layer cake will do all of the blocks and the centres, all the piecing, that kind of thing. And then I just dived into my stash for things like the borders and the sashing.
Okay, so one layer cake will make that.
For all the blocks,
For the blocks.
And then you just add a bit for your borders and that kind of thing. But it's a really good sort of starting point. Or you could make it with scraps. So that's the second project. We've still got two
we haven't
projects.
finished yet. Yeah. And that is lovely. That's a beautiful lap quilt, isn't it?
Yeah,
And also,
yeah.
I'm thinking new baby,
Oh,
just
yeah.
something to pop on the
Lovely.
floor.
And that quilt is 49 inches square. So it's not tiny.
No, it's nice.
And the other thing as well, of course, is if you wanted to, you could do 12 blocks instead of 9 and make it rectangular as a bed quilt.
Yeah.
You could do 4 by 4. I mean, you'd need more fabric, but I mean, this is an example of what you could do with those blocks, and you get the full pattern for that size quilt.
But then it's easy enough to extend.
Gosh, absolutely.
Buy
So
another
that's
layer cake.
project 2.
2.
So then
Just
project
project
3, I've coloured this one for Christmas, but this could be any time of
I do
year.
like those fabrics you've chosen as well.
Cute,
They're
aren't
real.
they?
They're
They're
real
some
classic
mojo.
Christmas, but I like the kind of the lighter green as well.
It's nice, isn't it?
Just sort of
So that's
makes it a
your...
bit more modern.
Yeah, thank you. So that's your one block. Well, I've said you could use it as a table topper.
Yeah, no, I
quite
think
like a
that would be
table
nice.
topper.
Yeah, yeah.
So this pattern is 29 inches square. So nice size for the table. You could also have that as a small wall hanging.
Be nice even on a circular table because it would
Lovely.
points would hang beautifully, wouldn't it? Or
Yeah.
on your dining table you could have. I think that's
Would be nice.
gorgeous.
So that's one large block, same as the block in the quilt that's hanging behind me, but set on point,
on point.
and then with a couple of borders. Now, another thing you could do with that is you could make 4 of those. So I would even include the borders that I've added. So that's
Right.
29 inches. And then I would sew 4 blocks together. So now you've got a 58-inch square wall hanging from 4 blocks. Then you could put a couple of borders on, and you've got another quilt.
Or you do 9 blocks, big bed
Big
quilt.
bed quilt.
So although you're actually getting 4 designs, you're actually getting more than that.
You're getting
really,
loads more.
Because
Yeah, you could, yeah.
sorry, Ben
You
just said, could you make 6 of them and sew it together like a poof?
Yeah, you could.
And then, yes, you could actually, and then stuff them.
nice
Well,
idea.
actually, people often stuff them full of duvets and blankets, don't they?
Yeah, you could. Or you could do 3
beans.
together. You know, like how you do a pincushion?
Yeah, James
You could
just
sew
done those.
3 of them together and turn it into a triangular, almost like a support pillow.
Oh, that'd be gorgeous,
nice.
wouldn't it? But there's so much, like you say, so if that could be for the top of a table, it could be a quilt, bed quilt.
Yeah, it could. Yeah, it could.
Because
Oh,
you've
absolutely.
got everything that you need.
But how about making a bed quilt out of nine blocks? That's all.
Yeah,
You've just
no,
got to
I
make
th-
9
yeah,
blocks.
I think
so it could
that's
be a really
lovely.
quick quilt. And then your 4th project is a bonus cushion. So
Always got
one
the
of the
bonus
strip
cushion.
piece methods that I use to make the quilt has a few leftovers, and I don't like wasting fabric. So this complete cushion is made from a few leftovers. You've already
like
made
that,
the
though.
pieces.
Yeah.
And so this is a cushion, but of course you could use this to make your
But that
quilt.
could be the block.
That could be the quilt.
And that's the quilt.
Yeah.
And I love that. Like you say, you could. And I suppose if you try and keep your ribbons, like you've got the sort of blue ribbons going one way, and
Yeah.
if you try and keep your ribbons the same colour-ish, then you could just repeat that.
Because you get quite a strong woven effect with this block as well, don't you,
No,
with
I
that
really
coloration?
yeah, I really like that.
So I suppose I probably should have called it something like woven or interlaced or something.
Yes,
but
yeah.
I just bright hopes because it was a dull day and I was using lovely
Well,
summery
also,
fabrics.
what I like about this is it's like a bit like a fabric collection. So you'll get a big hero fabric that's the big print, and then you get a smaller print, and this is almost the smaller print of the big quilt, isn't it?
Yeah, and also as well, the pattern is really good because you can basically, this quilt you can make with 7.5 metres of feature fabric and 2.5 metres of
not
tonal,
bad, is
and that's
it?
it. And you make
We've
the
got a
cushion as
message
well.
from Sue. Hi all, this looks fabulous and such good value. Just got my pattern, looking forward to making the wall hanging from Sue in Norfolk. It is amazing, and and there's another message as well. P.S. Thank you for the free postage. No problem. So it is Cyber Monday, and I know that they were struggling to decide. We've done all these offers and deals, and they thought, what do we want? We want free postage.
We love free postage.
I do.
Yeah.
Good morning, Stuart and Bex. The stars were a joy to make in the beautiful sunny fabric. Just what's needed on this grey day.
Yes.
The deputy.
Now, the deputy Joan got involved. Joan made the star portions of this quilt, and didn't she do a lovely job?
Yes, no, they are beautiful. Well,
And
yes.
You just kind of mix and match. You just mix and match your fabric.
But what I think is amazing about this, so, I mean, the pattern £9.99, it's not just a pattern, is it? It's an instruction booklet. It comes out at £2.49 a project, but I don't think you should think of this as 4 projects. This is way more.
Yeah.
I think you've got, bed quilt designs.
Oh, I
You've
could
got
easily have
cushions,
kept
you've got-
going and done 6 or 7, and it's really fun. And there's little variations. Another variation that you could do with this block is instead of having the big star, you could do like the Janet Clare wall hanging, and you could do a big
if you
solid
had
fabric. Yeah,
that
feature
you
fabric.
Really want to use.
So, for example, if you've got something like a big print like Kay Facet, you
Yeah.
could have those big prints here, and then maybe more of the tonals like the Aboriginal dots or the polka dot that he does.
Because a lot of
as
his
your-
quilts that he does do have big squares of just the feature fabric, so you
They
could.
do. All those fabrics that are too good to cut up,
yeah.
this pattern is ideal for them. It uses a technique called a partial seam. So there's a new skill in here as well, which lots of us may not have done. Lots of you may not have done that technique before. I'm going to show you today
brilliant.
how to stitch a block using
Right,
partial
so let's
seam.
go through the kits first, because you'll love the pattern, but you are going to love the kits, not only because they've got all the fabric, but the price, it's ridiculous, this price. So in the kit for this one, you get the instructions and you get all the fabric. So you get the background fabric, the white, but you get all of the prints. You've got everything you need. Obviously, you haven't got the backing and the wadding, because we never do. But you've got everything you need. Now look at that price. $59.99
Yeah, and also...
for a double bed quilt.
Yeah, so this is 56 by 72,
So
if
you've
I'm
got
not mistaken.
7.5 metres of fabric.
Yep.
These are all Macawa fabrics.
Yep.
Beautiful.
Summer days.
And it's all this gorgeous, very clear turquoise, yellow. We've got like a pale, very pale duck egg blue
Love
with
those
butterflies.
butterflies.
Look, isn't that gorgeous?
Yeah.
With that. Daffodils.
Yeah.
Remember those?
I know.
Those are the things that are looking, well, you can't even see them. I was going to say the leaves are faded, but I think they've actually died now.
Yeah.
Miniature little ditsies in yellow, the same one in this lovely turquoise. We've got a wild flower prints. You've got all of that. Then you get, is it 2.5
2.5
metres of the white. And now this is beautiful Rose and Hubble quilting weight cotton, so it's beautiful. All of that. Oh, and the instructions as well, which you can
You get
then...
the instructions too.
Yeah.
Amazing. Right, so that is for the 56 by 72 quilt.
I think that's
binding
an
as well.
amazing price.
But also, you will have enough
No.
to make your cushion as well. Now, obviously, you're going to need to add your own backing fabric.
Well, we
Look
need
at
some
this
excuse to use
corker.
our stash, don't we?
Let me just show you the backing. That's
That
been
is
in my
nice.
stash for about 10 years.
Really? Where's that from? I like
It's
that.
a Free Spirit
Oh, is
fabric.
it?
Yeah, Joel Dewberry.
Oh,
Yeah, he doesn't
love
design
that.
for them anymore, but I loved him. So you will need to add your own backing fabric.
That's fine, because you can just use some plain anyway.
But a quilt top, binding, and a cushion
Yeah.
front
Well, that's-
for $59.99.
I'm amazed at that. So you've obviously done a very economical use of fabric, I would say.
Yeah, it does use all of it.
There's no wastage there, is
Nope.
there? Not of that price.
Nope.
And I'm thinking as well, you know, you've got that now. We've got some really dreary days coming up. We've also got that Twixmas time where you do need a project ready for when you think, oh, I'm fed up with turkey. I just need to get my sewing machine out.
That's right.
And it's always lovely to have a whole kit, so you've got everything. If you want to buy the wadding and the backing fabric, we can talk about that in a minute. We've got bundles of that. But then you've got it all ready.
You have. And skill level, all of the projects are committed beginner. I've created that phrase.
love that. Did
Rather
you
than
make that
confident.
up?
I did.
Committed.
Committed beginner. because what I mean by that, it's obvious, but what I mean by that is you can have beginner level skills, but as long as you're committed to the process and you're prepared to read the pattern thoroughly and just take a bit of time, you can watch a few videos. You know, I don't make videos for my patterns because generally they're not necessary. But if you want that extra support, then that's all about being committed to learning
Well,
the
I
process.
think sometimes if you really want to learn something,
Yeah.
then, you know, if you've used a sewing machine, you know about sewing in vaguely in a straight line, you will learn it.
Of course you will. Of course you will. You know, and but it is a very easy process. Strip piecing, stitch and flip units, you know.
Right.
And I'm going to show you how to do the partial seam construction, although it is also fully explained, lots of photographs
but it's nice to
in
see
the
it.
pattern.
So before we get onto that, let's do the other colourway, because Stuart couldn't just give us one colourway. We had to have two colourways.
Of course.
So this is the other colourway.
I've got it here. There we go.
Oh, you've got it there as well.
Yeah.
Why have I got it there?
Those are my ironed ones.
Oh, those are your beautifully
They're
pressed. I won't touch your beautifully pressed ones. So this is exactly the same fabrics, but in pinks and purples. So you've got this gorgeous gingham. Now, what's lovely about this gingham is really unusual. It's got flowers in the centres. It's not just a plain gingham, but it's also got the little running stitch lines on it as well. So you get that in the pink and in the purple. Gorgeous.
I love that.
So that was your spring one. This is summer, isn't it?
It's a bit more summery,
Because we've got strawberries and raspberries. Oh, no, they're raspberries, aren't they?
They are
I think.
raspberries.
I mean, it's the colour, but no, they are definitely raspberries.
They are.
Then you've got the raspberry flower colour. You've got the butterflies in pinks and purples. You've got the wildflower print. You've got the little ditzy floral print in the purple, and then you've got the 2.5 metres of the white. Yeah. So if you fancy in the purple and the pink colourway, or maybe you've got two beds.
Yeah. Oh, that would be absolutely...
Side by side.
If you've got like two grandchildren and you wanted to make them quilts for their beds when they come and stay, so they'd be non-matching, matching pairs.
Non-matching, but matching.
Love that.
I mean, isn't that absolutely beautiful? Again, you obviously get the instructions with it, and $59.99.
I know. Well, I was just going to say, Bex, I don't want to overcommit people, but if you bought both kits, you could actually mix and match all 14 floral fabrics,
yes,
because to be honest with you, I could have just thrown them up in the air and
yes.
just whatever I caught.
Well, and you
that,
could say, right, well, I'm going to use the 4 ginghams in one, couldn't you?
Yeah, you could, you know, and like, for example, there's a smattering of yellow in some of the prints. There's some turquoise in there.
And you've got the butterfly, so yes, you could actually.
Yeah.
Absolutely gorgeous. So we'll let you know who's winning, pink, purple or turquoise, yellow.
Both kits, under £120.
It's mad, isn't it, really?
Well, when you think about, you know, a lot of our quilt kits, and they're great value.
Yeah, I know.
Are £129, £149,
You could get both
£169.
and then make a really big quilt, couldn't you?
Yeah, you could.
If you've got a super
But I love
king
your
size
idea
bed
for
like
two
mine.
twin, yeah.
Or if you've got like super king bed like I have, see, 2.
Yeah,
That would
exactly.
do it, wouldn't it? But
exactly.
I like the matching twin beds. How lovely is that?
I love that
And that's
idea.
a project that's not going to take you too long, but it really is something that you think, well, I've got that at home, it's all ready to go.
Exactly.
Beautiful.
I'm just going to move this out the way so we can have a look at the next version.
Right, so let's look at the next version. So, now this is for the smaller lap quilt.
This is for the, you know, I did that, the Christmas.
The Christmas one.
Yeah.
Right.
So that 29-inch square.
Okay.
Well, you can make it. I'll show you what I did.
Right,
I'll show you what I did. So this is with some Tim Holtz fabrics.
I love this. It looks
You know I love Tim Holtz.
It's gorgeous.
This gives it such a different look. So you get 7.5 metres, and you'll notice within this there isn't a solid, there isn't a plain, because I actually use this dictionary fabric.
That's what's in the single bed quilt. The bed quilts are 7.5 metres.
Yes,
So
that's right. So you could buy
and buy your own
2.5 metres of
background.
plain. That's a good point.
You could, couldn't you?
That's a very good point.
Because that's enough to make this quilt.
Yes.
But you would have to get your the background.
You're solid. And I would probably go with seeded natural cotton.
Or calico.
Calico would be nice. Yeah. But let me just show you how it looks when it's all sewn together.
You do get the instructions
gives
with that
such a
though as
different
well.
look.
That's not just the fabric. You do get the instructions with it.
So here's that single block.
Oh, it's completely different, isn't it? It's
There's
not
that
the
single
same
block.
thing.
No.
Well, it is.
No. And then what I'm going to do is I'm just going to turn it on point and then show you with your sashing triangle.
I love the newspaper fabric.
Isn't it lovely? It's called Dictionary.
It's dictionary, not newspapers.
Yeah. And I
Oh, I
love
can see.
reading fabric. Now, I just need to make sure, because I've cut this so that all of the words go the right way. So let me just, which I do also, of course, mention in the pattern. So that's that, and then that's that. So that, I mean, doesn't that look completely different?
Amazing. Oh,
to the Christmas version?
completely. Christmas.
And there's
Tybalt.
more gothic, more maybe grungy.
Yeah, and like you say, you could, because you get the instructions with it, you could use this bundle. You'll need your own background fabric, but you could use this to make that single.
Yeah, you
that
could.
bed quilt, couldn't
Yeah, you could. And doesn't that give such a lot of impact to one block?
Yeah, it's beautiful. It really is. I love that.
It's super
It's
easy.
cool.
Thank
actually.
you.
It's just cool.
I've never been called cool in my life.
No, this is cool.
This is cool. I'm not cool. I'm not cool.
You can be cool. You made it. You can be cool today.
It's just making me think of Alan Partridge. Am I cool? Is
Am I
this cool?
cool? Yeah.
Are they cool?
What is cool? This is cool. I know, I like that. I think really, really nice.
Thank you. Thank you.
Gorgeous.
Well, it was lovely to make. And like I say, I did use the newsprint or the dictionary print for the background, but you could use a cream or a seeded natural cotton or something like
and then
that
you can
instead.
keep that for the others. But because you've got the full instructions in here, once you've read them through, digest them, watch Stuart's demo as well, you'll know what you're doing with.
Of course you will.
You'll then make that decision about what you're
exactly.
going to make.
I mean, I always talk about how when I'm making one project, I'm already thinking of the next one, because as I'm sewing, I'm thinking, but if I did this, I could make that. And if I changed this bit round, it would be something different, which is why I couldn't stop at one quilt. I had to end up doing 4 projects, but there could have been 6 or 8.
Yes, easily, but then I think it's quite easy to see how you can adapt as well.
But the pattern's still £9.99, and it's a brilliant scrap buster as well. A brilliant scrap buster. So if you want to use, you've got old fat quarters, bits of layer cake, if you've got some jelly roll strips left over, or 2.5-inch strips from binding, you can combine them with bits and bobs and scraps. And, if you've got larger pieces of fabric and you want a quicker quilt, substitute a plain square for where I've got the star. If you wanted to turn that into, a 4-patch or some other kind of patchwork block, or you could put a plique in the centre.
Or you could use it as the basis of a memory quilt.
Oh, nice.
Because you've got, I mean, and it would be nice in the patchwork, but because you've got these squares in the middle, that's a nice size that if you wanted to use maybe shirts or children's clothes.
Or machine embroideries.
It's quite a nice space, isn't it?
Yeah,
to put something
lovely.
like that in. Or, like you say with this one, you could have this square here could be the memory section.
Exactly
couldn't it?
right.
And I think fortunately, we all have a big stash.
Oh, yeah.
And it's
it's
nice
it's
to use
essential.
part of it, but then an excuse to buy other things to go with it. But think about, I know that a lot of you are always looking for patterns for memory quilts, but I think this one would work either as the centre block, but also if you swapped out the whole star for a big block.
That's right. Because the thing is, the piecing isn't difficult, and there's not a lot of complex piecing in there. So if you wanted to use perhaps slightly more difficult fabrics as well, not quilt weight cottons.
Just for the little, yes.
Yeah, you could do that too.
Or if you were making now over half of the stock has gone of the pattern of its own. I'm thinking as well, I know a lot of questions I hear from people, I've got someone's golden wedding anniversary ruby, I don't know what to make with them, make for them. Well, this is where you could, if you had memory fabrics used, or you could choose specific colours or prints, and what a gift.
Yeah. I occasionally I design a pattern which I think would look good in almost any combination.
Yes,
And I think this is one of them.
Well, we've shown it, haven't we?
Yeah.
Because we've got pinks, we've got turquoises, we've got Christmas, we've got blues.
Halloween.
It's all there.
Blues, brights, yeah.
Right, shall we get on with
shall
showing me
we?
how to make it? I'm going to move out of the way a bit so you've got some space.
Definitely. Oh, and I just wanted to show you this as well, because this is the block. This is the block from the Janet Clare version.
Ah,
Yeah.
right.
So if you just compare that with the
Yes.
Janet Clare version, totally different. And again, a lovely place to showcase a particular fabric.
beautiful,
You
isn't
can see
it?
there I've kind of done a bit of fussy cutting. Right. Let's start then.
So where do we start? So what are you going to show us?
Well, we'll start first of all. I'm going to show you how to make those, what I call sashing units.
Okay.
Yeah? So would you mind just passing me? You can pick a couple. I
Okay.
don't mind which, just two different ones.
I like the ginghams.
Do you? Can we have one gingham and one something else?
Okay then. Well, you can have the
I say you can
purple
pick them,
You
but I
can
don't
pick
really
them.
mean that.
You can pick them, but I really like that one. Can I have those two?
Yeah,
Is that
definitely.
okay? I love the raspberry
I
one.
would pick that. I would.
Or
pick
do you want
that.
the pink one with
Nope.
that? Is that
Nope.
okay?
Yeah, that's awesome. Thank you. In fact, if you want a really strong woven look, you want sort of almost to divide your 7 fabrics sort of not quite in half. Because you want to have, you know, like some colours that are consistently going one way and some that consistently
So
going
when
the
you
other.
cut like a gingham or a stripe, are you careful about
No.
making sure? You know what I was going to ask, because
No.
that's what I struggle with. Because although it's printed,
Yeah.
it's quite hard to cut it along the straight of the
Yeah.
ginghams, isn't it, or the stripes, or do you just go whatever?
I do, to be honest with you, because you know, it's on a bed, it's tossed this way and that.
Yeah.
It's, you know.
I really struggle with that too. If you're cutting long strips,
Yeah.
you can never get the stripes or the ginghams going.
No,
straight.
exactly. I mean, you know, I think there are certain fabrics, if that will wind you up, don't use them. Honestly, though, no, I do.
Maybe that's the answer, then.
I do. I think if that bothers you,
Don't use them,
Then don't use them, rather than trying to find a way to sort of fussy cut. So I'm just cutting some strips out of these 2 fabrics, and these are going to form the centres of my sort of what I call the sashing units. Now, normally we're used to sashing units going around blocks. I suppose these do, but almost to divide them up, whereas these are part of the block itself, you know?
Of the instructions. Right, so just to give you a stock warning, sorry, I'm not there. I'm in between. I'm just giving. It's just Stuart's on quite a little desk, so I'm giving.
It is a little desk.
We have got more instructions in baskets than we've actually got left. So if you've got it in your basket, and I know I know you're watching the demo, obviously, because you're going to learn loads. But if you've got it in your basket and you want it, you need to get it checked out, because we have more of you got it in baskets. Anyway, back to Stuart.
Thank you. Hi. Right, so I've cut out my sort of feature fabric, and now look, I've got a rotating cutting mat, and I'm not
And you're
rotating
turning it.
it. I know, because it's too small. The desk is too small to
Well, the problem
rotate.
is you've got a
You'd have to have
big
nothing
machine.
else.
You've got an ironing board.
Yep, we've got that. You're going to do a bit of ironing for me?
I like ironing, not
you?
of clothes. Love
Oh,
ironing
because I've got
fabric.
jeans and I've got
No,
sweaters, I've
no.
got shorts.
Oh, handkerchiefs, tea towels, socks.
Oh, no, you don't iron tea towels.
Always. How do you get them in your drawer if you don't iron them? They look horrible when they
just-
come out of the machine.
Oh, no. Right, so I've cut some strips, and I'm going to do some strip piecing now.
Well, I'm going to pinch your ironing board then.
Lovely. Oh,
And then
yeah,
you'll
if
give you a
had
bit more
that.
space,
Oh,
won't
that
it?
would be amazing. Thank you. Everybody needs a Bex.
That's what I tell people. I'm not sure if
Yeah.
anybody agrees with that, though.
Right.
Maybe I'll get a badge.
Yeah. Okay, perhaps for your birthday, that could be your giveaway. Everybody needs a Bex.
Yeah.
So, 1/4 inch seam allowance. And if your machine doesn't do this automatically, you want to make sure that when you're strip piecing patchwork, you use a shorter than normal stitch length.
What would you use?
So, for most general sewing, I'm going to use a 2.4 stitch length. But if I'm strip piecing, I'm going to use a 1.8. And the reason why you need shorter is because you're going to be chopping into your seam allowance. We don't want our stitches to pop. So a smaller, shorter stitch will sort of resist popping.
Yeah, no, that makes sense.
I'm glad. Because I was feeling Monday-ish earlier on and I wasn't sure I was making sense to anybody.
No. Well, I know, because often people say shorter or longer, but it's nice to actually know what the number is.
Exactly. You know, you need to
Well,
know
because
if
all
it's short
machines
enough.
have a different default, don't they? They don't all default to 2.4. Some
No.
of them are different.
Absolutely right. Absolutely right. So if I toss this to you, can you press, now I know this is going to sound weird, but towards the white.
Towards the white. Ooh,
Yes.
controversial.
Yes. Now, we'll talk about why. So normally people say press towards the dark side. Okay?
Towards the dark
You can
side.
do that. You can do that. I'm not saying don't. I'm just saying I've
Don't.
pressed towards the white. And the reason for that is, if you're a knitter, you'll understand which way you put your floats in
Yeah.
colour work, your non-working yarn, can really make the colours on the front pop or recede.
Yes.
And we do the same in patchwork. So if your seam allowances are underneath the fabric, they naturally push it further forward. And these white sashings, I want them to pop.
Right, yeah. Because it's in relief.
Yes.
Yeah, that makes sense. Got it.
Yes.
And actually, it doesn't show through anyway.
No.
The purple.
No.
Doesn't
And
show
once you've layered up with your wadding and everything like that, you know, but you know, you do you. You do you, I'll do me. If you want to press it towards
Oh,
the
my
dark
son
side,
always says that. And when he says you do you, it's always in a kind of, but you're wrong.
yeah.
And I go, and he
Yeah.
goes, well, you do you, Mum.
I know.
And that means, but you're wrong and I'm right.
I say it to Charlie sometimes, you know, we also, you know, I'll do me, you do you, you know, we've all got our own way of doing things.
Yeah, but you see, when he says it to me, it's like, but you're wrong.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, it's always like, you do you, but I wouldn't.
Is it with a bit of attitude?
Yeah. It's in that slightly patronising
How old is he?
24.
Okay. Well, at this
But when you're
stage,
24, you know everything, don't you?
I was just about to say, at this stage in his life, he knows everything, so he should be running the
Can you imagine
world.
this terrible shock to the system when he wakes up one morning and realises how
I
much he
know.
doesn't know anymore?
I know. But we do need people to feel like they know everything and can do everything.
Yeah, it's great,
Otherwise,
isn't
nothing
it?
would change.
But he does that. He goes, yeah, that's fine. I can re-plumb the sink, Mum. Oh, so you've learned plumbing, have you? No, but how hard can it be?
I know.
The confidence.
I don't know.
in you.
I think a real strength is knowing what you can't do.
Or just going, I don't want it
Don't want
enough.
to.
Don't want it enough.
Yeah. I don't want to do car maintenance.
No.
Or
It's like he says, your problem with
decorating.
computers, Mum, is you just don't care enough. And I went, you're absolutely
You're
right.
absolutely right. Got it in one.
And I live with you.
Got it in one.
And you are my IT help desk.
So what is your absolute sort of bête noire in sewing or knitting or crochet? What's the one job or one thing you have to do that you don't
Oh, that I
like?
have to do that I don't like.
Yeah.
I don't like sewing in my ends.
Sewing in your ends. I knew you were going to say
Absolutely
that.
hate doing that. Yeah.
Oh, can I just say a big shout out?
Go on then. To who?
I spent Saturday and Sunday in glorious Devon as the guest of Southwest Quilters, who are the most incredible, huge group of quilters who cover Devon and Cornwall. And it was their 40th birthday party
Wow.
on Saturday. And we had a fabulous time together.
Oh, what
and
did
then
you do?
yes.
What
pardon
did
me?
you teach them?
Well, on Saturday I did a talk and we had a bit of a laugh. And then yesterday we made a bag. We did a bag making workshop.
And there was no laughing.
There was lots of laughing. Oh no, I mean, I had such a fantastic fantastic bunch of students yesterday.
Oh,
and
nice.
They were
Well, hello, Southwest
wonderful.
Quilters.
Yeah, hello everybody.
If you're in the Southwest,
Yeah.
join.
Oh, brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. And like I said, they've been going for 40 years.
That is quite some going. That takes quite some organisation, to be
Really
fair.
does. Right. So these strip pieced units, you can probably tell it's the offcuts from here that you're going to use for your cushion.
Oh.
But you've
So
also
you
got
haven't
your
actually even
setting
got to make
frame.
the cushion,
No,
really.
you haven't. You haven't. It's sort of construction.
Oh, I
at the
love
end.
this raspberry fabric.
I know, it's
If you've bought
lovely.
the pink and the purple kit version, this is going to be your favourite fabric, I reckon.
Now, Bex, I need one more fabric, please. And
Oh.
something that is going to work as a kind of feature.
Which one? This one?
You choose. Up to you.
Let's go butterflies.
Should we go
'cause They are
butterflies?
quite
Yeah,
bold,
let's do
aren't they?
butterflies. Thank you. Right, so I'm going to do the larger block, but I'm going to do a plain centre square. So I'm substituting the star block. So
Oh, well,
it's
that was
still-
a perfect choice then.
Yeah. So I'm still going to make this size block, but instead of the star, I'm going to do a centre square. Oh, I should also mention, of course, as well, talking about extra value, of course, you get the pattern for the star
Yeah.
block. And of course, that is a quilt or a cushion or a table runner or goodness knows what else, you know?
And that's a real scrap buster. Can you imagine making a whole quilt of those stars? Because you wouldn't need much for each one.
No, you really, really...
And your bed
wouldn't.
would look like a constellation.
Love it.
Wouldn't
You're,
it?
you're so highbrow today.
Yeah, I'm so highbrow, no big words can spell that.
It's incredible. Right.
Don't cut my strips, I've just pressed
I
them.
promise you I won't. Well,
Don't
I am
cut
going to
my
cut them,
strips.
actually. I am.
Stock warning. We are still got more of you've got it, the pattern in baskets than we've got in stock. And don't forget, Cyber 23, use that for free P&P, just today only though. And then it's all back to normal, Black Friday, Monday and everything is over. Back
Okay.
to normal. But then it's nearly December, you know what that
It
means?
is. Right, so I've cut my centre square. And so now all I need to do is cut my sashing strips to the correct length.
Right.
Okay. So I'm going to do that next. So when you've done strip piecing, and we do this all the time, don't we, for blocks, and you want to then cut it down,
Yes.
I'm going to give you a couple of tips. One of them is that when you're laying down your ruler, don't just look at sort of like making sure this measurement is right. Use as many lines on your ruler and as many reference points on your strip pieced unit as you possibly can to keep
Right.
everything nice and straight and true. So make sure that the raw edge along here is on a straight line and the top two, but also try and make sure that your piecing lines are straight. And obviously if they're not, well, there's a, note to self.
No, I just pull the fabric underneath the ruler so it looks
It might
right.
be about that. It
But
might be about
sometimes
doing
it's just,
that.
you need to just
You need to give it a little wiggle.
little tweak.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with that. But, it might be that, oh gosh, okay, maybe my seam allowance was going a little bit in
yeah.
and out. And if that's the case, then, just next time you're doing your piecing, just keep that in mind. Just keep that in mind. Right, so I'm going to cut a couple of those, and then I need a couple in the purple. So I've got 4 sashing units in total. Now, obviously here I'm just using 2 fabrics for the sashing units, but in your quilt, you might be using 4 different fabrics. You might use all the same fabric. You can
Well,
do
yeah,
that too.
yeah. So if you've got the kit, obviously,
Yeah.
then you'll be using these fabrics.
You can mix
And
and match
remember, the
them how you
kit's
like.
amazing value, But if you've got just the instructions, then you can use your own fabrics.
Yeah, I can't believe the value, actually.
I'm really surprised.
I think if it was £59.99 for the fabric bundle,
No,
and
that
then
was
you
with
bought,
instructions
I
as
know,
well.
yeah. Right, so the next thing to do, you've got your square, and you've got your sashing units. And the next thing to do is to now, straight away, you're going to say, hang on, Stuart, wait a minute. This is supposed to be the same
Yeah, hang on,
size.
Stuart, wait a minute. This is
Top and
supposed to be
bottom
the same
side.
size.
Yeah, this is not what we
I
normally
think
do,
you've gone
is it?
wrong.
Your sashing units are wrapping, not like wrapping, not like gift wrapping,
They're
but
log
wrapping
cabining,
around.
aren't they? They are log cabining.
Sort of. They're kind of like whirling around. Yeah, they're whirling around. So this is where we use the partial seam.
Yeah,
So
this is what I'm thinking. How does, so because with log cabin, it wouldn't be happening
No,
like
it wouldn't
that.
be hanging over the edge.
Oh, yeah.
Right, so this is what we're going to do. We're going to start with the top one, and we're going to flip this right side together. Okay? Now, this lines up, and this lines up, so that's fine. That's all we've got to think about right now. It's just this bit that doesn't line up at the moment. So what we're going to do is we're going to start sewing from here, but we're just going to sew halfway. This is our partial seam.
Right, okay.
Okay, so 1/4 inch seam allowance. And I'm just sewing half of that seam.
Okay.
That's enough. Doesn't have to be exact.
You don't reverse or anything?
No, it's fine, just like that. I'm
Okay.
still using my 1.8 stitch length.
Oh, okay.
And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to flip that back and I'm going to finger press the seam allowance, but I've only sewn this bit, yeah? Looks weird, doesn't it?
Yeah.
But watch what happens now, because now I'm going to sew the next one. I'm working anti-clockwise. This one now fits.
That's genius.
Because I've got everything sewn on that I need to sew on, so it fits now. So that's good.
So that's a whole seam.
So we just sew that whole seam. Okay. Now, I would recommend you pin at home. Do as they say, not as they do.
You just haven't got time.
No. Fingers crossed it's all going to fit together anyway.
And if it doesn't, it'll be due to the pins. It will fit together.
Right. So, and again as well, when I'm doing the construction of these, let me just show you, you don't need to press all of this seam at this point. All we need to press is the last couple of inches, which I'll do with my fingers.
So you don't have to keep running back to the iron?
No. So I like to put it back where it came from to keep me on the straight and narrow. So here's the next one. So flip that.
And that fits?
And that fits as well. So now I'm going to sew that. Okay, just make sure you keep your raw edges aligned. And what you'll see here is actually a different block to any of the ones that I've used, because this has got the plain centre, you know.
Oh, yes. So
giving
this
you
is where
even more options.
Yeah, I see what you mean.
So again, I'm only going to press just about 2 inches of seam allowance. Now I've got this one, and this one also fits. So I'll just throw that bit out the way, line everything
So
up.
really is only that first one that has its partial
That's our
seam.
partial seam. Everything else is full seams. And then I'll show you how we finish it.
It's very clever, very clever.
It's cool, isn't
and
it?
I do like the way as well. So you could do like whole squares on some of them, and then you could do stars on others if
Yeah,
you
you
wanted.
could.
You could mix and match.
You absolutely could. I think the centre square would be a really nice place to put a letter of the alphabet if you wanted to make an alphabet quilt for a child. You could put machine embroidery in there.
Yeah, well, it's just somewhere that you can, and as you're making it, I mean, you could even do that afterwards. You could, if you wanted to.
Yeah, you could. Yeah, you could. Or special quilting motifs. So again, I'm just pressing that top 2 inches. Okay, and now look, this one now fits. It's got something to sew it onto. So what we're going to do now is fold the top down. And I'm going to finish sewing the very first seam.
So this is quite nice because you're learning partial seams, but you're only having to do it once.
Yeah.
There's not lots of fiddly, it's just that one, isn't it?
Oh, but once you've done one
Yes,
like
that's
this,
it.
you'll want to make every block using this.
Yeah, no, it's really good.
It's so much fun.
But it's a really nice way to learn that because you're only doing it on the top one.
Exactly. Exactly. Well, usually with partial seam construction, it is only one seam in a whole block that you have to do that method. And then once you've done that, you can take this to your ironing board. You can then press all of the seams in one go. I'm pressing them all towards the white.
And then it makes that white stand out. Makes sense.
And there is your
Would you like
finished
me to press that for you?
block. Yeah, you can do. Thank you. Great. So how easy was that?
That was easy.
Yeah.
Easy. Now I've understood it.
Yeah. And the only difference is the size of the strips or the length of the strips or the size or the complexity of the centre square. And you can mix and match,
Yes,
and you
that's
can
true.
create all kinds of lovely fun projects.
Yes, and I guess you could use a dark background as well, would look amazing.
I mean,
wouldn't
brights with maybe dark navy or
Would you like it back?
thank you, or a black background.
Yeah,
You
it would
could
just
really
work.
make
It would
those
work
colours
really,
pop.
depending on the fabric. But
Yep.
if you've got a load of navy you need to use up,
That's right.
black or something would look fab, wouldn't it?
Exactly. And then what you get from this is that as your blocks then meet each other, I'll show you on this quilt, as your blocks meet, you don't have to do anything clever. Just literally, these are sewn together. There's no sashing in between on this one. The Janet Clare version has sashing in between. So again, there's another variation.
I
But you've just
see,
got
yes.
4 blocks sewn together, and where they join, these strips then become the same width as these strips. So you get that real woven illusion.
So it's very easy to increase or decrease the size of the quilt because it's just numbers of blocks, isn't it?
It really is. It really is. And actually, with this quilt that's hanging behind me, if you wanted to make this a little bigger, you could put narrow sashing between all of the blocks. As the Janet Clare version shows, it doesn't spoil
it doesn't
the
at all.
woven
So
look.
if you wanted it a little bit, or if, you know, sometimes like that whole block is too much bigger, isn't it? But you could just, or more borders.
Exactly right. Exactly right. Yeah.
It's genius.
So, that's very kind.
It is genius. Right, should we just recap? Because I know we sort of went through everything quite fast at the beginning. So we'll start with the instructions on their own. I'll move over to this desk. Stuart, the instructions on their own. We have way more in baskets we've got in stock. And I don't just mean a few, I mean like almost twice as many. And I know that it slows down because you're watching Stuart, but you do need to check out this. We are very, very limited now. Remember, if you've only just joined us, this isn't just one set of instructions. I mean, in theory, it's 4 sets of instructions, but obviously I think it's more than that because you can create much bigger quilts, much smaller quilts. You can use the different patterns. So the cushion design here, you could use that for a whole quilt. It's many, many things.
You
I think
could.
for £9.99.
It would make it, actually, this would make a really nice runner. So if you did 3 of these end to end, you'd get this lovely, like, woven, almost like woven ribbon in Christmassy fabric.
So if, like me,
like
you
that.
get to Christmas Eve and you're putting your runner on, oh God, you know what, next year I'm going to make one. And I say that every year, I still haven't done it. I'm convinced I'm going to do it because I've got a rubbish one, years old. But you've still got time. And you can just use scraps.
That's a case of the cobbler's. Is it the cobbler's
Yeah, it
boots
is.
or
Yeah,
the
it is.
children's?
It is.
Yeah, we sew all the time, but we're always the
have
last.
I have rubbish table runner. I bought even. So maybe this year you have still got time. You have still got time to do that. £9.99 for that. Now, have we got any of the blue and yellows left? Right, we have got less than 20.
Let me grab that kit.
And so show us the fabrics then, Stuart.
So just to remind you the value here, you're getting 7.5 metres. This is Macawa.
And the instructions, don't forget that.
Yeah, Macawa Summer Days fabric range. And you've got the turquoises and the yellows, those gorgeous, vibrant,
I love the daffodils.
Summery, spring, summer prints. And then you've also got 2.5 metres of white solid cotton. And that will make the 56 by 72 inch quilt that's hanging behind me, including the binding.
Including the binding.
It will also make the bonus pillow.
Which you don't need to make, really, because that's offcuts.
It is,
that
actually.
you've already sewn together.
Yeah, the only extra thing you'll cut are the setting triangles.
Oh, okay.
And just a quick point as well, when I came to put these together, I originally had these yellow on the outside and the blues on the inside. And then I hadn't got any of the turquoise left for the setting triangle, so they had to be yellow. And when I put it all together, it was wrong, because it was way too much yellow around the outside. And I don't know why I didn't think of it sooner, but anyway, about an hour later, I thought, why don't I just flip it? So I put the yellow blocks in the centre, the blues around,
see what you
and then
mean.
the yellow setting triangles, and I couldn't be happier.
So actually, lay it all out before you sew
Yeah.
it together.
Live with it.
Or just
Walk
live
away
with it.
from it. If you're ever unsure about your layout, or you're ever unsure about whether you've got it right, wrong, there's a block in the wrong place, leave it where it is, walk away. Just one thing, if you have a sicky cat, which my old cat Hebe was a sicky cat, I'm afraid. I once laid out a whole quilt, paper pieced, Union Jack blocks, walked away, came back, she had literally
No.
on every single one of them.
I always lay it out, stand on a chair, take a photo with my phone,
Yeah.
and then it almost
And put them
changes
away.
on a phone, doesn't it?
Yes, it does.
Because maybe because it's smaller and condensed, you can see better
Yeah.
what things look like.
Yeah, if you've got that 1/2 square triangle unit which is turned the wrong way,
Yeah.
you'll spot it in a photo.
true.
You'd never spot it with the naked eye.
So that's £59.99. That's an amazing price. You've got all the instructions in it as well. So you've got the instructions to make that quilt, plus all the others that are in there,
Yep.
and you've got all the fabric for just £59.99.
Yep.
Now, if you prefer the pink and purple version, or you want to make the pair, that's the pink. But that's the one that Stuart was demonstrating. Absolutely gorgeous.
And this demonstrates as well, you could do that quilt with just plain centres,
If
much
you-
quicker.
If you don't want to do the stars.
You don't have a Deputy Joan who can make your stars for you. Do you know, what would I do without her?
I don't know what you're going to do. When she
I'm
says,
never going
Stuart, I've had enough.
She's never retiring. I've
She's going to go,
told,
Stuart, I've had enough.
the day she joined my workforce, I told her it was like joining the mafia. You never leave. You never leave. Right. So these are the purples and things. Yeah. Joan will be sitting at home now, quaking in a
Yeah,
boot.
she's writing a
Well,
resignation letter
she
as we speak. And changing her identity.
No way. Yeah, going into witness protection.
Yeah, Stuart protection.
So you've got all those gorgeous pinks and purples, a little bit of sunny yellow in there as well. 7.5 metres of Macawa Summer Days fabric, and then 2.5 metres of white solid as well. Plus your pattern, $59.99.
Bargain.
Yeah.
That
it
is a bargain, actually, isn't it?
It's phenomenal.
Really good. Now, let's just talk. We have got some backing fabric bundles, which I did promise you earlier. So I'll just go and get them because... now, this is what you will need to back the whole of the quilt. So
Yeah.
they are 3.5 metre bundles. Now, this is your Rose and Hubble quilting weight, beautiful quality fabric. Now, this one obviously go beautifully with well, I call it the spring version.
And
but
Bex, can I just say very quickly, it is a horizontal seam. There is a seam across the middle on the backing
Oh, okay.
to join them. So it's a panel going that way, panel going that
right,
way.
lovely. So it's 23.53. So as I said, if you're buying this quilt kit, you think I'm going to make this over the coming months, get the backing fabric now, and then you've got it, because there's nothing worse than making the top and going, oh, what shall I put on the back of it?
Especially when you're feeling
Yes.
enthusiastic and you want to get your
wanna get
project
it done.
finished. If you have to wait a week to get your backing fabric, the day that you were free may have passed.
And also remember, free P&P today. So if you get it today, then don't think about it later, because you'll be having to pay your $3.95 later.
Don't do
Anyway,
it.
so that's the peacock. Or maybe you've got a quilt you need. Doesn't have to be for this one, but 3.5 metres. You are saving £3, and today you're saving the P&P, so you're saving $6.95 on that. If you want the purple, which will go with the summery quilt.
Yeah. Actually, I'm just going to bring
Is that
this
one
over
actually
for
called
you,
purple, or is it called?
Because
no, it's amethyst.
look how well that goes.
Oh yeah, that's beautiful.
With that.
Look at that.
That's
Can you see that?
really,
Spot on.
yeah, it is.
Amethyst, 3.5 metre bundle. You are saving £3. And you're saving your postage. 3.5 metres of the amethyst. The final thing is the wadding. So how much wadding do we need, Stuart?
Oh, good question. So what width is that? Is it 90?
No, this is this. I would imagine this is your extra wide by the half
Okay.
metre. Bam. This is 80/20 cotton wadding, which is.
Well, either way, you'll still need the...
Does it say in the instructions?
So all you need, actually, is the width of the quilt.
Yeah.
Because you've got the length in the width of the wadding. So you'll need let's say, if you're going to quilt it at home, you'd need 60 inches. If you're sending it to a long arm quilter, you'd need 70 inches.
And what's that in centimetres?
So it would be, well, if you got
2 metres, you'd be right.
you
So you'll need 4 units of this.
Yeah.
2 metres will be
2 metres.
absolutely fine because this is extra wide.
And then you'd have plenty of wadding actually for your cushion as well, or if you wanted to do a
so get
table run.
4 units of this, put that in your basket. It will be sent to you as a whole cut piece, don't worry. This is your 80-20 wadding, which is my favourite. When you've finished your quilt, pop it in the washing machine. It does say you should do it on a cold wash, but I cheated the other day and did it on a 30 degrees and it was fine.
I always do 30. I
I
consider
know, but on
30
it,
degrees
it
a cold
says
wash.
cold. And I didn't even know my washing machine had a cold wash. I did that, but actually it works at 30. And then what it does after you've quilted it, it shrinks it just very slightly, so it gives it that kind of hand quilted look.
Yeah.
Love this.
Well, this has been washed. This is 80-20 and this has been
And it
washed.
shrinks
it's the
it.
slightest, it's hardly noticeable.
But it makes it nice, doesn't it? Anyway, thank you for joining me this hour. What are you doing, Stuart? Oh, is that a bag?
Yeah.
Who makes
So
that?
this is the next hour. This is the next hour.
What are you
hello.
What are you going to be doing in the next hour? Well, 11 o'clock next hour.
we have got bundles of 5 Tilda Fat quarters at a very special price. They are chic escape. We've
But
got all the
not many,
colourways.
though.
Not many. We've also got my trio of bag patterns. This is a slight hack. I'm going to show you how. From one of the 3 bag patterns, all in one pattern. We've also got bag handles, we have got faux leather, we've got twist blocks, we've got all sorts. So don't miss it, 11 o'clock and get your
And
Tilda
if you
now.
want to get ahead, because the Tilda fabric we've managed to get in at a really good price, but we couldn't get loads of them, go on to sewingstreet.com, click on Watch Live, all of the products are listed. Oh, and the prices that are on the web at the moment, they will be going a little bit lower. But don't worry, anything that you buy now and check out on, you will only be charged at midnight the lowest price. So don't worry about checking out earlier. Anyway, don't go anywhere. I'm going to see you back here in a few minutes with the fantastic Jane Greenoff. More cross-stitch samplers this time. Another few items as well. Watch out for the scissors. I love those. Anyway, don't go anywhere. I'll see you back in a few minutes.
Hi, my name's Helen Rhiannon and I am a bridal wear fashion designer based down in Swansea in South Wales, and I also teach people how to sew, which I have done for the last 15 plus years. And what first got me into sewing was in school. I think I learned to sew in primary school by hand, and then in secondary school I had a really fantastic textiles teacher who was very old school, Mrs. Shepherd, and she taught me everything I knew and taught me really, really well. And it's something I've carried through with everything I've ever done going through to university, and then when I set up my own business, and teaching people as well. So those kind of old school traditional methods. So yes, it was all down to her really sparking that little bit of imagination and creativity, which was lovely. So the sewing tip that I would recommend is something that I just rave about all of the time, which is notches. Notches are used on all patterns, whether it's a bag to a soft toy or dressmaking, but notches are there for a reason. They're on your pattern to help you match everything together. So your pattern is like a big jigsaw. So notches are key to being able to put that back together the right way. And always use the tip of your scissors. So just a little snip of 0.5 mils, and those notches will help you put your whole project together much, much, much easier than if you ignored them.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. Head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Our UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 a.m. till 1 p.m. and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge one P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £3.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £5.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Here at Sewing Street, we're always looking at ways to make your shopping experience better. That's why on certain items, we have split pay. So with the split pay, depending on the price of the item, you can split the cost twice, 3 times or 4 times. So that means you pay once, then you pay monthly until it's finished. And you know what? We do not charge any interest whatsoever. Isn't that fantastic? Split pay, you say? Well, yes, please. I'm off to buy myself something fabulous.
Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together.
Here at Sewing Street, we're always looking at ways to make your shopping experience better. That's why on certain items, we have split pay. So with the split pay, depending on the price of the item, you can split the cost twice, 3 times or 4 times. So that means you pay once, then you pay monthly until it's finished. And you know what? We do not charge any interest whatsoever. Isn't that fantastic? Split pay, you say? Well, yes, please. I'm off to buy myself something fabulous.
Welcome back to Sewing Street. So we've got the lovely Jane back. Lovely Jane. So this hour is more about the sampler, the larger project, isn't
Yes,
it?
it is.
A few little ones as well. And don't forget about the scissors, because I love them. So we're going to start with the acorns and alphabet samplers. So if you haven't ever seen Jane before, you're in for a treat. So some of the designs that she does are the bigger ones, reproductions of samplers.
Yes, or themes.
Your take on them.
Yes, my take on samplers. I do have some reproductions of samplers, but generally they're in the style of.
Yes, and I think that is why you are so loved, because you have that wonderful traditional aspect, but you take out the imperfections.
Well, yes, yes, one hopes one does.
I think you do.
One doesn't always. There is a sampler in one of my books missing 2 letters of the alphabet. And when we realised it was already photographed...
What letters was it missing?
I can't remember.
Was it like
now.
Y and Z?
No. It was probably the J and the V, because in many Dutch samplers those aren't there.
Oh, I see.
So it happens that we popped in the text. It was a nod to the sampler makers of 1700 and something. I can't believe
I love
did
that.
it.
So this one, what was the inspiration behind
well,
this
is about band samplers, and I'm going to
yes,
warble
we
on
can
now
tell them.
about band samplers. Right, so band samplers were really from 1650 through to the end of the 18th century. And the idea was that you had a piece of fabric You may have woven it as well.
Gosh.
And you saw a pattern that you liked on your jumper. I'm going to copy that little sheep and I'm going to work it on my piece of fabric, and then I'm going to put it in a drawer and then leave it there, and I'm going to add patterns over the years, and then they were rolled up and kept in drawers. Now there is an etching of a drawer of band samplers that I have seen that's probably £1 million worth now. A band sampler in America has changed hands for $1 million now.
And they were just practice pieces.
And they were yes, they were never intended to be on a wall. They would be the design would be the width of the fabric probably, and the patterns would be things or types of stitches. So the band samplers of the 1700s. Now, for instance, this week on eBay, no, it wasn't on eBay or other auction sites.
Are available.
Quickly. It was actually an auction of embroidery things, which I was doing online. And there was a sampler, and I knew what it was. I knew it was an early band sampler. It was 1600 and something. And I whacked £1,000 on it straight away. And it was outbid. I don't know what it went for. I would have a 27p bet. That's the most I ever bet. that it was Rebecca at Whitney Antiques, because I knew this was an early 1600 sampler.
So this would have gone for thousands.
Thousands when it's restored.
Right. Okay.
So they were rolled up and put in a drawer, and really they were discovered. I mean, people knew about them obviously, but a chap called Dr. Goodhart, who's not with us anymore, he started collecting them as a point of interest, and had, in the end, had a very large collection. I know he paid about £8 for some of them.
Well, yes.
Then, and I went to an exhibition of his samplers in 1984, and there was a brochure in black and white, just to show you, you know, nobody thought it was that important, really. His daughter-in-law is a member of the Cross Stitch Guild, and she's worked one of our band samplers as a nod to her father-in-law.
And so this is your version of...
This is a version of a band sampler.
Right, so we have it in linen, and we also have it in Ada as well.
And this is quite unusual for band samplers, because often they have stitches on that you can't work on Ada, because there aren't that number of holes, as we mentioned earlier.
So this
you can
is
work
£27.99, but at some point will be worth £2,799.
Quite.
Might be, you don't know. And Ben's taking 10% off today, just 'cause.
He could.
Just because he can. £25.19. So should we have a look at what's inside? But we've got the special scissors this time, unlike last time when I had to ruin the package.
As we go along.
Okay.
So you could work this all in pure cross stitch. You don't have to do any of the extra bits. But I've done some extra stitches here, and I've covered the acorn cups there with some French knots. This is an adapted double cross stitch.
Oh, nice.
So that's a cross stitch with a little cross stitch on top with some gold thread.
So you can really do it like a band sampler. You can
trying the
practice your
different
threads, stitches.
Yes, you've got a few extra stitches there. There's a broken rhodes there, some bullion knots there. Bullion knots I'm going to attempt to show you in a minute. So this is a few different stitches that will work on Ada as well.
Okay.
Some of the band samplers from the Cross Stitch Guild are linen only, and they're not for the novice. They're very specifically not for the novice.
Now this has got a little touch of sparkly metallic thread in it.
So it's pre-sorted threads. You can see why that would be.
Yeah, they are.
Look at
close.
the colours.
Yeah, I mean, look at those three.
Yes.
But that's how you get that effect. You wouldn't do it, would you,
couldn't
otherwise?
Do it. No. So they're pre-sorted for you. So when you get home from work and it's electric light, you haven't got to decide which is elephant grey.
Yeah.
I always think that's useful.
Elephant grey.
One colour was described as tapestry green.
Oh, I love that.
So what colour is tapestry green?
I know. See, at least pillar box red, we know what we're talking about.
Absolutely.
Tapestry green.
True.
That's like saying leaf green, isn't it?
Yes, absolutely.
Mind you, a lot of colours are called leaf green, but leaves are very
I sometimes look round through the paint,
my
paint
favourite.
shade cards looking for a name. Did you know there's one called Dead Salmon?
Yes, I know that make.
You know that make?
Yes.
I don't know if I want to paint something the colour of a dead salmon.
Mouse back.
Yes, mouse back. Elephant's breath.
Elephant's
We both know
breath.
the
Yeah, we
shade,
do.
same shade card.
Yes, I know, we've got the shade cards, obviously. Then you get the charts,
So
obviously.
this is delicious fabric.
This is beautiful.
This is a washed, unbleached linen. It's 28 count. So you're working on 28 or 14 to get the effect.
Full colour chart and instructions as well.
And instructions. The charts are
They're just
lovely, aren't they?
£25.19. Now, you also get the Cross Stitch Guild basic cross stitch instructions as well. So I was thinking if you were buying this for someone as a gift who has done a little bit of cross stitch or someone who wants to get into it or they're coming back to it, you have got those basic instructions as well. Nice Christmas present, that.
Nice present.
We've also got it in aid. I'm not going to open the whole thing. And are we going to match the price, Ben? Is this a Rustico?
That one
Or
is
is it a
Rustico.
linen?
No, that's a Rustico. Yes.
Yeah, I haven't forgotten.
Well, the linen one is quite distinctive, isn't it?
Yes, but
there's
I
quite
like
a
the
few of
Rustico.
these that have got that slight fleck in them.
But it is so you've chosen it.
Yes, to
Chosen
match.
well.
If you let me have the plastic bag, sweetness,
Yes.
I'll put this with it and I'll tidy
So
it up in a minute.
to make this sampler, they're exactly the same price. You just need to choose
Yes.
between the Ada and between the linen. And you're going to learn loads of new stitches as well.
There's some stitches, and of course I've mounted mine on a board here, but this will make a very pretty bell pull. We've all got one of those narrow little walls left without anything on.
Or yes, which you don't do anything with.
So you could give it a whirl.
Just hang it on there. Now, talking about long, narrow spaces.
Yes.
This one is glorious. So this is where you can really practice your stitching because this is your CC and hem stitch.
Yes.
I love a CC.
This was done specially for a trip I was doing. My husband and I took a party of stitchers to Assisi
Oh, did
in
you?
Italy.
See St
And
Francis.
yes, so we actually went there, and this was the project I gave the ladies to work.
So what is a CC?
Well, the CC embroidery is really, this is the best example to show probably, and that's where the background stitch and the design isn't. And if you go to a CC in Italy, you'll see roller blinds with a CC on, you see lampshades, babies' bibs, a certain amount of that as well. But these are the birds of Assisi. A lot of the diagrams of early Assisi work are actually, I would say, not fluffy, is the nicest way. It's very much birds and claws and dragons and,
Right.
you know, it's not particularly friendly. So I selected the birds quite carefully, so there's nobody too vicious looking. And this one has actually got the some hem stitching, so this one can't be worked on the Ada.
Right. So you've got the Assisi, which is your sort of reverse, but then you've got these beautiful
Yes.
hem stitch lines.
So that one there is somersault hem stitch. That's tied hem stitch with beads.
Oh, wow. And that's all in here?
Yes.
Oh, look, even the
Yes.
beads.
Yes, beads. Tied hem stitch in the middle there. This one is the clever stitch, this one. It looks as if it's complicated, but actually it's four-sided stitch. And it's meant to be pulled. We have a joke at the Cross Stitch Guild. That
I mean, this kit at full normal price is £24.99, which is amazing because you've got
there's lots of
a lot
stuff
in there.
in
But
here to
Ben's,
learn.
Ben is going to take 10% off. I thought Cyber Monday we were only doing free P&P, but no, £22.49. What I like about these is it feels very achievable. So you
Yes.
can think, right, this evening
I'm just going to work this
just
band.
going to do that
Yes.
one band.
Yes.
I love the colours as well. How were the colours inspired by something you'd seen? Or?
Well, really, they were picked because they were very much prettier than the ones I'd seen.
Right. I
Actually,
mean, they are pretty.
They are pretty.
They are pretty.
I chose them quite carefully to go together as the project.
I'm going to show you what's next.
Yes,
Lovely.
do. There's some really interesting hem stitches if we can get nice and close in a second. I'm going to start at the bottom if that's helpful too.
And the thing is, if you've done counted cross stitch, you know, it's really just the next
only the same
stage because
thing.
you're still counting.
Yes,
You're
yes.
just not doing crosses.
Yes,
But
exactly.
if you can do the counting,
You could do this. So this bottom band here,
now for these hem stitches, this isn't stranded cotton,
No.
is it?
Let me have a look. This is perlé. So what I've used is the perlé. There's a technique for doing this sort of hem stitch. You're going to remove some fabric threads.
Right.
And you're going to reweave them into the sides. That's how they were done originally. To save time, as this was a class, and people not getting too wild,
Right.
I used the hardanger stitches called cluster blocks. And they're worked in the thicker one of those. Because then I could just cut the horizontal threads.
These are beautiful
They're nice threads.
Really
nice threads.
lovely.
Nice
and then you've got
colour.
these beautiful, soft, pre-sorted threads.
Here we go.
Can we see that? Oh, I'm in the wrong place. Pre-sorted
I'll
threads.
I'll
You've
move
got
down
the
a bit.
beautiful linen fabric. Look, there's all the beads. Now, you've got a needle in a packet,
Yes.
but also the beading needle.
A beading needle, which is
Gold-plated.
gold. Yes, as a special treat.
That is a very special treat. I mean, and I think this is lovely. So if you're thinking, particularly this time of year, when you're sitting in front of the fire, in front of the telly.
I know. Boxing Day is my day.
Oh,
I don't cook on Boxing Day.
no.
I just sit there with a new piece of embroidery,
It's got, a new something.
a new something, with some nice linen.
Perfect. And then you can, you're not having to rush. You can take it one stitch at a time, but it's a beautiful kit. And I think, look at that, $22.49. That is so affordable. And remember, it's free P&P. You have to use Cyber 23.
Yes.
I had to
You've
look
got
at
the
that. How many times have I said that this morning? What's the code?
So you can see that the patterns are left.
Yes.
So it's just a different way of seeing cross stitch, really. And as I said, all the instructions for the hem stitches
It's all in. So you're going to
all
learn loads
included.
as well.
There's, yes, I mean, I was very, very pleased with it. And the
was
girls who
beautiful.
stitched it loved it.
Oh, I bet they did. Well, how nice. I quite fancy going on a workshop to see. So you doing any more?
No, we've stopped doing
Is
tours
that it now?
That's it now.
Shame.
Yes. Well, we tried to take people to Uzbekistan. We didn't get the bookings, so we went ourselves.
Should have given me a call. I'd come with you.
Well, we needed a bit more than just
Just
you.
me. Oh, okay.
Yes, I think people. Well, it was quite an expensive exercise.
Right.
Uzbekistan, and of course, with the cost of living crises and
Yes,
and actually
yes.
people are nervous of going to places where they end in the word "stan." Afghanistan,
Yeah,
Kurdistan.
that's true,
People
yes.
of a certain age certainly are a bit nervous, so we didn't get the numbers, and then we didn't get the
Right.
numbers again
Oh, sorry, you have that one.
for another one, and so we decided the time had come.
Right. Shall we move on to this beautiful sampler? Home Sweet Home. So what's the background
Well,
behind
this is
one?
really me wanting to make a thick flowery border. I wanted to do that again because, when I look at sampler books and my collection of old ones, often the borders are very intricate, not always just repeating patterns. So really, that's how it started. And then I wanted to do an alphabet again and a different house. So this is really just like one of the samplers on my wall. It's not a copy, it is made up.
Yeah, but it is a really...
But I've gone for the sort of muddy colours.
Yeah, no, it's
that
beautiful. It's
people
very,
quite
very
like.
traditional. I mean, it's lovely to have in your own
Poor
home.
frame's
Move
got a
over
bit
just a bit.
bashed
But
a bit.
also lovely gift, isn't it?
Lovely present for somebody.
I mean, it is gorgeous. Beautiful.
So that's obviously available on linen and on Ada, I think.
Yes. So we've got the linen sampler. And now we're very limited in stock for this one, so Ben wasn't going to do the 10%. Are we going to do 10%? Yeah, why not? Why
There
not?
we are. So that's unbleached linen,
$22.49. It's an amazing price. So we've got unbleached linen and free
pre-sorted
P&P.
threads.
And it's lovely because the colours are very muted.
Yes.
But they go really well
With the fabric,
with
don't
the
they?
fabric, don't they? You're saving
Look
you.
nice.
So with the free P&P, let's open that up because I want to see the linen. With the free P&P, you're saving yourself like £6 with the 10% off. Love this colour.
It is smashing.
I think this is where your bleached linen comes into its own,
Isn't it
isn't
lovely?
it? With these old samplers.
When we go to Zweigart, to the factory in Germany, It's opposite the Mercedes garage. So Bill goes for a tour of the Mercedes factory, and I take the ladies shopping. It's very exciting. Isn't it lovely material?
Yeah, it's beautiful, isn't it?
And then you can see, when I sort my threads, I mentioned earlier that when I sort them, I get them onto the card. So that's how it would go to my stitcher
Oh, I
if I'm sending it out.
Yes.
And actually what actually happens is, I design it, I get it ready, and I go, oh, I'm going to stitch this one. And I do this, and I get it all, and I put it in a tray, and 2 weeks later, I pack it up and send it to somebody, because I haven't had time to
Because you realise that
I'm just not going to get there, but you can...
you thought it was a good idea. Yeah, they're very muted, and I think that's what we want, though. We want to create
something with a historic feel.
Yeah, and they're just beautiful, and it's a gift as well. You know, whether if you stitch it for someone that they really appreciate.
Yes.
Nice wedding present, actually.
Yes.
Because they're always difficult. You know those people who go, I don't want a present. You go,
Yes.
I am.
This is one of those things where, because what we're doing is counted embroidery, meaning the fabric's blank, you've got this great big space here with no writing in it, and you can put what you want in there.
Oh, that's true.
So you could put the name of the couple, you could make it a birth sampler, a new home sampler, any of those things.
Well,
would
it could
work.
be. It could be, you know, for someone's new home, but
Yeah.
we
lovely.
have 7 of these kits left, and we've got 7 in baskets. So if you all check out, that's it. Gone. That's
that one.
Now that's in the linen, but we've also got it in the Ada. But this is
Linen Ada.
linen Ada.
So you get the same effect.
I'm not going to take that one out because only 2 of those left.
Can you see?
Are we going to reduce the price then? Because that would be only fair, wouldn't it? It is exactly the same
it's
colour.
going to match. Excuse me, leaning across.
Yeah, it's not letting us reduce the price live, but it will do. It will go for £22.49. I think the Ada is, well, because it's linen,
Yes.
it is the same, isn't it? So
Yes.
whether you prefer to do that, but
It's about your eyesight and whether you have a good light at home.
yeah,
And if you think you're going to be more happy doing this, do this.
and it will look just as lovely.
It'll be beautiful, whichever you
absolutely
choose.
gorgeous. But a nice Christmas present for somebody.
Very nice
Isn't
Christmas.
it?
Gosh, I'd love it. I mean, why
Yeah,
wouldn't you?
except you haven't got time.
I know.
But if you did... Right, can we do the black? I want to do the black work one because I love well, I love all of these things, but I love black work because of just the colour palette. It's black, but then you've popped a bit of grey.
I have popped a bit
and
of grey in.
gold. But it's very classic, isn't it?
It is.
So tell us a little bit of the background of
Well,
black work.
black work itself was really a Tudor phenomenon. I'm losing a couple of whiskers there. And
really?
it was
That old?
Yes, oh yes. Certainly a couple of Henry's wives, bless them, had paintings done by Holbein,
It's the Holbein
hence
stitch.
hence the Holbein stitch. And he was actually from Germany originally. He spent most of his life in London, and he he painted these collar ruffs, plackets, cuffs, and they were done in black, in Holbein stitch, so they were the same back and front.
Right, yes.
So it is different to back stitch. Now, you can cheat on a picture like this because the back isn't going to show, and you can actually work it in back stitch. The true Holbein stitch is something else. What it is you would, trying to think of a good example, for instance, the house. Take the house, for example. You do the outline of the house. This is historically, not this one. And you'd work the outline of the house, and you'd work some of the box shapes, and then you would choose a black work pattern from a selection of them, and you'd start in the middle of one of those sections and allow it to fill the space.
Right.
So if you imagine a flower, it's done in the
Yes,
same method.
yeah.
You draw a big flower and you stitch that, and then you'd select whether you wanted a dense fill or a very airy fill.
And sort of colour it in.
And you sort of colour it in with the denseness of the stitches. So this is a combination of Holbein stitch and back stitch, because sometimes you get up a blind alley and you've got to do a back stitch to get out of
to
it
get
again.
back again.
So
But
this
I
is
like
a
the fact that
very
you've
popular
put
one.
greys in as well. So
Well,
why
it just
did you
made
do
it.
that?
Well, I just wanted to. I just was waxing lyrical, really. I wanted to get the black and gold like the original pieces. We've had in fact, on the trailer that I did for you, there was a blackwork street
Yes,
earlier today.
yes.
That's almost all black and gold, and that's where the houses are filled in with the colours. This one's slightly more counted. There's quite a lot of cross stitch on this one.
Oh, it's beautiful.
It has been, the Guild has had this design for a number of years, and it continues to be very popular.
Well, it's just classic, isn't it? It's
Sample
timeless,
shapes,
isn't it?
yes, yes.
And I think the Tudor house as well
Yes,
is
it's nice.
beautiful, isn't it? But it is just a work of art. But it's never just about the finished piece, though, is it?
No,
It's about the process.
I can remember a young chap who came to do some mending or something at
open that
home. Yeah, okay. He came to mend something in the house. He said, "Why don't you do it on a machine? Couldn't a machine do that quickly?" And that's the point. This is long stitching.
Yeah, well, it's not supposed to be just about the finished
It's not
thing.
about the finished thing. It is the finished thing, of course it is. But it's the hours of fun you have actually doing it.
What? Yeah, Ben said.
There's lots of chatter from the gallery for those of you who can't hear.
He said he wasn't going to take the price down on this one. Well, you have.
There you are.
He wasn't going to reduce the price on that one. £20.69. It's about the process, though,
Yes.
isn't it? And also, what I love about these samples, why I like doing them, is because you're not filling little big areas with colour, with one colour.
no.
You can just go, well, do you know what? Tonight I'm just going to do that.
Yes.
And then before you know it, you go, but what I'll do is I'll do that one and then I'll go to bed.
We have a cartoon on our wall in our kitchen, and there's a chap going up the stairs, and it says, "When are you coming up, darling?" And she said, "When I finish the green." And it's patently obvious it's a forest.
Yeah, well, I finished. Yeah, yes, it is. It is like that, though, isn't it? And it's lovely because you've got all of these different shades as well. It's you've got a bit of metallic. I know when Ben's reduced the price, which he wasn't going to do, £20.69. So this is beautiful linen.
This is Dublin linen.
Dublin, is it?
So this is 25/26 count.
Oh, nice.
So a little bit larger.
So if you haven't used linen before and
This
you
would be
haven't
a good
stitched
one
over
to
two
try.
threads, this is quite a nice jump to because of the holes.
It's loose. It's a looser weave if you look at it. It's brilliant for doing pulled thread work because the threads come out really easily.
Okay. And then you've got that
I'm
lovely,
gonna
I mean,
lean over
and you
this
don't
one.
need your threads pre-sorted because
No,
they're
'cause-
black, grey and gold.
Yes, absolutely.
And needle as well.
And a needle as well.
John James, just saying, my favourite needles.
Talking of needles, you know we mentioned the gold needles this
Yes.
morning. They make a smashing present for somebody, and there's definitely some on the Sewing Street website.
Oh,
'cause I've
okay.
checked.
They would. And whether you're a cross-stitcher or an embroiderer, because although they're tapestry needles, they're really useful
Yes.
for embroidery.
Lovely.
Message. Hi, I've done cross-stitch for years and only just started blackwork, and I love it. The sample is beautiful, from Wendy in Herefordshire.
Hi, Wendy.
Thank you, Wendy. It is, isn't it? If you've not, I mean, blackwork, if you can do cross-stitch, you can do blackwork.
Yes,
It's counted.
Yes, and this is really what the Cross Stitch Guild is about. When it was started by herself in 1996, it was the
I
Cross Stitch
remember.
Guild. Can you remember?
Yes, it was the year I got married.
There you are. All good things happened in
Yes,
that
it
year.
all happened. 1996
96.
Euros. A
Yes,
very, very, very hot summer.
yes. And I mean, it was really because we were at a show. It was an autumn show that it happened, and the Guild was started on the 16th of March 1996, and that was because I was on a different stand. I was at the I was on Jane Greenoff really in those days, and a lady came onto the stand really upset, visibly tearful, and I sort of sat her down and said, "Can I get you a drink of water? Are you all right?" She said, "I'm fine, I'm fine." I've just been on the Guild stand, and they said my cross stitch isn't real embroidery. I wanted to kill. I wanted to kill. And I said, right, okay. I said to Bill, right, I'm just going round there. He said, you're not going round there. You are absolutely not going round there. I mean, you can embroider a story, madam. You know, I was so incensed.
Fancy
Anyway.
telling them that. Of course it's embroidery.
So that's when the Cross Stitch Guild was started in my head, and it took until the March
Right.
to actually do
Yeah.
the thing, because you know there was quite a lot involved in setting it up.
Oh, no, I remember. I remember it well.
And so that's a long time ago now,
It is.
and it thrives.
I know.
So I'm no longer the managing director. I'm just the designer.
Well, it has such
I'm
a
in a
big
cupboard.
place, doesn't it, in stitching and in everybody's heart as well. And if anything, you know, if you go back to these original samplers,
Yes.
it came quite a long time ago.
Yes,
really, didn't
yes, yes. It wasn't a modern invention.
Well, should we go on to something a little bit smaller?
Go on then.
Let's go on, woohoo, to these, because these are beautiful.
Oh yes. Not to Christmas.
The holly and the ivy.
Now we're allowed to mention the C word now. It's Christmas.
Christmas, of course it is. It's nearly Christmas. Well, it's not nearly Christmas, we've got another month. Now, they are available in either linen or on Ada. They're only $11.99. And then each kit will create one of these, and it's
Yes.
beautiful. And you get that gorgeous,
Just get the backing fabric. Isn't
beautiful,
it lovely?
isn't it? So it can be a pin cushion. It
Yes.
can be a Christmas decoration.
It can.
It can be to hang
On the tree.
on the tree,
On a wreath,
but
on
it'd
a
be
door,
nice on a,
you know.
have a key on it.
Yes.
Special key. It's just
Yes.
beautiful. Ben's going to reduce the price of this one as well. He's decided he's going to take 10% off a lot of things. £10.79. Should we open the Ada one? Because we always open the linen one.
There we are.
I'll open that one. This is linen Ada. I know that's really confusing.
If we think about fabrics, linen is the plant.
Yes.
Flax is the thing that grows. We use what's called even weave, which is like the fabric I was demonstrating on earlier. That just means that it doesn't mean it won't have any bumps or lumps. It means if you put a ruler on it and you go that way, it's 28 threads. If you go that way, it's 28 threads. Now, if you look at my old samplers, for instance, there's one called Mary Ann Gollins, and the old one is that shape. It's been stitched on 57 count Kingston from Zweigart, and it's a square.
Wow.
So her fabric wasn't even weave.
Right.
So some of her stitches are like that, some are like
Yeah,
that.
I see what you
Do see
mean.
yeah. Moira Blackburn, who designs beautiful samplers.
I have
You know,
stitched.
yes, she has lovely things.
Yes, I have stitched.
She actually said if you use even weave and non-even weave, you can make your hare into a rabbit or your rabbit into a hare. And that explains it.
Yes,
You get a
it
long,
does.
thin rabbit.
So
Yes.
when we talk about linen, we talk, well, I mean, it is linen.
This is linen.
But it has more holes to the inch. And when we talk about Ada, it has less holes to the inch. So therefore, the holes are bigger. So it's easier to count and stitch on Ada. But this Ada is made from linen.
Yes.
Just to confuse matters even more. So in the Ada kit, you get beautiful Ada linen Ada.
And the
And the gorge, I like that.
It's nice. It's a
shot,
wonderful
isn't it?
colour. Yes, it is. Yeah.
That is classy Christmas. And then obviously, the threads are pre-sorted because these colours
The
are quite
greens.
close.
And I mean, we do it because it's nice for you. We also do it because it's nice for us. Because when we get the phone call that says, I've got 2 greens and it should have 6, you realise
right.
that people have put those 2 together
Yes, that's true.
reasonably.
Yes, especially
Possibly
if you're not in the right light.
Those 2 together,
Yes.
you know. So if it's pre-sorted, we don't get the phone calls.
And then it will make this. Oh, and you get the needle as well, and the chart and all the instructions. Now, if you buy this now, you'll have time to make it for Christmas, you know.
You will. Oh, certainly you will.
But if you want, also, if you're thinking you want to buy somebody just a little kit, just
Present.
a little thing, nice present. 10 of these kits of the linen ones, in baskets, and no, 20 in baskets, 10 left. So, now the linen kit is exactly the same. Oh, hang on, no, we've just shown Ada. Oh, and you were showing linen.
Sorry, everybody.
Right, start again. Right, let's put the Ada kit on. Right, the Ada one is the one that we just had open with the bigger holes.
This is this one.
Yes. And that's going to 10.79. This is we've confused. I've confused.
There we are, look. There's the Ada one.
Right. And
And
that
there's the
is the
code.
one that's on screen at the moment. I mean, it does luckily on the description say Ada. If you've got any problems or if you put the Ada one instead of the linen, just give the call centre a ring. They'll be able to swap it all over for you. But this is the Ada one, £10.79.
There we go.
Right, and then the linen one, can we put that one back on?
Dum, dum.
I think I confused Ben because I've been starting with linen each time.
Yes,
I
of
just
course.
thought, you know, I'd switch it up.
There we are. So that's worked on 28 count linen. As you saw, they're the same size, whether they're stitched on the linen or the Ada.
But those very close shades of green really give it that 3D-ness.
It makes a difference. It does make a difference.
Beautiful.
You can get blocks of colour are nice in certain circumstances, but generally, if you can mix them up. And you know, I said earlier that if I had a talent, it's colour, but there is one significant thing. Because I use Madeira threads, their shade card is in colour order.
Right.
Not in number order.
Not in number order, much better.
So when you want a dark green, you find the one you like, that one, and then the next 3 will go with it perfectly, won't they?
Yes, of course, yes.
I mean, they have a shade card to make you buy more threads. They don't do it
yeah,
as a
but you
personal
are
favour.
actually also very good at colour as well, Jane.
You
can't
yes.
give Madeira all of the
But the
credit.
fact
for that.
remains, they've made the threads look as nice as they can.
Yes, so
on
that
the shade
so
card.
it's simpler
So you
to
spend
choose.
more.
Yes, you spend more. Fair enough. Fair enough. There's 2 of the linen one left, and of the Ada, and there are 2 of those. There's only 2 of each left. Should we do the little baby ones now?
Yes, do.
Now, if you were, these are the Christmas tree. This is the gingerbread. This is why I got confused in the last hour. I called the present a gingerbread man because I have my glasses on. But now these are the cutest things. Now these are both in the kit. So I think we're going to reduce the price of this one as well. Look at these. So you've got the they're little 3-sided. You've got the Christmas pudding on one side and the other side and the other side. They're so cute. They're ideal for hanging on the tree. They're brilliant for attaching to presents for special people only who will appreciate them. Don't give them to just anyone because they go, oh yeah, what's that? And then they might not keep them. So only people that you know will appreciate them. Or hanging on a key.
Yes, hanging on key.
Beautiful.
There is one of these available. I don't know if it's on the Sewing Street now or whether it'll be next month. There is a little robin that would go perfectly as a scissor keeper with your tape measure.
Oh.
Wouldn't it?
Yes, it would.
It occurs to me. So we must make sure
Did
we
we
find
have the robin in the last hour?
Yes, we had the tape
did.
measure in the last hour.
Yes.
And then there's the gingerbread man.
So it's so cute, isn't it? And so you've got the gingerbread man. Now, in the kit, you've got enough thread, obviously, to stitch all of it, but also you've got enough thread to make the tassel.
Yes.
And this is actually a cord made from stranded cotton, which is why it matches.
Yes, absolutely.
It's not just a bought
No,
cord.
no. And they're very easy to make. I have to be honest with you. Do you remember, or well, maybe you're too young to even know about them. There used to be a thing like a hand drill.
Yes, yeah, I've got
They
one.
had, yes, I use a hand drill with a cup hook in the end to make twisted cords.
Oh, really? No, I've got a proper one that's 4 cords.
Right, well,
Yeah.
this is an old metal one that gets the occasional WD-40 on it.
Right.
There's a hook on my shelf, and I sometimes have to back up
Yeah.
to the back of the room.
Yeah, no,
make
I've got a
twisted cord.
special cord.
Yeah, I think I had one, and I think my hook broke.
Right.
And I thought,
Oh, yes, they do, because they have a hook on the end,
Yeah.
don't they?
there you are. So,
So you get both of those in this kit for £10.79. Now, Jane said you can make one of these in an evening.
You can.
So, I mean, they
know
would be
this.
lovely, wouldn't they? Have hundreds adorning your tree. But if you just want a little deck, we did have a really big stock of them, but we've only got 15 left, and we've got 26 in baskets.
gone.
I know, maybe you shouldn't have reduced the price, Ben. But this is a lovely little present for
It
someone,
is a
isn't
smashing
it?
present.
Well, I'd quite
think-
like to make it myself as
I
well.
like them very much. It's quite an interesting thing to draw because you have to,
You've got such a small space.
you've got a small space, and of course they're going to hang from a corner.
Oh, yes.
So when you draw the square, that's
Yes,
what
so
the
when you look
gingerbread
about
looks
it,
like.
it's like that.
Yes.
But it has to be like that.
So you do fiddle a bit when you're drawing them.
Yeah, I can see what you mean. It's
Make
got
them
to work
work.
diagonally.
It has,
Yeah.
but they do, don't they?
Have we got any of the robin and present ones left from the last hour? Because if you weren't with us for the first hour that Jane was on, we've got the same ones, but in a pack with a robin and a present. So if you love those, you will love those.
Perfect.
No, sorry, we've sold out of it.
Oh,
That was a good idea for a moment, wasn't it? Let's do another band sampler.
there you are, madam.
Colonial Williamsburg sampler. What does that mean?
It was because we took a group of ladies to Colonial Williamsburg.
Where's that? I mean, in America,
Virginia.
I'm guessing.
In Virginia. And it's actually a theme park, for want of a description.
Right.
It's the most extraordinary theme park I've ever seen. My husband and I have been twice, once on research trip and once with a team, ladies. And when you go through the turnstile, you enter British property. There's a governor.
Right.
And I don't know which year it was, and Bill will be now saying it over and over again at home as he's watching. Whatever year it was that the War of Independence effectively started. So you're on British soil, there's Union Jacks, and the governor is usually stormed by peasants, roughly 11:30.
Right.
And rushes off to the bay to catch his clipper to get away. And then the whole place, beautiful old buildings. Look, goosebumps. You go to the tailors and everyone's in costume and they're hand embroidering.
Wow. So it's a theme park, but for old America.
It's for old America. It's for before it all changed. The shops to die for. And of course then you get the awkward area where you go to the plantation and there are slaves.
I'm amazed that they're allowed to do that.
Well, they're all history students.
Yes, I guess so. Yeah, there's a point.
You know,
so this
people are history
sampler
students
is
learning about
taken.
what happened before.
This is taken from.
So there was a sampler in the museum.
Right.
With these colours, and so I replicated this for my ladies to stitch on their trip.
Oh, I see. It's beautiful.
So it's pretty, isn't it?
I love this because this is real traditional
yes,
sampler,
yes.
isn't it? Is it apples?
Yes, be apples definitely, and just repeating patterns. Autumn leaves, look. Traditional insects, a few extra stitches.
Beautiful colours in this one.
Yes, isn't that nice?
So, and what's interesting is you look at these and go, well, it's not that colour, but they would have been those colours.
They would have been, yes.
But you don't often see them.
As they were.
Yes, because
they faded.
Because they've all faded, but these, and I guess you can tell from the back of it,
You
or
can
in
look
the
at the
seat,
back.
or in
You
the.
can look at the back. Almost always you can. I mean, sometimes you find, certainly at the Whitney exhibition this year, there were a dozen or so band samplers, and their colours were magnificent.
Because they've been rolled up.
They've been rolled up, or they've been amongst. There was a collection of stuff at this exhibit, which was from a Shaker family. No, a Quaker family from 1720, and there was her wedding garter, and there were the work she'd done. She'd embroidered nutmegs. And she had an embroidered duck egg in a glass case. I'm not kidding. So the egg had been blown and then embroidered with flowers as a punishment to a child. You haven't been paying attention, sit down and embroider this egg.
That's ridiculous.
Can you imagine?
Well, so this is all linen,
This is all linen.
gold-plated needle, of course. There's only 4 of these left. Ben has taken 10% off, 18.89. There's 15 of these in baskets. It's beautiful, isn't it?
It is a pretty one.
Absolutely
It is a
beautiful.
pretty
and
one.
I love these colours because we're going back to what it would have been. I mean,
Yes.
what's quite nice is that you do choose traditional colours.
I have
it
a
still
palette
has,
that is.
it still has
Yes.
that faded look.
It's a funny thing, isn't it? Because it's every so often. I mean, I've had a selection of colours now for a number of years, and every so often I break out and go, dag nabbit, I'm going to try something new.
Kingfisher blue.
I'm going to try. And I go to the rack, when I'm up at the office, I don't have a rack, I just have the little bobbins. And I go through and I choose some colours, come back and I've already got them. So it's already, so this palette I've used for all these years
It's still there.
continues to work.
Well, this is gorgeous, and I love the reds and the blues. It's lovely. It's nice inspiration, actually, when you make something like this. If you're a quilter as well,
Yes.
We've only got 2 left. Use these colour palettes, because if you want to make traditional quilts, these are the colours that they
are
used
colours.
as well, aren't
Yes, absolutely.
they? Right, we've got your books.
Yes. Oh, and
Yes, we've got to show these,
this is
whatever happens,
Christmas.
because I
Christmas what's it?
absolutely
This is
love
exclusive to you
these.
lot.
Yes, these are gorgeous. So this is your little Christmas gift to yourself or somebody else, obviously. So you've got the beautiful scissors. So if you were with me in the, with us in the first hour, we had some scissor keepers that were on little scissors, and these are they. Aren't they just beautiful? I mean,
They're
they
very
are.
sharp. They're not toys.
They're for, do you know, actually, these would be really good for snipping buttonholes.
Yes.
Because I was doing that at the weekend, but I had to use a seam ripper, and it just wasn't.
No, not the same
It
thing.
wasn't enough. These would be brilliant for buttonholes.
I've been able to take these on aircraft. Now, I'm not going to tell you that these are air safe because some clown will tell you they're not. But I've taken them to Canada and I've taken them to Uzbekistan because the point is so short.
Well, because when I was taking some knitting on the plane or crochet or something, and I wanted to know, and I looked at loads of different aeroplane websites, and it was all to do with the length of the blade between the screw and the end, and it was more than 7 centimetres.
Yes.
And these are less.
Yes. So I have had them taken away from me from a nasty little, be careful, Jane, person in Sydney.
Oh.
You
Probably
see,
there
might be the rules in...
well, you have to check with your airline. And then you have a magnetic
Yes, these are clever, aren't
needle
they?
holder.
Yes.
Not
and
a
the
scissor
other
holder.
thing is this. Now, I can't really show you on my jumper. I probably can. I'm just digging deep. Bear with me.
Bear with.
Let's just see if it's going to work first time.
Right.
So you can wear them on your jumper with your needle on. I can't find the needle now.
Oh, so you can put your needle
push
in
it,
that rather
yeah,
than
on
putting
your-
it through your jumper like I do.
Yes, you mustn't. Did you know there have been 4 instances now where ladies having them removed from their breasts?
I quite often have them through
Well,
there.
that's very naughty. I do too.
So in here you get the magnet
And the magnet.
and the magnet. Give me these.
2 gold needles and a tiny pair of delicious scissors. And these are fiendishly sharp, so don't imagine because they're little.
No, they'd be. I mean, they would be fantastic for cutting buttonholes or, well, snipping threads.
It makes
Obviously.
a nice stocking filler.
Now these are normally £19.99, but seeing as Ben has declared this 10% off hour, they are now £17.99. So what a lovely gift to yourself or to somebody else. I mean, we never normally take money off the cross stitch guild, but you know, but we don't. But we do
nearly
today.
Christmas.
It's Christmas.
Ish.
And there's still time. Right, let's go through the 2 books. Now, we're not going to take money off these.
Good.
We're not.
No.
So, the Stitch Bible. Now, this is 4th edition. What has changed?
Well, it's funny you should say the Stitch Bible because this was produced because the Stitcher's Bible was out of print.
Oh, I see.
And I wanted to have a book on my desk
What is
with
the
just
Stitch
a
Bible?
reminder of, it was actually, I'll tell you what it was, how it actually started, I can show you, is that.
Ah, so with
I
hem
was
stitch.
I was going to do some hem stitch and I sat there for 3 or 4 minutes, like, actually, do you know, I can't remember which way around.
Oh,
So I
I
had to
see.
ferret around to find a book, which I did. And then I thought, we need a stitch book. Now, we have this wonderful man called Ethan Danielson, who has been with me working for 30 years, probably.
Oh, wow.
And he is an artist, a graphic artist, and his current work is redrawing Grey's Anatomy.
Oh, really?
Really?
Wow.
And I said, why do they redraw it? Surely a pancreas is still a pancreas.
Yes.
And he said, it must be what they found out since it was done last
I
time.
see. Oh, look, so you've got the knotless loop start, which Jane showed us in the first hour.
Finishing off,
Finish it. So this is everything you need
basic stuff,
for,
and then
well, the basic, you know, attaching
Yes.
beads, back
Yes.
stitch,
Yes.
cross stitch.
all those.
And then, if you want to then move on to the more decorative stitches.
You've got them. And we've got
there's so
hardanger.
many, and hardanger as well. So this has got everything in it. Because if you love counted cross stitch, you'll love all of it, because this is all counted.
It's all
you can
counted.
see, because
It's
the
all
background fabric is all woven. So it's all counting. So this is what you'll move to. Well, quick question. In the Blackwork sampler, is the Blackwork sampler doable to a relatively new cross stitcher, 3 projects completed from Anita,
Yes.
Greater London?
Yes, there's no reason why you can't do it. Not whatsoever.
If you can thread a needle and count holes,
Count to 2, you can do it.
yes.
I'd start in the middle. I know it's boring, and most people want to start in the top left-hand corner, but with that, I'd start in the middle and work the house.
Okay.
Work the outline of the house first, so you know exactly where it is, and away you go. Be fine.
Do it. Do it.
The other thing about wonderful Ethan is he does actually show you when the needle's behind.
Yeah, and that is very
I mean,
important, isn't it?
to understand how the stitches are made.
Yeah.
Again, he shows you
Wow.
three-dimensional. So he's done these for, this is, as I said, the Cross Stitch Guild, nothing but vocal, I think you could say. And so
And what else was in the back? Oh, right, so in the back we've got lots of techniques as well.
making folded hems. Now that's a folded hem.
Gorgeous.
I you know, a few of us now, if you stand still long enough, you get hemmed. Okay, so that's a proper.
It's beautiful though,
Little
isn't
hem.
it? That's
Very
like, this is
pretty.
what you would have done
Like
all
on
of
a
your
trousseau.
table linen, wouldn't
Yes,
you?
yes. Twisted cords, making tassels, making up a wat bow, making
Right.
a biscuit. What else have we got?
Making a humbug.
Washing and ironing embroidery. That is life size. So when you tip your tin of needles out onto
Right.
the table, you can lie them on the needles
Wow,
and check
that's brilliant.
how to choose and work what needles you need. And then DMC to Madeira and words from all the people who helped me.
Oh, that's brilliant.
And
So
an
just
alphabetical list.
$13.99, and remember that is a lovely gift as well.
Yes.
And then the final book is the Hardanger book. Now I love this. I said to Jane, she needs to do some kits of the projects in this because there's the project. Well, it's all about the technique of Hardanger, which is a counted technique, absolutely gorgeous, has a very,
Yes.
very long heritage. But in the you've not only explained the technique and how to do it, but the projects in it.
Yes,
You've
they're
mixed
nice.
Hardanger with cross
With
stitch.
cross stitch. The thing about this book was that people, you know, often say to me, "You mean I've done all that stitching and now I've got to cut the fabric? What happens if?" And so we've shown stitch by stitch through. That's showing that I'm running my needle across the fabric to check I'm in the right place.
Right.
How to finish off on the back. When and where to cut. How to get the threads out. What it looks like when the threads are out.
So if you've done a bit of counted, or if you've always loved the technique, this is the book you need.
And then that's the little piece you make with that first lesson. So you have a scissor keeper. When you've done your first lesson, you've got a scissor keeper ready to show.
Right. Have we got the code for that, Ben? Okay. There we go. Just $9.99. And look at the projects in it. I love these. I want that. I want the scissor fob because you've got the strawberries
Technique.
and the Hardanger together. I mean, it's just delicious, isn't it? You could have the whole set, couldn't you?
You could.
Make the needle book, make the scissor fob. I mean, it is gorgeous.
And if you can do what I did in the first section, you can do this. And actually it grows very quickly. Hardanger looks so complicated, but actually once you've got the knack of working these boxes round the edge, and I explain all about it in the book, and you look at where you cut, it is absolutely addictive.
And if you're thinking about mindfulness and stitching, honestly, Hardanger is about as mindful as you can get. Because you've got to think, you've got to concentrate. You haven't got time to think about anything else because you're counting.
Yes, and it's
gorgeous.
It's lovely. It's a
Anyway,
lovely thing to do.
thank you so much, Jane. We've run out of time. We haven't got time to do any stitching, but it's been brilliant to
Good.
chat
Catch
to you
up.
about. It's nice to know the background behind everything and why you choose it, not just the kits. It's been brilliant. So will you be back? You must be
Once
back before Christmas
yes,
to do
with
the December
Yes.
pockets.
And then we're starting a new series next year. More to hear about that later.
Ooh, well, we have pretty much sold out of everything. We've got stock left of the Assisi band, the Blackwork House, and the scissor and holly with the scissors. Right, that's all. Go onto the website and have a look, but that's everything else has gone, which I'm not surprised because it is gorgeous. And isn't it wonderful to hear from Jane? I mean, she knows everything about cross-stitch and counted work. To just hear the history behind it, why she chooses it. It's such an inspiration. So thank you, Jane. It's been
That's
a
all right.
pleasure.
And you,
As
dear.
always. I will
See you
see
before
you back.
Christmas.
Yeah, see Jane back before Christmas. I'll see you back here in a few minutes. With Stuart, it's all about bags. We've got patterns, we've got fab handles and clasps, and don't forget Tilda fabric at a very special price. I'll see you back here in a few minutes.
Hi, I'm Becky. I'm the soft craft expert for Crafter's Companion. I come from London and I've been sewing pretty much all my life. I particularly enjoy doing embroidery. I'm really keen on that, but my background is dressmaking and also sort of patchwork and quilting. So I do an awful lot of sewing for all sorts of different things. I suppose once you start sewing, you start doing lots of other kinds of sewing. So particularly got into needlepoint during lockdown, but I suppose embroidery is probably my real passion. My mum was a costume designer, so we were always sort of surrounded by bits of fabric and material and ribbons and that kind of thing. And I was always making teddies and my dolls' clothes as a small child. So it was just something that was quite natural. And in fact, I've got so used to being able to sew, it's just become a natural sort of part of what I do. I'm always fiddling around with fabric, as my husband puts it, making something new, trying something out. Always measure twice, cut once. I'm a great one for not doing that, and I always regret it. And making sure that you've got an iron to hand is really important. I use a tiny little, sort of almost like a travel iron that I have right next to my desk when I'm working, so it doesn't take up too much space.
Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 AM till 1 PM, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge one P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £3.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £5.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. Head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Are you having trouble finding the ideal gift for that someone special? Then why not treat them to a Sewing Street gift card? Simply head over to the website and scroll down to the bottom of the page and click where it says gift cards. You can decide between posting the card or delivery by email, then decide the value that you would like to send. Whether it's for a birthday, a special occasion, or just a way to say thank you, the Sewing Street gift card is the perfect answer.
We're proud to have some of the most skilled and experienced experts in the industry. They're brought to you here every day on Sewing Street.
Here at Sewing Street, we're always looking at ways to make your shopping experience better. That's why on certain items, we have split pay. So with the split pay, depending on the price of the item, you can split the cost twice, 3 times, or 4 times. So that means you pay once, then you pay monthly until it's finished. And you know what? We do not charge any interest whatsoever. Isn't that fantastic? Split pay, you say? Well, yes, please. I'm off to buy myself something fabulous. Here at Sewing Street, we're always looking at ways to make your shopping experience better. That's why on certain items, we have split pay. So with the split pay, depending on the price of the item, you can split the cost twice, 3 times, or 4 times. So that means you pay once, Then you pay monthly until it's finished. And you know what? We do not charge any interest whatsoever. Isn't that fantastic? Split pay, you say? Well, yes, please. I'm off to buy myself something fabulous.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Welcome back to Sewing Street. So now, if you were watching me in the last hour or two, the Tilda fabric, be warned, it is, well, we've got it at a very, very special price. And if you've just tuned in, it's Cyber Monday, and we are celebrating that with free P&P on all orders, web orders, TV orders. Use the code CYBER23, and it is valid until 23:59, so a minute before midnight tonight. Then you can use the code free P&P on everything. Anyway, back to the Tilda fabric. So we have bought in these special bundles at a special Cyber Monday price. We're selling them all as individual bundles. You can buy all of them as well. Now, £22.99. That is the normal price.
5 fat quarters, Bex.
5 fat quarters.
It's a great price.
And it is it's not only 5 fat quarters, it's Tilda 5 fat quarters. And they are gorgeous. I'm going to have to undo the ribbon. Before we look at them, now loads and loads of these have been checked out already at this price. £16.49. That's ridiculous. Don't worry, anyone who's already checked out, the way it works with Sewing Street, we will always charge you the lowest price, because the basket closes at midnight, and normally when there is P&P, at that point your P&P is applied. Not today. But also you will be charged the lower price, so don't worry if you've already checked out. But can I urge you, if you are considering, to do it very quickly. So these are the 5 fat quarters that come in the green, what it's called. I've got the right one, haven't I? Yeah, the teal bundle. I thought I had the wrong one then. Look at these. I mean, the colours are just beautiful. These remind me of like 1950s vintage tea dresses. Aren't they? Look at that colour. If you're a big fan of home front like I am, that's what it makes me think of. Look at that one, beautiful. Actually, I'm going to open that one out. It's got a big vase on it.
That's my favourite print.
Is that your
whole
favourite one?
Isn't it funny for somebody who loves colour? But I mean, I just think that's so elegant.
It's really, what I like about it is that if you use it as a whole piece, you can see all the vases. Oh, it's on your bag as well.
Look, let me just show you quickly.
It is the central feature print.
Yeah. If I just...
But you can see the vases, but you can also use it as smaller pieces, and you've just got a lovely print, haven't you?
I just think it's beautiful.
It is beautiful.
Absolutely gorgeous.
That's just one of them. £16.49 for all 5. Half of the stock has gone. So if you want this, you need to get it checked out.
It's a mad price, Bex.
I know it is mad.
It's I mean, it's Tilda at the end of the day. It's Tilda. But Tilda's never on sale.
But it's Cyber Monday, isn't it? I've still got them upside down. I'm going to keep turning them. There we go. This works out as £3.29 a fat quarter, and for a Tilda fat quarter, that's amazing. Yeah, I didn't think we were going to see this again, the Chic Escape collection, but we have managed. We bought some specially for today. We started with loads of them, but we have only got. How many have we got? 20 left. Oof. 20 of these bundles left. Look at the beautiful peacock. Wow. I love this green. And we have 47 in basket. So I think I'll leave that. Well, let me show you the last one.
One of my favourite ranges, and also, Rebecca, a lot of my students, a lot of customers that I speak to have told me that Chic Escape is their favourite.
Oh, really? I mean, look at that. So that's those same vases.
I think it's John's favourite.
It's gorgeous, isn't it? And it's the same print, but look at, isn't it beautiful? You've got, I think, are they hydrangeas? They must be, mustn't they? Beautiful. You've got a bit of frothy cow parsley in there.
Yeah.
Cow parsley is always frothy. It's just like...
It's very country homes and interiors, isn't it?
Gorgeous,
When they
isn't it?
photograph someone's farmhouse, there's always a load of cow parsley
Oh, yeah,
in an old
yeah.
jug.
I know. It smells terrible, but it's beautiful.
Yeah, yeah, it does.
Really
mix,
does
doesn't it?
smell, 'cause I often-
Elderflower's the same, but it drops.
But I often pick it to put in the
crazy.
house. It's free in the field, isn't it? But it smells great. But it looks beautiful. So that's the teal collection. Shall we move on to, which one do you want me to do next, Ben? The blue collection will be next. Now, as predicted, now you've seen the price, they're all flying, because obviously we are going to match that price on all of the colourways. So, once you get some out, you can get them all out. This is the blue collection. So let's start with this beautiful blue vase. So same as that green one, but obviously just in blue. And it's a really lovely navy blue background. But the pots are beautiful, aren't they? Less than 20 left of these. Then you've got this beautiful large floral display print.
That shade of blue is exquisite, isn't it?
Yeah, I don't, it's not denim, it's not chambray.
It's almost Wedgwood, isn't it?
Yes.
Slightly deeper
Air
Wedgwood
Force.
blue.
Is it Air Force?
I don't know, that's a bit grayer, isn't it? Than
I don't know. It's hard.
Oh, I love the peacocks on this.
Peacock's beautiful because they really stand out. Let me show you what the peacock looks like in this. And also, it's beautiful quality as well. It's quilting weight cotton, but it feels beautiful.
Oh, it's gorgeous. It's absolutely beautiful. And of course, 5 fat quarters, brilliant for patchwork and quilting, but also ideal if you love making bags and purses.
Oh, yes.
So this bag here, this is using 1 fat quarter bundle, and I've very slightly hacked my trio of bag pattern for this to accommodate using fat quarters.
Right.
And I actually now wish I'd made the originals with these panels.
But they work together so well, don't they?
Oh,
and it's
completely.
interesting with it. It almost looks like one panel is flowing into another, doesn't it?
For sure, for sure. And yet they're very distinctly different, and the colours are very distinctly different as well. You know.
Right, 10 left in the blue, 10 left, and look, there's that lovely
Very
vase.
classy, isn't it?
That's just sort of your monotone one. And then finally, I like the fact they've put this little sort of sand-coloured background because it does go beautifully with it, doesn't it?
Yeah.
£16.49 for that one. Which one next? I've got 2 more. The pink one.
Oh, the pink plum is gorgeous. That's the one I'm going to be demoing with.
Oh, okay. So this one is called Pink Plum.
I've got this open, actually. Do you want to use this one? Because I've got them all open.
Oh, yeah,
They're
go
all
on then.
ironed as well.
Oh, and ironed. Right, you do that while I try and get
Shall
them back
I?
in.
Yeah, gorgeous these. So you've got that bubble gum, and then you've also got that kind of rusty auburn
I love
shade.
that pink. It's again, it's a very hard colour to describe,
Yeah.
isn't it?
Yeah,
it
it is.
feels very vintage, I think.
There's your monotone.
Gorgeous.
It is
with those-
absolutely
it's
fab,
like
isn't it?
coral and pink, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah. And then more of the plums in this oriental vase print,
Oh, that's divine.
isn't it? Isn't it?
Yeah.
So many beautiful little vignettes there. These florals, I mean, they're just gorgeous. That
that's
could
a
well be my
lovely colour,
favourite
isn't
fabric.
it?
Yeah.
That's a real paprika, smoked paprika.
Gorgeous. Love that.
That's what that looks like.
And then the peacock. Oh. And
plum.
on my bag, what I did was, let me just grab it for a second, just to show you, because you might look and think, but I mean, this bit down here, I've only got this much peacock, but look, I used just this part of the peacock on the flap,
yeah.
just on the flap. Just a little piece. So you can really fussy cut and just, but for me, it's sort of, it's everything. in that. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But that was the only bit of that fat quarter that I used. Well, actually, I tell a lie because inside I used it for the pocket
Right.
as well. I used the peacock print.
But
Did
it
you
does
see
almost
peacock
look
there?
like the flowers are flowing from one to the other because the same colour palette is used.
Yeah.
It really hangs together nicely, doesn't it?
Yeah, and it is. But Bex, when you look at it, actually the shades of green couldn't be sort of more different, really. It's not the same shade of green, just lighter and darker.
No.
But it
they
works.
are sort of echoed within as well, so it really hangs together
It's just,
nicely.
yeah.
Glorious.
Yeah. Oh, I so enjoyed making this. And I don't know if you can see, but I pulled out the very soft baby pink for the quilting. I quilted in baby pink
Yeah, no, I can
just
see
to
that.
tie that in.
Yeah.
But
Gorgeous.
do you know, I had so much fun making that bag. I loved it.
Right, so that's that. Shall I give you that section
Oh,
back?
yeah. Thank you.
Because you'll need that. And then the final selection is this one, which is called Grey and Mustard.
Yeah.
Very, very trendy at the moment. I love the background. Well, they call it grey, but I would say it's almost like it's a browny grey, isn't it? It's a...
That colourway, Bex, was the one, when the range came out, I used that to make my two quilts, the mustard grey.
Oh, okay.
So I fell in love with it.
It's
I
a
just thought it was-
it's soft and gentle, and it has a beautiful antique-y vintage
It's so
feel to it.
sophisticated looking, isn't it?
Yes.
Country house.
That's why I like it, because I'm just so sophisticated.
So sophisticated.
Yeah.
But you know, you'll have done this many times, Bex. You know, you're invited to a weekend party. You know,
I have
when
never
friends
been
say,
invited.
come and spend the weekend at,
Yeah.
you know, Moordale House for the weekend. You know, we're having some friends over, and you get there and there's like 30 people all staying. You've done that, surely.
I have never been invited I've been invited to a friend's house, but not a weekend party.
Have you ever gone
That's
to
'cause
a
I'm not
friend and then just stayed
sophisticated.
for the week?
Yeah, I've done that. I just don't think I'm...
Sofa surfing.
Yeah, I just don't think I'm sophisticated. If I was sophisticated, I like the thought of this.
Yeah.
I think
But
this
it
is
brings that bit of country house
It does.
interior,
Yeah, it's
that
absolutely
style.
stunning. You know, I do have some friends who are like those country faded grandeur. That's what it is, isn't
Yes,
it?
it is.
And I love this mustard. Bit of a sucker for mustard, to be fair. Navy and
Oh,
mustard.
that's gorgeous.
Love navy and mustard.
Yeah.
But what I like about these fabrics is they tell you what works.
Yeah.
So when you think, well, I don't know, what do I want to put with this? Well, you know what to put with it because they put the colours in it for you.
That's
So
right.
when you want to match plains to it, it's easy because you've got the pinks and the greens
Mm-hmm.
that are in there already. And then one final one, remember this is £16.49 as well, reduced. Lovely jubbly. These are the monotone. It's not monotone, it's actually two, isn't it? But we'll go with that.
Oh, isn't that beautiful?
It is gorgeous, isn't
Yeah.
it?
Yeah.
Absolutely fab. Just £16.49 for the whole bundle. That's an amazing price. Great. Right, now I'm going to go through the bag patterns, then Stuart's going to do some sewing for us. So we've decided to put the bag patterns in here because they go beautifully with the Tilda fabrics, and the Tilda fabrics go beautifully with the bag patterns. So I'm going to start off with the bag trio pattern. This is amazing value for money. That's a lovely photo on the front. That looks like our green room.
It is our green room, and Ben
Ben
took the
took
photograph
it.
for
Did
me. He
See,
did.
now, if he'd taken that a couple of months ago, our green room was shoddy,
Yes.
wasn't it?
Yes.
Now, we've had a zhuzh.
We've had a
We've had an
major
upgrade.
zhuzh.
We've got wallpaper and velvet sofas and a nice coffee
know,
table, and
it's
that is our
gorgeous.
green room.
It is. And yeah, so in this trio of bag patterns, you get 3 different bag patterns, and they're all
Right.
using resin handles, but also you don't have to use resin handles.
Oh,
You could
okay.
use fabric handles. I mean, in fact, I'm just going to quickly grab this version because I've slightly hacked one of the patterns to make this.
Right.
Do you mind just passing me that one? Thank you. So, what I've done is I used this as the basis, and you can see what I've
Oh,
done.
gosh, it looks like a completely different bag.
It's just a
doesn't it?
tiny bit taller.
And then with those leather handles,
Yeah. It's the same same basic pattern, it's just slightly taller. And obviously this one's got the leather look handles added to it. This one's got the plastic acrylic handles. They've both got twist locks, but I've also done a version using a magnetic snap, so you can do that too. And on this one, I've darted the sides. That's all in the pattern.
Oh, okay. And that's all in there?
One, yeah, and on this one I haven't. But of course you could, and then you've got so many different looks.
Yeah, that's such a lovely bag.
Thank you. That you can get out of, and that's one of 3 patterns.
And you're going to show us about the hack of...
Yeah, well look, I can explain it now, but I will show you as well. Fat quarters are not big enough to make any of the trio of bags. Not in their entirety, not the largest piece of fabric, but you can see very easily what I've done here. I divided the width up into 3.
Yeah, it's lovely.
One section, this is half the width, and then what was left, half each on either side.
It's a nice balance as well.
Well, that easily came out of fat quarters. Well, I prefer it.
It's lovely. No, but it
That's
works
the thing.
really well.
I love this bag, but I prefer this one. I love that mix, you know?
Yeah.
But it's nice
Well,
to
it's like,
know.
that is like a designer handbag, isn't it?
Thank you.
You know, I think it's beautiful.
£400, Bex, and it's yours.
Fantastic.
Yeah?
Yeah, you're done.
Good, you've been
Yeah.
done.
You people would pay that, you know.
If anybody wants to buy this bag for £400,
£400,
message me.
Yes, I'll give you Stuart's bank details. Transfer the money and we'll get it in the post.
But you can look $1 million.
Yes,
When you
yes,
make your
exactly.
own and
Yeah.
you know you follow your style. So that's one of the bags. That's one of the bags.
How
We've
I'm
got 2
going
more.
to laugh if somebody messages you.
Don't laugh.
Yeah, because he's going to post it. And he'll send it first class recorded as well.
Well, classic knitting bag.
Yeah, that's great.
Using round
It is,
handles.
because it's got round handles. I feel like you should always... And he has actually put wool inside.
Yeah.
I
Oh,
mean,
that
that
was
is
Levi.
lovely. Oh, was it?
Oh, fantastic job from Levi.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but it is your knitting bag. I mean, you can use it for anything. I think it'd be quite good to put your socks in.
Yeah, you could. Yeah. I mean, they're nice little everyday bags as well. It's not
Yeah.
just for knitting, but it is that sort of classic style for...
Well, it's the round handles, isn't it?
Yeah.
Just, it is a little knitting bag. So that's in it.
And also, you know, I machine sewed the handles in, and last time we had this on, I demoed how to sew them in by machine, but you can also sew them in by hand.
Oh, okay.
If you don't fancy doing them by machine, you can do that bit with it.
I always think it's the bag hardware that really takes the bag from...
elevates it, doesn't it?
Just from handmade to... No, homemade to handmade, or was it the other way around?
I agree.
But it makes it look professional when you just put even D-rings.
Yeah, absolutely.
Isn't
It does. It just adds an extra little touch that just elevates it. So that's the second
bag. Bag number
and
3.
then the third bag was over here.
That one.
And it's here. It's here. There we go. Right. Do you mind just grabbing that one for me?
Yeah.
Thank you. So this is the third pattern.
Oh, what have you got in there? It's very heavy.
Some fabric.
Fabrics, full of fabric.
So this one is another of those kind of take anywhere bags. So you've got lovely big deep pockets, and you've got those on both sides. And I don't know if you can see, because I've used hibernation range from Tilda, but I've strip pieced this, and I've done quilt as you go directly onto wadding
okay.
in diagonal strips. Can you see? It's all strip pieced on the diagonal. So it's a lovely way of either using low contrast fabrics like Chic Escape, like hibernation.
Yes.
Or you could use higher contrast so it was more obvious.
Yes, that's true. I mean, it's gorgeous, isn't it? So this would work with any of those fat quarter bundles.
But again, imagine this bag, and if we just drop those out of the way for a second.
Oh, yeah.
If you added...
Oh, they're nice. Yes.
Handles.
Oh.
You know? And the thing is, you can make the bag and then just decide which handles look best. You know, you could put something that was coming off the top here, like this.
Oh, that's true. Because you've got the 3 patterns in there and they use different sorts of handles, then you'll be easily able to adapt.
Yeah, and if
handles
you
to
don't
your
want
mind.
to use the handles at all, you know, you can just do fabric handles.
Yeah, just normal ones.
Yeah, yeah. Exactly right, you know. So 3 really useful, make again and again and again bags.
Just $11.99, and you are getting 3 bag patterns. Now, normally, our patterns are $9.99 for the one.
Yeah.
But this time, you're getting 3, and you get Ben's photo.
You do,
Which
get
probably
Ben's
makes
gorgeous.
it worth even more.
Well, I think it probably does, you know.
Original photography by Ben.
Exactly, exactly. But, you know, I'm already seeing lots of these being made and it's awesome to see them.
And some of them have got twist locks and things, which we will be talking about in a moment. So, do you want to show us some sewing? Oh, one thing we need to highlight before we go on to sewing.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, the Bright Hopes quilt from Stuart's first hour. We've managed to we sold out of the instructions. So if you were with us in the first at 9 o'clock, we'll get the quilt back up. But just to let you know, we did sell out of the quilt patterns. So if you want some to get one, there we go, £9.99. If you weren't with me at 9 o'clock, there are 4 patterns in there for different size quilts and slightly different sizes, but you can use them for so much more than that. It is jam-packed full of patterns. £9.99, and we have actually got some more back in stock. So if you missed out on 9 o'clock, just to let you know. Right, now we can get on with sewing.
Should we do some demo?
Shall
yeah,
we?
let's.
What are you going to show us?
Well, I'm going to show you, to start off with, how I hacked this pattern. Yeah.
Right.
So I'm using the plum and pink colourway. Can I ask one little favour?
Yeah, go on then.
Do you mind just bringing me over? Oh no, I've got it here. It's fine. It's fine. I've got it. Just the cutting mat. Now, this bag uses Bowes Linen form. 1 pack, ½ metre.
Oh, a ½ metre. Yeah.
½ metre.
Okay.
We'll do 2 bags. Yeah.
Oh, perfect.
So I cut everything I needed out of a piece, and look, here's the fold. There's the fold.
Brilliant.
So this is the other half. So you could get 2. So if you want to make 2 of those bags, I would get yourself 2 fat
that's
quarters.
the code that's on the screen at the moment, £13.99. And the reason you're getting 2 is because it's really wide. It's 150 centimetres, so 16-inch width. So for ½ metre, £13.99. It's a foam interfacing that is fusible on one side. It's wonderful foam interfacing because it gives you structure, but you can whiz through it with the machine, no problem at all. And it also will fold if you want it to.
Oh, brilliantly.
And then it sort of like bounces and regains its shape. And it's quite thick, but for some reason the machine just like whizzes through.
I know,
It's the
it
strangest thing.
feels almost weightless. It adds amazing structure without adding any weight.
Yes,
either.
yeah.
I'll just show you this as well. While I was down in Devon, I was doing a version. This is the same bag done in William Morris.
Oh, nice.
So
And remember,
just
if
to
you've got the
show you-
instructions, you can use whatever you want.
Yeah, and a bit of fussy cutting as well.
Beautiful
So
blue.
if you're just thinking, well, could I make the bag? What would it look like in another fabric?
I love
You
that
know,
blue.
And I don't know where they are now. Let me just see if I've got them. Had the handle somewhere, but I'm going to put like a deep cherry red handle on this.
Like
wasn't
that?
No, it wasn't those. No, I'll find them. I'll find them.
Okay.
Anyway, so it really, you know, it's a very, very adaptable pattern. So first of all, let's cut the panels for the. I'll just do the front of the bag. Right, so I'm going to do the same sort of combo down the centre because I rather like having that light fabric down the centre. And I'm going to cut a strip that runs down the centre. And what I'd rather like is this line of vases running straight through the centre.
Okay.
So when you want to do something like that...
Do you want a bigger cutting mat?
No, this will be fine,
okay.
honestly, thank you. It'll be fine. What you want to do is you want to find the sort of centre of the motif, and then you're going to line the middle of your measurement up on it. So, for example, if your measurement was 8.5, then you want 4.25.
Right.
Yeah. So you're lining that line up, and you want to run that down the centre. And if you've got a very, very frequently occurring motif, then it's quite easy to just make sure that measurement touches.
Stays in the...
Yeah, you know, the edge of Mickey's ears, or,
Yeah,
you know,
or
the tip
wherever.
of the flower or something like that.
Yeah. So make sure it's always there.
That's right. And I'm going to
Good
just...
job these rulers are clear, isn't it?
It's an absolute boon. What would we do without them?
I wonder if they started off not clear and then someone went, do you know what, they'd be so much better if you could see through them.
I don't know.
Or were they always see-through?
Look, hello.
Oh, have you got a
I've remembered to
rotating
unlock
cutting
it.
back there?
I remember to unlock it this time.
By any chance? So whizzy.
I know, I know.
Now, we've got the instructions for the 3 bags are on the screen at the moment. The Tilda has almost all sold out. Is it all gone? Yeah, the Tilda fabric, not surprisingly, has all sold out.
It's great though,
But
isn't it?
it was an amazing price. And it's Cyber Monday, so why not? Don't forget as well, free P&P all day.
Can I just say, you know, start using your Tilda stash up, because turn of the new year, I have got not 1 but 2 amazing new Tilda collections to share.
Ooh.
Come the very beginning of February.
Is that when they're coming out?
Yeah, well, one of them is coming out then.
Okay.
And oh my goodness, it's so beautiful. Well, they're all so beautiful. And Tilda celebrate being 25 years old next year.
Wow.
25 years old. And so they are celebrating their Jubilee.
And this is going to be their celebration collection. Isn't
Yeah, so there's a celebration collection called Jubilee.
No.
So there I've got that fussy cup.
it? Beautiful.
And then I need some fabric for either side. And I'm going to use this fabric, but I'm not going to fussy cut it this time. Okay. I'm just going to layer it up, and I'm going to cut my strips just straight out. And
So
whatever
when you,
happens,
so if you're
happens.
using your pattern,
Yeah.
would you just divide the front into 4?
Into 3. Well, what I actually did was what I wanted was a centre that was
Twice the width.
Twice the
so
width.
you divide it into 4, and then the outer 2 are one of those measurements, and
yeah.
then the centre one is 2 of them.
good maths. Thank you. Yeah, that's what I
So
did.
the outer ones are a quarter, and the centre ones are half.
Yeah. To be honest with you, what I actually did was I just drew the rectangle and then just kind of divided it up with a with a pencil.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. But if you divide it,
I'm
into
not that
quarters-
mathematically gifted, I'm afraid. You may have noticed.
Yeah, but you worked out what you wanted it to like, and then I'm just translating what it was you chose.
Yeah, that's right. You've got it all, in my demo. It's easy peasy. Right, so I've done that. So I've cut out my thinner strips now, and I'm going to sew these together. Okay. So I'm allowing a little bit of serendipity
Yeah.
in my bag. That's a gorgeous colour
It works
combo.
with those outsides not being fussy cut, just wherever.
That's right. The fabric's a bit more free-form and flamboyant.
Also, I think by cutting through those bouquets, it almost makes them flow into the centre.
Right.
It's almost like an optical illusion. You feel like they're moving across.
Yeah.
Don't know why.
Well, with the green version, actually, there was a little bit of thought, because the floral that I used either side, I thought it looked almost like, those amazing wide borders that they have at big country houses.
Yes.
It almost reminded me of those.
Okay.
And I thought of it as almost
want that
being
pressing?
No, you're right. I'm just going to do it with
Okay.
And I thought it was like those sort of wide borders, sort of outside the country house.
Yes, I see what you mean.
Sometimes I've learned this from Janet Clare. She often talks about sort of telling herself a story as she's making something. So she sort of fleshes out her design with
with the story.
Yeah, which I wouldn't do all the time, but there are times when it's sort of almost if there's a little narrative going on, it sort of helps you to understand
Yes,
why
I see what you
you're...
mean, about why you've done it.
Yeah.
Oh, I think I'm too busy singing along to power ballads or listening to Radio 4. It's one extreme or the other.
See, I never ever have music on or anything like that when I'm working.
When I'm writing, I have to have total silence. So if I'm
Yeah.
writing instructions, can't have anything. But if I'm making,
I'm bored.
then yes. And I discovered the other day on Spotify, if you say, hey Siri, please play power ballads,
Yeah.
amazing.
Really?
I was singing all the way to work. Yeah, hey
Oh.
Siri,
Love
power
that.
ballads on Spotify.
So I'm
But
going to
no,
give
if
this a
I'm-
press.
Yeah, you have to concentrate. I can't listen to anything, but
Yeah.
for sewing I can sing.
Oh, okay. The odd podcast. The odd podcast. Right, okay, so I've got that ironed now. There we go. Got my seams ironed. And now I'm going to fuse it to my boseling off. Or
So give us some tips. So for people who have never used
Yep,
this before, talk us through it.
okay, so
Beginner's Guide to Bosel.
great. So Bosel is the company. They
not
make
a thing.
loads of different things. The product is in our form, bit like Toys R Us.
Yeah, because I think we often call that Bosel and it's not actually.
Yeah, well, it's so synonymous now. It's become like the product that the
Yeah.
company is known for. So everyone just calls it Bosel, you know. And in our form comes in 3 different variants. You've got completely non-fusible. The completely non-fusible has a smooth finish. It's almost felty or like a tricot or something like
Yes,
that.
yeah.
You'll feel it. It's completely smooth, felty almost. And it'll be like that on both sides. The core in the middle is a thin polyester foam.
Right.
It's a little bouncy. It quilts beautifully. You don't need to use a walking foot. The only thing special that you need when you're using it is quilter's clips rather than pins.
Right, okay.
Anyway, so both sides, smooth and felty, that's non-fusible. One side, can you hear that?
Yeah, it's a bit scratchy. What does the other
Yeah,
sound
bit
sound?
rough.
Oh, that's not as rough, no.
No. So you can feel, you can see it has a slight glint to it and it's slightly creamier as well on one side. That's the fusible side.
Right.
Double-sided fusible obviously has that on both sides. If you're using double-sided fusible, put a piece of baking parchment down on your ironing board. Yeah. And if you're using something like cork or upholstery fabrics which are thicker, don't be surprised if it takes a little bit longer to fuse your fabrics.
Right.
It's not Bond-A-Web. You know, it's not an instant bond. Right, so I've laid it on top. And you want to just make sure that it's fitting perfectly. And then iron in the centre. And you want to just anchor the centre when you're fusing. Use minimal heat. I don't mean you have to use the lowest setting, but just don't linger for ages.
Right. So do you turn the iron down or do you just not
No,
spend as long?
Just don't spend as
Right,
long.
okay.
So it's really a bit of a, you want it till it's just fused, but don't go at it hammer and tongs, because the more you iron this, the more that fusible will be drawn into the fabric. And eventually you can almost stop the Bosel sticking because all of the glue now is in the fabric.
Right, okay.
Does that make sense?
Yes, yes.
So I'm looking and that looks pretty good to me. I will just check. You see there, it's just very slightly, that's not quite bonded there. Here, beautiful. So I'm just going to go back in. It's usually the edges, if it's going to need a bit of extra heat anywhere. So we might as well give each side a quick go.
So this is great, a great product for, well, lots of bag making. If you want to give your bag, even if you're making the simplest tote bag and you want it to have that basket-like quality.
That's right.
Basket bag.
Yep.
And it's brilliant for that. It's $13.99 for half a metre.
I'm just cooling it down.
It's cooling it down this is
And I'll
the,
tell you why, because I want to use a friction pen on it.
it's the professional method.
I want to use a friction
Right.
pen on it, and I don't want it to be so warm that the lines disappear as
It's
I
the
write.
sort of product that's worth having in your stash for just think, oh, do you know, I'll just have a go if you've never
Yeah.
used it.
Oh, do you know, get a couple of meters because you'll love it. Now look, I've got a red friction pen and red fabric.
Oh, have we not got any other
I
colours?
don't know. This was the one I brought with me. Right, this feels nice and cool. So the next thing that I'm going to do is prepare this for quilting.
Oh, I've got a
Bex
black
with my-
one here. Would you like
Have
a
you?
black
A
one?
black one would be good, actually, I think. Yeah, the red actually shows up really nicely.
Yeah, no, it does, doesn't it?
Okay, but then perhaps for at home, it would be easier if I use a black. Okay, so I'm going to draw a diagonal line from corner to corner. That's my foundation line. And then I'm going to lay my ruler on top of that line, 2 inches away, and draw a line. 2 inches away and draw a line. And I'm going to do this all over the surface.
Now, the friction pens are heat erasable, which is why they're marvellous, so that you draw them on, lovely, you can draw them everywhere, sew on them, do whatever you want, and then you just press and they will disappear. Do test, but I have to say, I've never had one that hasn't come out. Have you?
Yes.
On what?
Yeah, so I have. There's no such thing as a perfect marking
No, you've got
tool
a
or
test.
pen.
But maybe it's because I've only used. Have you used them on like a non-quilting cotton?
No, sometimes, particularly I think on solids, they can end up, you see what are called ghost marks.
Yes, now I've had that.
It's almost like a white chalky mark. Well, that's the bit that will
Yeah,
come back.
so.
They won't ever come back as black lines unless you put them in the freezer and, you know.
So always test them, but they do make quilting so much easier and embroidery.
Yeah, I must admit, they are my favourite marking tool.
They are available, hopefully, on the website.
Yeah, especially for things like bag making. So I'm just going to quickly finish this. It's almost all marked up. Of course, on my swanky new sewing machine, Bex, I can just put the laser light on and I don't have to mark
What is that
anything.
swanky new sewing
It's a
machine?
Brother Stellaire XJ2. It's incredible.
And it has a laser
It has a laser light, so you don't have to mark half square triangles or flippy corners or diagonal quilting lines. You can literally just set the laser and go.
Wow.
It's absolutely rocked my world. Right, so those lines are all marked. So now I'm going to do some quilting. And I just want to show you that you do not need to use a walking foot. You can if you want, of course you can, you know, but you don't have to. So I'm going to use the centre needle position. I'm going to up my stitch length to 3.5 and I'm just going to start quilting these lines. And it
So
runs...
you were saying that with your green bag you use like a pale pink. So
Yeah.
what advice would you give to people choosing a quilting thread colour?
Well, Gosh.
Would you go, I mean, like you obviously chose, because you did that on the green bag, you went pink.
Yeah.
How did you choose it?
Well, because there's that lovely soft baby pink in many of the green prints.
Okay. So would you always choose a lighter or a darker?
Well, so most of my quilts are actually quilted in some kind of neutral. I love silver, grey, tan, cream, white. So most of my quilts I quilt using those colours, but I do also like to sometimes use a colour.
Okay.
And you know, I like a soft colour for quilting. If you go too dark, it can make your quilting look very spidery.
Okay, so use a light colour,
I think
and maybe just
slightly
pick out a
lighter.
colour that comes with it.
Yeah, just a slightly lighter colour from perhaps one of the colours in your work. And also, you know, when you're testing the colour to see whether it works, don't hold the reel of thread over your work.
Right.
Because a reel of thread will look incredibly solid. And what you want is to unreel some thread and lay a single piece of thread across your fabric.
Okay.
To see how it looks.
See what it actually looks
Yep.
like.
I do that in shops all the time. I don't think any shop worth its salt would mind you doing that. Or when you get your reel of thread home from us, unreel it and have a little look. I'm just going to very quickly, this is not going to take me very long at all just to finish this quilting.
Yeah, but
Just to
it's
show
quite
you
good to
it's a
see
quick
that because you
job.
don't need a walking foot.
You
It's going
really
through
don't.
it beautifully.
Yeah. Like I say, stitch length of 3.5. Everything is holding down beautifully. And I'm just cutting my thread at the end of each. I could turn my work and I could go back the other way and I could stitch across, but my Elna 680 has got a thread cutter which comes into its own when you're doing jobs like this. It makes it so much easier.
But also you fused it, so it's not about keeping it in one place. It's all fused anyway.
Yeah, it's not going to start wrinkling and shifting, you know. And if it does, then take it out and pop it under the iron again. I mean, it may remove your friction pen marks, so you might have to remark them. But I mean, just note to self, next time, just make sure you've fused it really well before you make a start. So I think I've got 3 lines of quilting left to go. And then you'll be able to see. And this is just using an off-white. Even if I'm quilting on white fabric, I will usually go for an off-white or a colour. The brand I use is called Bone. The colour is called Bone.
Right,
and it's a very
okay.
slightly pinky white. And it just, even on plain white, it just makes the quilting pop a bit more. if you use plain white on white fabric, it just kind of disappears, and then I
Yes,
wonder
yeah.
why you did it.
It's a funny thing, quilting, isn't it? You want it to show up, but you don't want it to show up. It's like they're sort of two things at the same time.
I know, it's true. Right, all of that quilting is done. That
Brilliant.
didn't take long.
It's very quick.
And then we'll just go over the
See,
surface.
this is my favourite bit.
Yeah.
Because suddenly all the lines disappear.
You
and-
hope. The better. Then I realised you've handed me a biro.
Oh, the other day I had a permanent marker on my friction pen, and I thought I need to go and put the permanent marker in another room. Because
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
I'm going to use it otherwise.
But look at that.
That's beautiful. And maybe that is what makes those fabrics flow from one panel to the other, because the quilting is going together.
Well, do you know, funnily enough, a lovely lady in my class yesterday, Sarah, was concerned that quilting over her patterned fabric would distract from the fabric itself. And it's a bit of a leap of faith sometimes. And she pursued it, and she did it, and she did an amazing job. And she adapted the quilting. But, you know, sometimes you just got to see beyond it, quilt over the top, and it unifies it.
Yes, that's true. Right, let's talk about handles.
talk handles.
So we've got lots and lots of different handles. So I'm going to go through them, and you can tell me what to use them for.
Sure.
So let's go with these first.
Yeah. Okay. So here I've got my Strippity Doodah bag, which we've never had the handles for.
Way.
And now we finally have.
We also have the instructions for this, so
Yeah.
we'll do that in a minute.
That's that.
Um,
and then I've got this one.
So these are the tortoiseshell design rectangle.
Yep.
That is not a rectangle. Could you imagine? Imagine just going into your maths lesson saying that's a rectangle. They'd have
Right.
smacked you around the head.
They
with them.
would.
It's a
It
trapezoid.
is trapezoid.
Anyway, that's what they're called on there. Rectangle resin handles.
Don't you think they're, and it seemed to move.
Yeah, definitely.
Every life.
All we need. They'd be brilliant, wouldn't they? Fancy dress.
Do it. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Really good. Tiny dancer.
They're fantastic, aren't
Yeah,
they?
lovely.
Anyway, £8.99, which is great, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah. It's a really good price.
Half of the stock of these is gone, and it's these extras. That's what gives your bags that zhuzh.
It does. It does.
If you want to make the bag, by the way, let me just show you first.
2 bags.
There's 2 bags, a big one and a little one.
And you get the fabric handle pattern as well within it. So if
Okay.
you haven't got acrylic or plastic
You
handles,
can just use
you
the
can
fabric.
swap these handles on either bag.
So £9.99, great stash buster because these are all strips.
They are. It's jelly roll
The
friendly.
clue is in the name.
Yep, that's right.
Right, the next handles. Should we do these?
Yes.
Wonder what they've called these. It's triangles. Arch.
Yep.
I'll give them that.
So I used those on this bag. Okay.
Yes.
These can elevate the simplest tote bag.
So they've got holes
Right.
in them, and then I presume you thread through a
Yeah,
fabric.
I'll show you here. Look, just this was I think 3/8 of an inch wide. So you just 4 times the width, and then you
Yeah.
fold it in half down the middle, raw edges into the middle, and then fold it in half again. And top stitch, and that'll make your little strips. And you can extend that longer if you wanted a bag that you were able to put over your shoulder.
Yeah, then that could just be the shoulder and then the strap. So even if you've got the simplest tote bag, bit of bozal, bit of quilting, these handles, you've suddenly
amazing.
got a designer tote
It's
bag.
true. It's true. Really cool.
The next ones, these are more sort of handly handles,
Yeah.
aren't they?
Yeah, now in fairness, we could have used those for this bag, we could use it for the Strippity Doodah. All you need to be aware of when you're using these handles is what's the aperture? Measure this.
Yes.
So if this is 3 inches, then your fabric, once you've sewn it, that's going to go through, it needs to come down to just ever so slightly under 3 inches.
Right, yeah, so not, otherwise they might bunch, so a little bit
Yeah.
less. But these are great for, well, like the knitting bag that's got the round handles, but just a little bag. They're really good for knitting, knitted bags and crochet bags as well. They always look lovely on things like that, don't they?
Yeah, they are. They're super and really comfy in your hands. And I love either like small handles on a big bag or big handles on a small bag. You can mix that up too, and it can, so the handles can be a real statement.
Well, they should be. I mean, and also £6.99. I mean, they're a great price, but they do elevate your bag.
Also, one more thing, if you do things like embroidery, cross stitch, or even patchwork, top and bottom,
oh yeah,
as
bell
hangers,
sort of thingy.
bell pull style.
Yeah, nice idea.
You can do that with the trapezoid ones as well.
Yes. AKA rectangle. Then we'll do
the round. Love these. Love these.
How about them?
Is that a bit Janet Street Porter?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
She doesn't wear glasses, does she?
Yeah, but it is quite Janet Street Porter, isn't it?
Something about it.
Or Deirdre.
Deirdre.
Do you want to be Deirdre?
Chester, love. Chester, love. Come down out your room. She's still up there playing her tapes. She's been up there since 1984.
She sounds exactly like that.
Keep Deirdre out of prison.
Anyway.
Oh, that was hilarious. I can't even remember what she went to prison for.
I don't even watch Coronation Street.
Oh, really? I don't now, but I did then, and I can't even remember what she went to prison for. Anyway, talking about circular handles.
Yeah.
White and black marble design.
Absolutely.
I like that. Design.
Yeah. Don't be confused. They're not marble. But those would look absolutely delicious.
Oh, no, they would. On the zippity-doo, darl.
Yeah. Instead of that,
Theft.
have
She went to prison for theft.
And all you
fraud.
would want, look, is, can you see that this attachment here is just a bit too wide?
Okay, so you need to go a little bit.
You'd want it about this width.
Right.
Or you could even have 1, 2, 3 thin strips. That would look really smart.
Bit designery, though.
Very designery.
These are lovely.
Yeah. Another thing you can do with these is you can actually have them so that the bag comes around the handle. So there's like a semicircular cutaway, and then the bag goes out from here.
Nice, yeah. Be good for macrame.
Oh, very nice. Very nice. Yeah.
That's gorgeous. Gorgeous.
Beautiful.
Right, let's do the leather handles next.
Is it these?
That's these.
Or these?
Is that these? These have gone. They were the ones. So.
Yeah.
But we've got the brown. Are they
We've got
called
the brown.
brown?
Brown's lovely.
So they would be lovely on your bag.
I was going to say, I'm just going to grab this and just.
Yeah, I think that's really nice. They really elevate the bag.
That's fabulous.
Absolutely fab.
They do.
They're faux leather, by the way. Vegan.
Yeah. Absolutely lovely. And they're ever so easy to sew on. You sew them on by hand. I use a back stitch. You can use saddle stitch if you prefer. Sometimes I add them before I add the lining, and then you can't see the sewing.
Oh, okay.
And then other times I sew through. I prefer sewing through the lining. Even though you can see your stitching, it's stronger.
Yes.
It's more secure. But those are lush.
Oh, I see, gold. Yes, so that it has like a gold D-ringy thingy.
Gorgeous.
That is for the pair as well. Don't worry. You will get both.
That is for a pair.
Thankfully. And now the black?
Yes. The black's lovely.
Yeah, they are nice, aren't they?
So a few of the ladies yesterday worked with black and white or grey.
Oh, lovely.
In the workshop. Oh, my goodness me, beautiful. So classy. Animal prints.
Yeah, it'd be lovely for that, wouldn't it?
Or
Yes.
Japanese-style prints.
Gorgeous.
Or a little pop of red or pink. Black
Only
handles.
$11.99 as well. Yeah. I mean, and they do look nice. I think because they've got these extra rivets and D-rings, it elevates it again.
It becomes a professional looking
Yeah,
bag.
it does actually.
And also as well, I do cannibalise bags regularly.
Do you?
So yeah, when I've used the bag up and worn it out, or it's, I take the handles off and I put them onto another bag.
Oh yeah, no, well that's true. I take zips out of things as well.
Yeah.
Never throw a zip out.
But I mean, the seasons come and go, because the thing is, especially if you add it onto the bag after it's finished, which you do with these, you can unpick the stitching. The bag's not destroyed.
No, but you can just move them.
So if you've got a springtime and a wintertime bag and you've got a handle you really love, just mix them, change them over. Yeah.
Right, the next lot of handles, they don't have the metal hardware. These just sew on.
Yeah. And these are fabulous, absolutely gorgeous. This again, I'm going to grab, I'll grab the same bag just to show you. same sort of colour. These, again, sew on. The holes are punched. Double thread, run it through some beeswax or thread conditioner. If you haven't got beeswax or thread conditioner, run them through a tea light.
Okay.
Use
I was going to say
tea
a tea
light.
bag, I'm thinking, really?
No, run them through
Tea
a
bag's
tea
a
light.
bad idea.
Yeah, that is a bad
A
idea.
tea light?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And then sew them on. Obviously, you can see these are shorter. These will definitely be a hand
Yeah,
bag.
these are handles.
Yeah. Yeah.
Or giraffes.
Good. I like other way up. Hang on. I'm an auger. I'm an auger. But
Double as fancy dress items.
yeah, you can hand sew these on. You can also machine sew them on. You can hand crank your machine.
Oh, yeah, I guess so.
through the
As long as you've
holes.
got the right hole
Yeah.
stitch length.
Yeah.
Yeah, true.
So that's those.
Okay, then
black.
we have the same in black.
Ever such good value as well, these.
They're amazing, aren't they?
Yeah.
£8.99.
Yeah.
I'm just piling up all my
And the
stuff
difference
over
they
there.
make to a project. And also as well, these have got, I'll just pull this back, these have got a very, very thick cord running through the handle. Yeah. So that the handle is really firm, thick, strong. It feels robust.
Yeah,
Which
yeah.
again, I think, is what makes a bag look and feel professional when
Yeah,
it's
no,
robust.
they do. Yeah, they do, and they're nice and comfy to hold in your hand
Yeah,
as well.
gorgeous.
And then finally, bright red.
Yes, yes, love that.
Lovely on navy,
Really nice on navy.
navy and white stripe.
Beautiful.
Beautiful for that
Yeah.
French
Nautique.
Breton look.
I say.
Red
Love
beret.
that. Yeah, I love it. But it is just that little pop of colour. And a few people yesterday actually used bright red handles
Gorgeous.
on fairly muted bags to give a real pop, a real injection of fun and style.
Yeah, it's beautiful, isn't it?
Gorgeous. That's those.
Right, now we're going to move on to these amazing locks and clasps,
Yeah.
of which we have many. One of them is sold out. Okay,
Stag sold out. I was showing everyone the stag yesterday. They're brilliant.
the bronze
rectangular?
oval, that's that
Oh,
one.
the oval. Yeah.
Right, okay. So, right, we're going to do all of them. Let's
Yep.
do that one first, because I like that one.
Yeah, so these are twist locks. This is an oval. The one we've got, actually, the details are for this rectangular one right here. Okay, but just to show you how they work, so this section, the sticky out section, goes onto the bag. It's literally just like adding a magnet. You use the washer, you mark the 2 slots.
So like a magnetic
Yeah, you
vase.
cut the holes and you push the prongs
Yeah.
through and open them out on the back. So that's easy. And then this section, so if I undo that, this section, the window, it's got 2 little screws, or sometimes 3 at the back. You unscrew those. You need a little very small Phillips screwdriver for that. And then it separates into 2 halves. You use 1 half of it to mark the oval or the rectangle on your finished flap.
Yes.
So you make it up, the whole thing, front, back, lining the lot. And then you cut that out. But there are also, I don't know if you can just see in the side, there are the screw holes. So what you end up cutting is like a rectangle with 2 little extensions at either end to accommodate the
Right,
screws.
so the screws go, oh, okay.
And then basically you just push the front side through, put the base plate onto the back, and then screw it
And that
together.
really does make your bag look professional,
Oh,
doesn't it?
I mean, they look the bomb. It takes about 5 minutes to fit one, if that.
Beautiful.
And you'll get so many comments about, where did you buy that bag?
Fantastic. Right, so that's the rectangle one. Then we've got the same one, but in rose gold. Do
You want silver?
you want silver? We'll
This
do
is
gold.
the gold, yeah. And I think that's just
It's
gold,
almost like a
isn't it?
rosy gold, though,
It's
isn't
got a
it?
slightly rosy
Got a
tint to
little
it.
shine, almost a shine
Yeah.
to it.
Shine or a shimmer. But for $3.99 to suddenly
Yeah.
make your bag look amazing. And the little sort of tongue flap that I've put on the bag that I've been showing you all morning, you could put that on a tote bag.
Yes.
And suddenly it's a totally different...
Yeah, no, that's true. By just
super
putting in
classy
those
bag.
extra things, and it's
Yep.
kind of. Do you want the silver one next? It's
Yeah.
it's taking things up to that level.
Yeah,
By
for
just
$3.99
for £3.99.
in 5 minutes. Silver next. But also things like purses, wallets.
Yes.
Amazing.
Yeah. Oh, that's gorgeous.
Yeah,
Yes.
it's lovely that, isn't it?
Oh yeah, actually that's quite nice for a purse, isn't it?
Really classy, yeah. And they're just ever so easy to use.
Well, I imagine there must be plenty of videos on YouTube.
Well,
and things
yeah,
if you
there
want
are.
To know how
Top
to do
tip would actually be mock up a flap. You don't have to do anything fancy, but mock
and
up
have
a
a go.
flap
Yeah, that's
and actually
true.
fit. You can take them off again. You can refit them.
Now, if you like the oval one,
Yeah.
but
Oh, the silver smart.
the oval one that Stuart had on his bag, we've got it, but in a different colour.
That's really nice. Really nice. But yeah, just keep, fit them a few times until you get really confident with how it's done, and then it'll be an absolute breeze. Because I know it's a bit of a big deal cutting through your bag flap.
Well, yeah, I would have a practice. It's a bit like doing buttonholes. You'd never commit to a buttonhole.
Jenny in my class yesterday actually got me to put it in the flap.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
But if you have a little
but I
go
get that.
first.
Yeah.
Right, now magnetic clasps.
Yeah.
So let's start with silver.
Yep.
So in the bundle, the kit, whatever it is, you get the two little washers, and then you get the female and the male.
Innie and outie.
Yeah. $1.99, 18 mil. That's the silver one.
And if you're going for the strippity doodah, you need 3 of those, and I'll show you.
Oh, is that
very
to hold the
quickly.
sides in?
Yeah. Look. So you've got one either side.
Oh.
Yeah, to hold the sides
Yeah.
in, and then you've also got one inside. So there's your 3.
Yeah, I do like the sides when they come in. It gives it a nice shape, doesn't it?
Yeah,
And
well,
a
you
bit
can
more
sew
secure.
that, but then it's permanent, or you can use magnets.
Then this one is...
Gunmetal.
Oh, gunmetal. I was going to say, is it nickel or gunmetal?
I think gunmetal's always good if you can't make up your mind. If silver or gold,
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah.
Gunmetal's good. Gunmetal's good.
Gunmetal is nice on denim.
Ooh,
don't know why.
scrummy.
And the last one is gold. Always believe in your soul.
Beautiful, yeah. That's the gold.
It's quite a nice gold, that, because it's not too glitzy, is
No,
it?
it isn't.
It's quite a gentle gold.
Yeah, it is.
Is that a
it
word?
is.
Can you have a
Classy.
gentle gold?
Yeah, I think you can. I think
Quite a
you
nice
can.
gold. Well, it's a bit more matte, I think. It's not quite
Yeah.
so sort of glitzy, shiny.
Yeah, it's lovely. It's just these little bits that make such a difference.
Well, yeah, a magnetic clasp definitely makes it a lot easier. Have we done everything? I think we have. Please don't forget to check out on all the patterns. Don't forget the 3 bags. So you can make all 3 bags from the 3-bag pattern, from the bag trio pattern, all of them. And remember the little hack of, if you don't want to use whole pieces, you can join together smaller pieces. Perfect for fat quarters. Gorgeous.
Yeah.
Have a look on the website if you want to buy any of the hardware, like the clasps and the leather handles. Now, just to remind you of the Bright Hopes quilt kit. So we sold out the instructions at 9 o'clock, but we managed to get some back. So $9.99, you can, and half of what we got back has already gone. So if you want to learn more about it, if you weren't with us at 9 o'clock, just go back and watch the demo where Stuart and I talk about what you can do with the different designs. It's not just 4 designs. They can be created into bigger, smaller, all sorts.
Yeah, absolutely. Tabletopper, quilt, lap quilt, throw, cushion.
It is amazing value for money. So just $9.99. We've got more in stock, but over half of the second round has gone. So
And beginner
please
level,
check out them.
beginner level. It looks hard. There's no interweaving. There's no
No.
weirdness.
And watch the demo, because
Yeah.
it's easy. When will you be back with us, Stuart?
Well, I'm back presenting tomorrow, Wednesday
tomorrow.
and
Oh,
Thursday.
wow, got 3
Yep,
days.
Yep. So I'm really looking forward to that. And
Fab.
then I'm back guesting in December when it will be almost. I know. But now it feels like Christmas.
Oh, it does, doesn't it?
Yeah. Yesterday, all day long, I couldn't stop humming. It's beginning to look a lot like.
I know, I wrapped some Christmas presents yesterday. So I did feel a bit
feel
Christmassy.
smug?
No, because I had to send them to Canada.
Oh, very
So
nice.
had to get in advance. Anyway, I'll be back with you in a few minutes' time with Julie from Juey Jumbo. She has got some brilliant new kits, like beanie and bobble hats, absolutely gorgeous. So if you're loving the yarn lane, if you haven't met Julie before, you are going to love these. Also, brilliant gifts for Christmas presents. I'll see you back here in a few minutes' time.
Hi everyone, I'm Yvonne McAtamney. I'm a patchwork and quilter, and what do I do the rest of the time? The rest of the time I actually own and try and manage Village Fabrics in the town of Wallingford. How did I start my sewing and journey? Well, I've been sewing since as long as I can remember. I started out dressmaking with my mum and my big sisters. And since then, I've tried my hand at most things and have finally ended up with patchwork and quilting. And I think that's probably due to one of Eleanor Burns' Quilt in a Day books. Let me assure you, you don't make a quilt in a day. But it's been a passion of mine for the last 25 years, and I'm still at it, so there's hope for us all. So what do I enjoy sewing? Well, I like to do a bit of most things, to be honest, but my favourite thing is anything to do with my Japanese fabrics. So as you can see, we've moved to a different part of the shop, and here we are in another of my favourite corners. And I really enjoy combining the lovely Japanese fabrics with some hand stitching and hand quilting. So I've moved to the permanent Christmas room at my shop here, and as you hopefully can tell, this is quite a large shop here, so most of my time is involved in keeping this running successfully. So I don't really have a lot of time for claims to fame. So what I suppose I could say is that my claim to fame is actually managing to manage John Scott. I'm sure he'll take that the way it's meant, so love you lots, John. My top tip is that children's colouring in books are a really valuable resource whenever you're crafting. You've got nice, clear outlines that can become templates for your applique work, or you can transfer them and use them as quilting patterns. I can't draw, but I can create lots of things using bits and pieces from things like children's colouring in books. Give it a try.
Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 AM till 1 PM, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge one P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £3.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £5.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Are you having trouble finding the ideal gift for that someone special? Then why not treat them to a Sewing Street gift card? Simply head over to the website and scroll down to the bottom of the page and click where it says gift cards. You can decide between posting the card or delivery by email, then decide the value that you would like to send. Whether it's for a birthday, a special occasion, or just a way to say thank you, the Sewing Street gift card is the perfect answer.
Here at Sewing Street, we're always looking at ways to make your shopping experience better. That's why on certain items, we have split pay. So with the split pay, depending on the price of the item, you can split the cost twice, 3 times, or 4 times. So that means you pay once, then you pay monthly until it's finished. And you know what? We do not charge any interest whatsoever. Isn't that fantastic? Split pay, you say? Well, yes, please. I'm off to buy myself something fabulous.
Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 a.m. till 1 p.m. and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel. Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. Head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Our UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. We're proud to have some of the most skilled and experienced experts in the industry. They're brought to you here every day on Sewing Street.
Here at Sewing Street, we're always looking at ways to make your shopping experience better. That's why on certain items, we have split pay. So with the split pay, depending on the price of the item, you can split the cost twice, 3 times, or 4 times. So that means you pay once, then you pay monthly until it's finished. And you know what? We do not charge any interest whatsoever. Isn't that fantastic? Split pay, you say? Well, yes, please. I'm off to buy myself something fabulous.
Hello, welcome to Yarn Lane. It's 12 o'clock, and welcome Julie. Julie, fresh from the M42.
Yes, it's
Yeah, slight fast breathing.
An accident, yes.
Oh, but you're here.
We're here. It's
You
been
made
a bit
it in
last
one piece.
minute, but we're here.
We're here
One
when
of
I
us
was
for the
here already.
world.
We've got loads of new
So
stuff.
many new stuff.
Don't even know where to start. Don't even know where to start. But I've decided I want to start with the hats because I love them.
Okay.
So these are fab. We've got them in 3 colourways. They can be a beanie without the pom-pom or a bobble hat with the pom-pom.
Yeah.
Let me show you. For everyone. How cool. How cool is that?
So quick to knit. Literally. Oh, I brought that to show you later on. These are the new needles. Look at the size of that.
That's
one.
amazing.
That's just my prototype, my first one.
I absolutely love it.
And this is for January. We've got some great stuff coming on in January.
You have to wait till January to that. That was that great clunk, was the new
I wanted
needle.
to show you.
How cool is this? Really quick to make.
Literally, I bet 20 minutes.
Really, that's
I bet it
amazing.
took longer to make the pom-pom than to knit it.
So if you wanted to make everyone one for yourself, or what a lovely kit. Now let me show you the kit. Now this is a lovely Christmas gift.
Yeah, those are them.
I'm quite excited by this.
Move you those others away.
No, this is fine.
Okay.
I'm always going to open it. Look at the kit, because if you're thinking Christmas shopping, look, it's all there. So you get the needles.
Really nice gift.
I mean, what a lovely gift for somebody. Get the needles. You get a ball of chunky yarn in daffodil.
Well, I just
What do you think
called
it's? What
it
did you
orange.
call it? Orange. Yeah, but I
It
think
isn't
it's
orange, it's gold, isn't it?
Yeah, it's
Like
kind of a
golden,
daffodil colour.
yeah.
And then you get the navy.
You get the navy. And then the pattern is a download pattern. Now, these new patterns have a lot of information on them.
Right.
Not that they're hard, but an information to help you along.
Oh, okay.
Along your way. So there is 7 pages. Now, that's not to scare you. That's just to give you information of little things that people ask when they're beginners and things
Yes.
like that. That had sort of missed off most patterns, and I wanted to put them on. And so the download patterns, so you get a code, a card with a code inside.
Oh,
which
okay. Not
hasn't gone
available
in
to
that
everyone.
one. It's not available to everyone, no. They get a code inside, but they also get 3 free patterns as well.
Wow. So if you buy this for someone for Christmas, you'll get the code inside. You can either give them to download, or depending on who you're giving it to, you could print it out.
Yeah.
And then you could give it to them. But what a lovely gift. And not only that, they will get 3 free patterns.
Yeah.
This is beautiful quality acrylic yarn, so it's all vegan and lovely. And to get the needles as well. And the great thing is, it's a great stash buster. So if you give this to someone who's already got yarn, and then they all get the free patterns, that'll be brilliant.
Well, yeah, I mean, I think there's a blanket, there's a scarf, and there's a sweater.
Fantastic. And they all come in a gift box as well. Easy to wrap.
Yeah.
But you can buy them from yourself as well. Now, available in 2 other colourways. Let's do the pink and grey because it's so pretty. Love that one.
That's this one, isn't it?
This one has been the most popular on pre-order. Very pretty.
Can't go wrong with pink and grey, can you? I just love them colours.
Yeah, that's gorgeous,
Yeah,
isn't it? Should we
yeah.
try it on?
Can do, yeah.
See what it looks like? Then you can tell them which is your favourite.
They really suit you.
Do you think so?
Yeah, I do. I think, do you know what? When you put the pom-pom on the top when you're little, it makes you look taller, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah,
In
yeah.
fact, maybe I could have another pom-pom on top of that pom-pom.
Well, that's just pushing it, isn't
And
it?
I'd
We'll
be
just
even
make
taller.
it bigger, eh?
Yeah.
Football size.
There we go. There's the pink and grey one.
Oh,
so in the
modelling
pink and grey
contract
kit.
next.
Oh, it's so nice and warm now. My heating's broken. I might take this home with me.
Yeah.
Hopefully the man is coming today.
Oh,
God, I
dear.
was
Oh, well,
freezing
you
last
can
night.
borrow it. Don't worry.
Oh. There we go. Needles.
I mean, they're usually, how much are they usually?
I know. So
Forgotten
this
now.
is £28.99. You get
It's a
the
bargain.
needles. You get 3 patterns.
So 4 now,
Oh,
isn't
4,
there?
because
So
one's
there's
free.
There's the beanie
so
and
you get
3
the
free
beanie
ones.
and 3 free ones. You
Yeah.
get a ball of grey and the ball of rose pink.
Yeah. I call that dusty pink.
Do you? Okay. I'm just making it up.
Well, I think your colours are much nicer than what I choose.
Silver grey and rose pink.
That's what we're going to call them.
There we go. And they all come in this lovely
Emails
box.
coming to you with all the new colours.
Oh, I love choosing colour names.
Oh, well, I know where to find you then. That's what I'm going to do.
Love it.
I should have now. I've got your email
Oh
address.
yeah, I should have written for, like, you know, when they do these adverts for food.
Yeah.
You know, and they say hand cut.
Oh, I can imagine. Oh, you've got that kind of voice.
All
haven't
of that.
you?
Hand
Mine a bit.
cut.
Hand cut.
Hand cut. Hand cut. Triple cooked.
Oh, I can't do that.
And what they
Can you
mean is
try?
a slice of cheese, hand cut. Yeah.
Do you know what I think? Triple cooked. That means you've got them left over and you put them back in.
Yeah, triple cook means
Yeah.
nobody wanted them yesterday.
That's just what I think.
Right, anyway, that's why I like choosing
Out
colours.
the way.
So in this one, I'm going to try the last one. This is great. I love this one. It's sort of Christmassy, but not, isn't it?
Not Clarence over again.
Yeah, I'm not very good at doing that. Oh. No, I've got to
I
get
think
the
that
seam
one's
at
a
the
little
back.
bit larger.
No, I just had the seam in the wrong place.
All right, because sometimes people want them to hang down a bit at back, don't
Yeah,
they?
you see, you can make them to fit you as well.
Yeah, because you can turn that
So,
off, yeah.
pair of needles, da 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 da. Then we have Granny Smith green, because that is Granny Smith apple, isn't it?
Yeah,
it's
it's
that
just that
colour.
colour, isn't it?
Yeah,
It's a
and
lovely green.
fuchsia pink.
Yes.
Yay! Did we
Well,
get
I
the same
call it
colour?
cerise.
Cerise, yeah, yeah.
Cerise.
And apple green.
Yeah.
Or no, Granny Smith in particular, because apples.
So we
can be
need
all
to get
colours.
cerise a better colour then. So letting it fuchsia pink.
Fuchsia pink and Granny Smith green. And obviously all the patterns as well. And then they come in this fab box, which is brilliant, isn't it?
Cute
I
little
don't think, how have I not got my needles in as well as you did? Do you know what I've done?
You sort of just have to tuck them in a little bit.
Oh, you see, I don't think I've
Because
done
normally
that.
they're sealed down, but obviously I've left them open for you
No,
to
but
be able to get
I
into
don't think
them.
I've tucked them in. Anyway, so what do we do to make this? Give me a
Right.
few, because we're not giving you away the pattern of. So
What we do is, it's done in rib. So knit one, purl one.
Oh, okay.
So
Easy.
if you can give me a pair of needles, let's pop this
Would you like
back
this
on.
one?
Yes, thank you.
And obviously, once you see anyone you give this to,
I'll
or
take it
yourself,
back
is
a
going to
little.
love this because they've got those needles afterwards. And what a fab thing to have them.
Well, yeah, then you've got them. Are they? What is the price of the needles? Well, it'll come up, won't it? Soon we'll be doing those. But you'll see that it's a really good saving.
Yes. The
Yeah.
short needles. How much are the short needles, Benjamin? $14.99 for the needles on their own.
Right. Okay. What I'm going to do, what we're doing here is, this is how it's knitted, so it comes out flat.
Okay. So it looks like a scarf.
Yes, it
Could
just
be a
looks like a
scarf.
scarf. But what we tend to do, what we do here is we're going to just decrease by knitting 2 together. Now I'm just trying to pull it back to show
Oh, I've
you
got to
how
swap
to knit
over
2
because
together.
of the overhead. There we go. I knew I was on the wrong side.
So this is what it looks like off the needles. So if you try, sometimes it's nice to see what it's like off the needles because you can like gauge
Yes, now that
how
makes
you
sense.
put it together, can't you?
Yes.
So what I'm going to do is have a bit backwards way around then. So I'll show you how you put it together. and then I'll show you how you knit it. Just because we're at that stage now. Shall we do that?
Let's do it together. No, it's fine. We've got lots of other
Right.
things to talk about. We haven't got time to do everything.
So
It's
what
all
we
in the
can do
pattern
is,
anyway.
what we do now is, all we've done is knit one purl one, knit one purl one all the way across. Then we've done, so it tells you to knit so many rows.
Yeah.
Then we're going to change and we're going to go into the cerise and we're going to knit, I think it's 7 rows.
It's all in the pattern.
It's all in the pattton. And then, can you see this?
Yeah, I can see. Yeah.
Then what it'll say for the
stitches aren't
last...
very big.
Right.
Joke.
You are funny. What it'll say in the pattern is knit 2 together across the row. It's so simple as this. So you basically have got 2 stitches. I'm going to just take that back to show you. So
Yeah,
you'll
so
have
you took them off
all
the
your,
needles.
you'll have all your stitches. Yeah, because I'd sewn it, I was ready for sewing it up, and then I thought, oh, I can use it a demo. So you literally
Do you want
knit.
the other one?
Let's pretend that that's the yarn. I was going to do this in the green room while we were waiting, and then I haven't had time, have I? Let's see. So we're going to do knit 2 together, yarn round. That's it, that's how you knit 2 together. So you're basically then going to go, each one of these, knit 2 together across the row, and then when you've finished, you cast off as normal. Again, it's all in the pattern. And then all you do is fold it together. Or what you do then is, when you've cast off, you're left with these stitches. So you thread your yarn through, and that's what I started doing.
Like a gathering.
Yeah,
thingy.
and it's just like a drawstring, isn't it?
Yeah.
So you thread it through like this. I mean, people think hats are hard, but they're not at all.
Well, not when they're super chunky. This is so trendy, though, isn't it?
Yeah.
Really cool.
Well,
it's
yeah, I
super
asked for
chunky
one of those
knitted.
by my daughter, so...
I love it.
And she's
And actually, what I
trendy.
quite like, because I don't like hats being tight.
No.
I like to be able to, especially like, sometimes I want them like above, but particularly if I'm walking the dog and then it gets cold and I need to get them right down over
They
my
make my
ears.
head itch, don't they, if they're too tight?
Oh, yeah. But it's a bit like, for me, a bit like wearing sunglasses. I get quite irritable.
Yeah.
So this is nice and loose. And I guess you could make it bigger if you wanted to.
Well, you could make it bigger and you could make it smaller.
Yeah.
You know, you can make it smaller for the children, just put less stitches on.
Yeah. It's fab, isn't it? And who wouldn't want to make it? You could get this finished, give this to somebody for Christmas and have it done by the afternoon.
So you basically are going to pull through.
Right.
As I say, I've got my yarn in a bit of a mess. But you're basically going to put all the stitches together and then it'll come through together like this into a, dear me, slapdash carry on today, aren't I? So it'll basically come together like this. And then you'll sew that seam down there.
Wow.
Now, if you want to have a turn up, sew to about here.
Yeah.
Turn it inside out, so your seams.
Oh, of
throw
course,
it
because you
around
don't want the seam.
and
on
turn
the-
it up. But because it's so thick and the stitches, you don't generally tend to see it. It seems to merge
No,
in
that's
between
true,
the others.
actually.
And with it being a rib as well, it merges into the pearl
Yeah, it
bit,
does.
doesn't it? But if it was a
Gorgeous, isn't it?
knit stitch, you would see it. So that's
And then
basically
you
what
use the
do.
leftover
And then the
green.
leftover yarn you use for your pom-pom. You can do it in either colour, you could do it in green or you could do it in pink.
Or both.
Or both, yeah, you could have them either side, couldn't you, like ears?
Well, no, you could have a multicolour one, couldn't you? You could do the
Yeah.
two together. But yeah, ears.
But you could even do, ears.
Oh, that'd be
yeah.
so cute,
At
wouldn't
each
it?
side, because you've got plenty yarn left, absolutely plenty.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So you could do it all one colour.
You could do, yeah.
So
You've
could
enough
you
to
knit
do it
two
all one.
hats?
You've enough to knit 2 hats, yeah. I'm not saying if you'd have enough to such large pom-poms,
Yeah,
you
yeah,
might
yeah,
get
true.
one large pom-pom, but just experiment a bit.
But they don't have to have pom-poms on. Some people prefer them without. You could
some people
actually.
do. I mean,
Yeah,
men
use your
a
own
lot don't like a
yarn for the
pom-pom, do they?
pom-poms. You've then got enough for 2 hats.
Oh, you might even have your own pom-pom. You know those fur ones? Those
Yeah,
fake
oh,
fur
that's
ones. You
true.
might have one of those, to put on. So it's so easily and adaptable is the
Yes,
pattern.
fab. I like the idea of 2 pom-poms for
and you,
ears.
yeah.
Or, if you think like
You'll
with
think
no,
of all sorts.
with no pom-pom, because not everyone likes pom-pom, just be like a beanie.
Yeah.
It's cool, isn't
Yeah.
it? I like that. So you could make a pink one and a green one, then you could
Yeah.
make a grey one and a pink one, and then you could make a navy one and a gold one.
And if you want any more yarn, we've got the 2 packs.
We
coming up.
have. So yeah, if you decided
Nice
because
introduction into them.
once you've got the kit with the the download for the 4 patterns,
Yeah.
and you've got the needles, if you want any extra yarn, we have the yarn as well.
We do. Yeah.
Fab. Brilliant.
So, and then
Right,
finish the bit.
we've now got to do pom-pom kits because we've got a lot to get. Now, this is brand new. Brand new. So show me the pom-pom. Show me the pom-poms.
The pom-poms,
Where's the box?
the little bag. Where did it go?
There's the...
Oh, they're here. Straight in front of me.
No, the pom-pom kit we're going to do
Oh,
next.
you mean the wreath?
The wreath.
Right. The wreath.
The wreath.
Right.
Right.
The wreath
I know,
is
the
there on the wall, if you want
Right.
to. And we're going to now...
Okay,
make
so
it
the next
happen.
kit is to make this amazing pom-pom wreath.
So let's show you.
Look at that. That's something to hang on your front door, isn't it?
It's lovely, isn't it?
It's gorgeous.
Yeah.
Absolutely gorgeous.
And the first 30 are going to get the gift of the little notions to go inside. So I've just popped them into in
so
between
it smells
the...
lovely.
So it smells lovely.
Isn't
you've
that
got
lovely? So
cinnamon
that's your
sticks,
kind of...
orange and all
Well,
sorts.
it's modern Christmas.
Yeah.
It's winter.
Well, I didn't want it to just be Christmas because I thought if we put these in, it can be Christmas. But when it comes springtime,
Yeah,
we can
that's
put in
true.
daffodils, tulips.
Yeah, it
or
doesn't
some
have to be
springtime
Christmas, does it? It's just
foliage.
lovely.
Yeah, and you can get some like from your garden, like your little pine trees, and put some pines in and things like that. But I wanted it to be adaptable.
What do we get in the kit then?
Right. So in the kit, you get 3 lots of wool top. So this is...
What is this then?
I'll show you what wool top is. What this is this is called wool top, and what they do is when they're making yarn, they spin from this. So
Right, so
these
like
fine
knitting
little
wool.
things are spun, you know, obviously they spin like that, don't they? And it makes it into knitting yarn.
Right.
Into wool. Wool, we can call this. And that's what they spin from. Okay. But so this is this is like, you know, it's not being spun or anything, it's just being dyed.
This is straight from the purple sheep.
Yeah, well, yes. So you can do anything you want with this, and this is how I've made these pom-poms. You can
Is
see they're
this
scattered
what they
inside.
use for needle felting?
Yes, exactly the same thing they use for needle felting. And this actually is from the Corriedale sheep. Right, I love looking into sheep. I like to look where it comes
Okay,
from.
what's the
So this is a Corriedale sheep. It's very soft, not as soft as merino, but what it does is it makes really good sort of... It's not as... Merino's quite... It's beautiful, don't get me wrong, and it's my favourite. It's a little bit fly away, a bit more...
Oh, okay.
You know,
So
you're
this has got
sneezing a little bit with
strength.
it. It's a little bit more strength. It's
Right, okay.
coarse isn't the word, but it's slightly coarser, just slightly. It holds its shape better. So you won't get all them fibres. You might get a few, but not many.
Okay.
Okay.
Lovely.
So
and you get three of
you
those.
get 3 of these.
So a purple, a pink, and a
This is like a...
lavender.
Is it a blush pink?
Yeah, I don't know.
Blush
It's sort
pink,
of a
I call that.
mauvey- Don't know.
Yeah, that is dusky pink, isn't
Yeah,
it?
it's a pinky purpley colour.
Pinky
Anyway,
purple.
those three
Anyway,
colours.
you get those... Where's the wreath gone?
I've got the wreath.
Oh, yeah. So these are these little bits of texture
Oh,
here.
see, now these look like the pom-poms that you buy, the fluffy ones.
Yeah,
on
these
top
are
of
just
hats.
like those what you usually put on hats,
So
aren't
those are the super fluffy
But they
ones.
they add the depth, I think, to the...
Yeah, no, they do.
They just add to it. They make
They
it look
don't
more
they?
expensive. That's
They
what I'm
do, they
looking
do.
for.
It looks like,
Yeah.
you know, when you go to one of these like posh interior shops and they have these for like 50, 60 pounds.
Yeah, well, I did. I just made it with the normal yarn, and then I thought, no, it needs something else. And when I put them in, it brought the
does.
luxury through.
Well, it does, because you've got those 2 different textures going on then, haven't you?
Yeah,
Because
yeah.
they do look quite different. Right, what else do you get in
Right.
this here kit?
So obviously we get these.
Yeah.
Let's
So
move it
orange
over there.
and cinnamon and
We
berries
get-
and things.
We get your, we get your two
Silver
yarns
grey
and
and
your
rose pink.
rose pink, and then you get all these pom-pom makers.
Wow.
So what we have, I use this. It tells you on the pattern exactly, which again is a download. No, it isn't. No, it's a print off. It's an instruction sheet.
Right, okay. that
Rather
comes
than a
in the kit.
pattern. And sadly, I've forgotten it. But I know it off by heart.
That's fine.
So you
And
do
these
4 of
pom-pom
these.
makers come in the kit?
And they come in it, yeah. You do
Wow.
4 of these, you do 6 of these, and these are your smaller ones if you wanted to do smaller ones, and then your little diddy one if you want to do diddy ones. But I haven't actually used these for the
Right,
wreath,
okay.
But you get these in addition. So you've got 4 different sizes of pom-pom kits.
That's amazing, and you can use that again.
Sorry,
and
different
the
size of
wreath-
pom-poms. The wreath, oh yeah, you get the wreath as well. It's here.
I've got it.
Oh, it's there, isn't it? Yeah.
So that comes with it as well.
comes as
So
well.
you're getting 3 different colours of the nice fluffy wool tops. You're getting 2 different colours of the yarn. You get the wreath, wooden, with holes in. You get 4 pom-pom makers.
Yep.
It's amazing.
It's a good
And
value,
the first
isn't it?
30 kits will get all the cinnamon sticks and the
Yeah.
orange as well.
Good value, isn't it?
It's really
Yeah.
amazing
And it's
value.
absolutely lovely make to make, and I'll show you how I make the pom-poms and use
So
the-
it's something you could do with children as well,
I
something
have
to get
done.
ready for Christmas,
Yeah.
really nice. It's
Did
a
even know that.
lovely gift to give somebody.
Yeah, in fact, they both were doing it after school. Nori and Elby were doing it after school.
Well, it's all, and also
Yeah.
you're not just making pom-poms as a practical use for it, and it is beautiful because it's so pretty. But when
Yeah, you just need to supply your own little bit.
Yeah,
of
I
ribbon.
think we can
Yeah.
do that. Just a little bit of it. So how do we make this
Right,
then?
what we do is...
I'll move
make a
everything
clear,
out of the way. Do you
clear
want your
space.
glasses?
Yes, please. Thank you. You
you
see, you
gonna
even
do-
say that posh, don't you? Glasses.
Yeah, well, that's
Nice
just because I come
glasses.
from down south. Glasses.
Do you want your glasses? Right.
Glasses. Ben said he didn't think I was posh. I am, Ben. Well, let's go
Oh,
with it.
she is posh,
Let's
Ben.
go with it, Ben.
Yes, Ben, she's posh.
Quite like to be posh.
What I'll do is, I'll just bob down and get this. These are what I've made earlier, but I'm just going to get you some yarn just to show you. Basically, what we're going to do is, to start off with...
Right, we use the normal...
We just use the
acrylic.
normal acrylic yarn.
Right.
Don't matter what colour, because you're going to put both colours on anyway. And what I tend to do is just poke it through there, but you don't have to do. And I'm going to just wrap it around.
Okay.
Let's just make it into a bit of more of an easy to work with. Right, so just crisscross it a bit there. Wrap it around a few times, all around, because what you're going to do is, this is making your base for you to put your pom-poms onto.
Oh, so this is just your something to tie it on with?
Yeah, I mean, if you didn't want to use your yarn for that, just use any spare you've
okay.
got.
Yeah,
Any
'cause
spare.
this
If
is-
you wanted to keep this for best, yeah. Just use any spare. Or even wire, if you've got some of that,
Yeah, so
finer
this is
wire.
just to tie the pom-poms
But this is
on with.
only just
Okay.
to tie the pom-poms, so it doesn't matter what you use to do this, you know.
You could put fairy lights in it, couldn't you?
Yeah, yeah, you could. I think that'd be lovely, don't you?
You know those little battery
Yeah.
ones? Because I always
You
put
could
mine
add
on
all
my wreath on my
sorts,
front
couldn't you?
door. But it'd be lovely with little fairy lights in, wouldn't it?
Yeah. I don't know whether we could push it on the front door, that's the only thing, isn't it, with us?
I do.
What, a wool one?
I've got an artificial one.
Yeah.
Well, it depends. There is a little...
Just wondered if it gets wet.
Yeah, I have got a bit of an overhang over the front door.
Yeah.
It's not really a porch, it's more of a small roof.
I think I put mine on inside door in porch.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, anywhere really. You can put it on your wall, couldn't you?
Yes,
know,
yeah.
Your dining room, or you can put it in your kitchen. You can put it anywhere where you want to put it. So that's what I do now, and then we just cut that off. They're in my box of the scissors.
Have you got your scissors?
Yeah.
We did have scissors,
They're in my box.
but I don't know what they went.
Right, so I just cut that off, and then we'll just tie this under here, just to give it a bit of strength. Or just wrap it round, because it won't come undone when you get all your, start to add all your things. Right, so that's your base, okay.
Right.
So then what you do is you start to make your pom-poms. And
So
all-
do you plan this in advance and think, right, how many do I want of what colour?
I
how
have
many
done,
sizes?
yeah. I've wrote it on the instructions.
Oh, okay.
Off the top of my head.
So you
It's-
don't ad-lib it then?
No. I mean, if you want to ad-lib it, you can ad-lib
Right.
it. But no, I've wrote it. It's all,
Oh, okay.
it's all written down.
So you can make it up or
This-
you can
yeah.
go with
there's
what
so
Julie's
many
done
pink,
because-
there's so many grey,
Yeah, okay.
there's so many.
And then you guaranteed you'll have the same, but you could make it up if you wanted.
You could.
Right. So how do we make a pom-pom?
Right, so what happens is these little circles have got little tags on them like that. Now, don't worry if they come off, because they've got to be, they are quite easy. They do pop off sometimes. But they've got to be able to move it,
Yeah,
you know. I think it may be, if they spent a bit more on these, not that I made these myself, but if they did, they might get them to stay on
Right,
it.
but they will...
But I
back
just
on,
wanted to tell
okay.
you, don't worry if they come off, because first time I used them, I thought, oh, heck, it's come off, but it doesn't matter, because it just clips back on again. And then what you do is, you can see those those round circles,
Yeah.
then bumps, and then
Yeah, oh, the
these.
bumps.
So what you do is you put the little holes over the bumps, right? And you just hold them like this. Now, my friend who is this amazing lady who I've taken on now at, well, she's just unbelievable. Does all my admin and everything.
Yeah.
And the Foxter did these.
Really?
She said, I don't know what you do with these, Julie. Yeah, so I thought I'd better show you what you do.
Okay. So we put the bumps together.
Put the bumps together, and then let's do it with the...
With this?
Yeah, because this is the main thing that you need to know how to use this.
Yes.
Normally, with this type of yarn, obviously you just wrap it, but you'll get the gist. So what I do is, I usually take off a length. So I usually fold it in half, fold it in half again, and then I've got 4.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, got that.
And then I either pull them apart or cut them, but you can cut them. And then we've just got, make it into 4, which again, it'll tell you on instructions. That's another thing about this, it doesn't want to be cut.
Well, not when you've got slightly not completely sharp scissors
I know,
as well.
because children have been
Do you know,
using them
we
again.
should, I don't know where they've all gone. I did
Right.
pinch a pair earlier.
Never mind.
I've got, these are probably a bit sharp. I've got pinking shears, but
Oh,
they're
okay
gonna be
then.
no use, are they?
Right, well, we'll use them when we come to do the cutting.
Oh, look, these are better.
So what we're going to do is now, as you can see, if you've ever seen them doing needle felting, you pull it apart like this, and you can see all these crisscross of fibres.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
This is your wool.
Right, back now.
So I pull it apart a bit. This is going to do one pom-pom, and then I just split it down the middle, right?
Yeah.
And just give it a little bit of a pull apart to start with, right? And then hold your pom-pom thing, and then you just wrap it around. Sometimes it just saves you having to fluff them as much when you open it out a little bit first. But don't worry if you don't fluff it enough. And we're just going to wrap it around, really. Just like that.
Okay. So it's the
I can hear
same as
Ben
using
going,
the...
wow. So you wrap it around like that.
Oh, and it just sticks together even better.
Yeah, it just sticks together because it's wool.
Yeah,
Yeah.
fantastic.
And next, we go to the next one. You see, it makes it easier for kids as well. Because you know when I were at school, did you do it at school, making pom-poms?
Oh, yeah, but cardboard used to take hours.
It took for ages.
And the
didn't
worst
it?
thing was...
And I'd be going back, have I done enough? Have I
The
done
bigger
enough?
it got, you then could only get, you had to rewind balls of yarn
Yeah.
to go through, and they had to get smaller and smaller.
Yeah.
So you had to constantly keep tying them on. And you'd like do a ball and think, oh, I'm sure I'll get that through
Exactly.
the hole. And then you didn't, and oh, yeah.
Yeah. Again, I've got a sheet with all these instructions on how
Right.
to do. So now we close them up. Right? And this is when these little tags come into play. So you push them together like that and then pull that little tag down. Same at this side.
Like a little hinge.
It's like, yeah, that's what it is, isn't it?
Well, it was the little closure on a gate.
Yes.
A latch
Yeah.
on a gate.
And there we are. So that's your pom-pom now. And then I usually take some, just take some strong yarn because you're going to tie a very tight
I've got
knot.
better scissors for you now.
Darling.
Are they any good?
Yes.
Otherwise I'll find
So
you some
take a
more.
piece of string and you're going to go round this pom-pom. So what we're going to do now is we're just going to cut through,
Through the two things.
and you can see there's these ridges here to go through, so it lets you
Oh, yeah.
go through. We could perhaps use the blue one because it might be a little bit smaller and it might not leave as much leeway there, but I just put my hand there like
Oh,
that.
okay.
Right? And then, oh, I've got a right nifty way of this now. So
Okay. Yeah, well, you've done quite a few
through
of
there,
those.
oh God, I've done my sleep. So through there, and then continue with your next bit. And then
Brilliant.
continue, put that round. Then you'll get to this bit here. It slots in for you, so they meet there. You know, like when you get cardboard, when you're really having to hold it.
Oh,
aren't you?
yeah, yeah.
But this
And
wool
you've put-
actually
and you've
stays
made
in
it
as
so
well.
big because you've got a little bit carried away when you've cut
Yeah.
the rings. It's so big you can barely get through
And then
it.
what I do is I knot it, right? And this, I don't know who taught me this, but someone taught me, I think it was my nana, that if you go 1 knot, 2 knots, it's more secure.
Oh, okay.
So then you pull it.
Ben says it's called a surgeon's knot.
Oh, is it?
Really?
I don't know any surgeons. So perhaps Nana did. So there you are. So you do that, and then I just do it again at the other side. 1, 2. As tight as you can. Undo your hinges. 1 hinge off.
Brilliant.
2 hinges off. Right, so now you've got your pom-pom. Now you can trim it, but what I do then is I fluff it up. And what's the best thing to do as well is get an old toothbrush or a wire brush.
Oh, okay.
I left it in my bag. I'm so bad at it.
Yeah, but you were a
Wonder they
bit
have me
rushed.
on here.
You were a bit rushed.
Yeah, it's
That
definitely...
M42 is always like that, you know. There's always a problem on it.
I know. I
think
I'll have to come the night before.
I think it's just quite a busy...
That's probably why
thoroughfare,
they've been
isn't it?
widening it, isn't it, for 10 years? And still
Well,
haven't
that's
widened
half
it.
the problem. Isn't it like the M25 of Birmingham?
Yeah. Yeah.
I only
exactly
go on
the same.
it at like 5 a.m.
And then
so
I
it's
give it
fine
a
then.
trim. It's like M62 our way. Oh, it's awful.
Is it?
Yeah, but
Not
at least
sure
now
I've
I've
been on
moved, I don't have to go on M62 anymore. So I give it a nice little haircut. But this wool top just makes the most amazing pom-poms.
It does. It's really
And they're really
lovely.
professional looking,
Yeah, it
aren't
does.
they?
Well, it looks like those
Give it a
furry
good
ones
whack.
you
It's-
buy to go on top of bobble hats.
And to be honest, it's quite therapeutic when you're fluffing
Yeah, it's
and
quite nice
rubbing.
to be able to give a haircut without
There
anyone
we are.
shouting at you.
And
isn't
there's
it?
that pop. There's
And then that would then be tied
and then,
onto here.
Yeah. So then what we do is, I tend to make them all as the instructions, then I arrange them.
Right, okay.
So I would then tie it onto here. And what I tend to do is loop it under there, just to give it a bit more
otherwise
security.
it'll slip round. So
Yeah.
then it will look sort of like that.
I mean, I did do them without doing this little bit at the beginning.
Yeah.
And I did finally slipped round. So that's why I thought we'll do
Right,
that. So
okay.
basically that's it. So you tie that on and you continue making your pom-poms
All the way
until
around.
you built it up to the one we made
And they're
earlier.
all different sizes, which is quite nice. So
Yeah,
in
they're
the
all different
kit,
sizes.
you get the 3 different colours of the wool top. So you've got the mauve, pink, and then kind of a dusky pink. You get 2 different colours, the rose and the silver grey of the chunky yarn. You get 4
So you've got
different size pom-pom makers.
2 pink, 2 blue.
So you get like extra large, large,
So I would, yeah,
yellow
extra
and
large.
green.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
they're all therefore so that you get, because I think it gives it that, it's really nice so it's not so uniform that they're all different
No,
sizes.
I think if you did do some even smaller ones as well and built it up even more,
It would be amazing.
it'd be amazing. Yeah.
And you get the wooden ring that goes that the pom-pom goes around, and you get the instructions, just $39.99. Again, you can get it for yourself because it'll be brilliant to make a wreath for your own front door, or inside it'd be lovely to make it for parties. Doesn't have to be
Oh yeah. And your
Christmas.
first 30,
We'll get the bag of
of
orange and
berries,
cinnamon.
orange.
Oh, that's
they're
lovely.
gorgeous,
All that
aren't
is
they?
Christmas, isn't it? All of that just... Oh, that's nice. $39.99. Amazing price. But again, all comes in a box. So it
All
comes in a
comes
box
in this,
like
the
this.
box. There's the lid.
It all comes in the box. So there's the other half of the
There's
green
the
one.
other. It's a spare one, isn't it? In case I lose them.
All comes in the box as well. So really nice, easy to gift wrap as well. Isn't that gorgeous?
It's a lovely gift, that, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. Just $39.99. Fantastic. Right, next we're going to do the little gift bags. I do like this. Shall we put that back in the...
We'll put that back.
Yes, and then put that one in there.
Quick tidy up.
Yeah, otherwise I just need a bit of space. So the little gift bag, this is so cute.
Oh, yeah, yeah. Well, again, it went a little bit inspired by kids because they was like, can I have a bag to put my things in? And they kept sort of, they collect things that I do, you know.
Yeah.
And then I just thought, what a good idea. I just, these little brain waves I have it.
So it's called the knit accessories kit.
Yeah.
Everything you need, you've got that up your nose, haven't you?
I'm saying it don't come off, and now it's bound to do, isn't it? Because it's not spun. That's why. So these are like good for big
Ben's
knitters.
image is of grey checkers, but they will get the cactus.
Sorry, yes, they can be a little bit changed. The grey checks, the checked ones, my stockist ran out of them, so I got them in, they were substituted.
So that's the Wemmage.
So there are some that'll be like that, but some
of them
are like
will have
this.
the cacti on.
Yes, I'm sorry about that, yes.
Right, and then what you get inside.
But they're both exactly the same size, it's just the
And it opens up. How cute is that? So you get all these pom-pom makers.
You do, you get the same kit again.
The same kit, so you get the extra large pink ones, you get the large blue ones, because you need two, obviously. You get the medium yellow ones and the baby green ones. You get the...
These are yarns, these are stoppers for your stitches. So if you've got your stitches on here, these are exclusive to us.
Because you need that, don't you? Because you can't get the normal stitch.
No, stitch.
Ends,
well, this ought to really
ends.
be a big knitter's accessory kit, didn't
Yeah,
it?
it should be. Big
you can't get these
Sounds
at all.
like big knickers then, though,
Yeah, it
doesn't
does,
it?
yeah.
The big
I think they want a
knickers.
reason for it, yeah. I looked high and low for them, and then I found these, and I thought these are
great.
just great. And they do stop it because they're silicone, so the stitches don't go
They
over.
don't go over,
No.
which is what you need.
Yeah.
You get the scissors.
Your snippers,
Look at the little snippers.
and they're really nice little sharp
Oh, they
snippers.
are very sharp, aren't
Yeah.
they? I like them. Put them back in. And you
Just
get
the
a tape
cube
measure.
and a tape measure.
Because you need that.
This
Measure
tractable
red.
tape measure, and I think you get a little
Oh,
sewing needle. You know, a little box.
that's fab. So this is brilliant for, your large knitting, it's for your pom-poms. It all comes in there, just £20. I mean, and just think, you are getting 4 pom-pom makers in
Well,
here.
them alone can be quite pricey.
Oh yeah, no, I
Yeah.
think that's an
Yeah.
amazing price, isn't it?
Yeah.
Right, so that's all of those. Oh, I've got loads of you coming in for this. It is a fab thing.
It is.
Right, look at the time. We've got to get onto all the yarn.
Oh.
Oh, new yarn.
Well, it's the yarn that I've had quite a few colours. I've got some new colours in
I was
now.
thinking, why aren't they picking up on their own? It's because you put them on a knitting needle.
Yeah, I put them
I was
on
like-
there because I thought they looked really
I know,
nice.
I'm thinking, that's really, why is that so heavy?
Well, they're nice and portable, aren't they?
Yeah, it's lovely. So this is all chunky, super chunky.
Super chunky is this.
So it's perfect for using with any of the knitting needles or crochet hooks or Tunisian crochet hooks because it's super chunky. It's vegan because it's acrylic. So it's available by the ball.
It's by 2 balls. The
2
2 ball
balls.
packs.
Okay,
Yeah.
that kind of
2
makes
ball
sense.
packs.
So all of them
That's
have
why there's
packs.
2 of each.
Remember, it's free P&P. I forgot to say at the beginning. I know
Oh,
it says it on
yeah,
the screen.
yeah.
It's free P&P. Anything on Sewing Street or Yarn Lane today. Use the code CYBER23. It doesn't matter whether you buy things on the website or whether you buy things that we're selling on the telly. Entirely up to you. Anyway,
Good, isn't it?
it is good.
Yeah.
Love free P&P. Why not?
Good, yeah.
So if you're thinking about buying something tomorrow, buy it today.
Yeah. Are you in it hot yet?
Right, should we start with gold? So you get 2 balls of gold.
Marmalade,
What
I
have we
think we should
called
call
it?
this.
Orange.
Oh, it's me not being
It's
very...
the colour of the inside of a daffodil. You know?
It is. Beth,
Daffodil
yeah,
trumpet,
it is,
it's
yeah.
called.
That's what it's called, daffodil trumpet, right.
See, how nice does that sound?
That sounds fantastic.
We could do this.
Yeah. You ought to do paint charts.
Yeah, daffodil trumpet. Well, then you know exactly what it is. We've got to start thinking about this one now.
Denim blue, I think it's just like jeans.
Yeah, it is, isn't it?
Yeah, jeans, yeah. So it's denim blue, I called it that.
Yes, but it's not your traditional indigo denim.
No, it's stone-washed.
Stonewashed denim.
Yeah.
Sorry, don't have to catch up, Ben. We're just considering colours. So we've got daffodil trumpet gold, and then we've got
Don't confuse Ben, he's only got the basic colours. We'll
got
confuse
orange.
him. Poor boy.
orange. Then we've got stonewashed denim. £9 for 2 balls.
£9 for
So
2
what I'm
balls.
saying is, if you've bought the kit to make the hats, and you need
Yeah, that's what I did.
one
it for.
ball per hat, really, isn't
Yeah,
it?
yeah.
I mean, you might need extra for the bobble. That's the only thing.
I think you'll have enough. I think you
Right,
would.
but if
yeah.
you could buy an extra one if you wanted to do different coloured hats.
Yeah. Or if you just want to do a wreath in different colours.
Yeah.
You know, because we do the
I like
wreath
to know
rings.
it's actually really comfy, this hat.
Yeah, it is, isn't it?
And I don't normally like hats because they usually look a bit like a village idiot.
But you don't.
You like to say that? You like to say that?
Probably
But
not. You can't say anything, can you?
I normally do look like that in a hat. And then
You said it,
and I
not
said
me.
that to my daughter once. We were in a shop. And she goes, "Oh, don't be ridiculous, Mum." And I put it on, and she honestly was on the floor laughing so loud. That was the end of my hat buying experience. She goes, "Yes, you do, Mum." Right, next. Silver grey.
Yeah.
Or we'll just call it silver.
Okay.
Silver surfer, should we call it? Should we call it silver fox?
Yeah, let's call
We
it
used to have
that.
this guy at work we called the silver fox.
Yeah, we'll call it silver
Everyone
fox.
knows a silver fox, don't
Yeah.
they? Yeah, John Scott,
Yeah.
silver fox. So we'll call
My
that
husband,
that.
he's a silver. He's silver and all. My husband sat in green room.
Is he a silver fox?
I like to think.
Oh,
gotta
is he
drive me
watching?
home, hasn't he?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, no, he definitely is. So this is the silver one. Until she gets
It's
home.
my silver fox, anyway.
Yeah, well, that's fine then. Then we've got Dusky Rose.
Oh, you named this once.
Yeah,
No, you didn't call it Dusky, did you? You called it...
Did I? Oh, no, Vintage Rose.
Okay, then. Right.
Yeah,
go on then,
or
we'll go with you.
something like that. It's that kind of dusky pink vintage rose colour.
Yeah, yeah. It is vintage coloured, isn't it? Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, it is.
yeah.
Well, it's not bright
No,
or pale.
no. It's a very flattering pink.
Should we call it flattering pink?
Flattering pink.
Flattering
yeah.
pink.
That's what I used to do. You know those colours when you used to have to do autumn, winter and
Yes.
all that. I used to do it
Oh,
with
I was
yarn.
never pink because
I used to do it with yarn in America when I worked in America. And I once did it, this lady I worked with, and that were it. She made it a workshop after that.
I can't wear purple because I'm an
I love
autumn.
purple. I'm a
You must
winter
be,
me.
are you winter then? Yeah. Do you remember that whole colour me stuff was
Yeah,
in the 80s?
yeah,
Massive,
yeah,
wasn't it?
yeah.
But I can't wear
Showing
purple
us age, aren't we?
because I'm an autumn. So this is Imperial
You're
Purple.
a daffodil.
Imperial Purple?
Yeah, imperial purple or royal purple.
Yeah.
Cadbury's purple.
No, you probably get sued for that.
Yeah, you would, yeah.
Probably. Chocolate box purple, you could say.
I think yours were nice, imperial purple. I
Chocolate.
think you've really got a knack for this.
I've got too much time on my hands. There we go, that's the purple. More, now this...
Oat.
Oatmeal.
Oats, I call
Let's
it.
call it oat milk.
Okay.
'Cause it's really trendy, that, at the moment.
Right, and we've been vegan as well.
Porridge.
No, Ben, not porridge.
No, that's not cool. Oatmeal, maybe.
Yes.
Or oat milk. That would be nice. Okay.
I think it's oatmeal, not oat milk.
No,
it's not got a milky colour,
No,
has
it
it?
hasn't.
It's oatmeal colour, it's proper like oat.
There's somebody that sells yarns called Milk Bottle, and I love the idea of that because it's like those milk bottle sweets that I really like. So
Oh, right.
therefore, I want to buy that.
See, I'd identify it with glass.
Oat is
A
good.
milk bottle. An actual milk bottle.
Oh no, I see. You know those milk bottle sweets, one of my
Yeah.
favourites. That and
Oh,
white
right,
mice.
right.
What would you call it, Ben? The bitten eggs that's grey. No, we're not going to call it that. Nobody wants to buy it if you called it that.
Oh, we do.
Right, now
He's a
we
worry,
move
that
on
boy.
to teal.
Yes, I call it teal,
Hey!
yay!
Teal.
And this will really blow your mind.
Rich teal.
All right?
Because rich tea. It's all sort of funny.
Yeah, yeah.
Rich teal, that's lovely. Now, I'd like a hat in that.
Right,
I
I'll
would
do
wear
one.
a hat in that one.
I'll make you one.
That would be nice, wouldn't it?
But yeah, that's not an autumn colour, is it?
No, but I just
So into
like
that.
it. Shouldn't really probably be wearing it, but I just quite like it.
Right.
I love this
Yeah,
colour.
you suit this.
Yeah, I love this colour. See, that's why I'm
Do you
wearing
know
it.
what I called that?
What? Green.
Yeah.
Oh, green.
I was in a rush.
It's Granny Smith apple.
It is, yes, it's Granny Smith. I'm going to rename them all now. Ben will be like, oh, crikey, I'll have to learn them all again. Won't I?
Yeah, but you see, you get different sorts of apples, like Pink Lady and Braeburn
You do,
and all
yeah.
of that. This is Granny Smith apple.
They're right
green.
sour, I think, Granny Smith's.
Oh, I love a Granny Smith.
Do you?
Yeah,
No,
yeah.
no, I'm a pink lady.
Are you?
Yeah.
Don't mind a Pink Lady either.
Yeah, the sweeter pink ladies. Macintosh red are my real favourites.
Are they? I've
and
never
they're
had
very
one of those.
hard to find.
Quite like a jazz. I've never had a
Yes.
Macintosh red.
No, they're very hard to
Yeah.
find, Macintosh red.
I used to love a Braeburn until the jazz came along.
Yes, the jazz is quite nice.
But we
yeah.
should be selling apples, shouldn't we?
We should, yeah.
Right, and then the final two colours. Oh, that is very
A vibrant red.
Yeah, it's
Scarlet.
just- is it
O'Hara.
scarlet? Yeah.
Is it scarlet? It is, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah.
You could
Scarlet
call it
O'Hara.
red shoes.
Okay. I think a red shoes is more of a deeper red.
Okay, like Dorothy.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe. Don't know.
Scarlet.
Yeah, there's no place like home, we'll call it. Right, and then
Lightning.
white. What do they always call it? They always call it like polar, don't they? Or
Yeah.
ice or
Yeah.
something
they
like
do,
that.
don't they?
Glacier or
Glacier, yeah. It's a
something like
proper
that.
white, isn't it?
snowflake.
Yeah. Just call it bright white.
Bright white. There we go. That's all of
Yep.
the yarns. Right, have we got time to do the needles or? Right, so we have also got all of the needles as well. So now we've been through all the yarn and the kits. Let's do the long knitting needles first, because they're just cool in general. I'll move all the yarn. Now, all the yarn is on the website. So if you think, oh, I don't know which colour to buy, I bought the hat kit, but I want to get some more, then they are all on there. Now, these are the knitting needles. Now, these are super long. So these are really for knitting blankets.
Yeah, they're ideal for blankets, to say on earlier shows, making your own yarn. And then you make a really thick, chunky yarn, and you knit blankets with them because it will hold a lot of stitches.
Right. Now, these are all made by Juey.
I actually make them
They
all,
make
yeah.
them all by hand. They
Make
say
all the
Juey on the
tools.
end. They are also brilliant for wall hanging small quilts as well. You know,
They
the
are.
wall hanging quilts. Amazing for that.
And
Because
for
you can put
putting
one
your
at the
yarn
top
on.
and one at the bottom. And great for putting your yarn on. Right, we have got the smaller ones as well. We won't show those because they're in the kit. Then we've got, I want to get the crochet.
There's your crochet hook.
Can I get the crochet hook?
Yeah.
Because these are brilliant, and I've got one of these. 'Cause
You
gave
love
me
it,
one,
don't you?
Thankfully.
Yeah.
And you can do crochet in exactly the same way. They make the most amazing granny squares. I mean, you get used to, it's a bit like with the knitting, you know, it's like if you normally use a 4mm hook and you go down to a 2.5, it changes things, doesn't it?
It does, yeah, but it's surprising how you adjust, isn't
Right.
it?
Those are they all crochets?
Right, we've got the winding wand.
Yes, now that is very, very important
We
because
demoed that quite a
if
few
you want
shows.
to use your own yarn, doesn't have to be the super chunky, you can use all your yarn. So if you've got a bit of 4-ply, a bit of double knit, a bit of Aran, you join it all together and poke it through that hole, and when it fills the hole, it's the right length. You can then wind them together from several balls around here, and that's what holds it all together to make a ball. So if you're stash busting, you need that.
Last two previous shows, I've shown that in quite detail, haven't we?
All of the other needles and hooks and everything.
Cable needle.
Oh, that's the cable needle.
So if you want to make, you know, your crisscrossers and your plaits on any of your knitting, that's what you need to do.
Brilliant. And there is also a Tunisian hook as well, but we've sort of run out of time. But we've got
we're running
everything.
out of time.
I know.
But we've done it. You're
We've done it. We've done it. It's brilliant. And I've
You're a
worn the hat
star.
down. I've got a nice warm head now. Thank you so much. When are you back with us?
I'm back on the, I think it's 8th of Jan.
Oh.
8th of Jan.
Happy Christmas.
Yeah, 8th of Jan.
Right,
With brand
so
new things.
tomorrow on Sewing Street, Stuart's presenting. I know that because he told me earlier. Oh, he's got Helen Rhiannon dressmaking, the Easy Guide book. Oh, that'll be good. Then Becky Swan is in from Crafter's Companion doing Christmas panels and make-it kits. Then he's got Sandy Miller's Chip Masochi. She's back. He's got 3 guests tomorrow doing a tote back. Becky will be in at 11 doing Crafter's Companion, Make-It Kits and Mega Deals. And then Sandy will be back at 12 o'clock doing her own Family Comforts designs. How exciting. Thank you so much for joining me today. We've had a great day.
Yeah, we
We've had
have.
cross-stitch, we've had quilting, we've had
Been busy,
pom-poms, we've had knitted hats. It's been brilliant. I will see you back here next week and have a wonderful afternoon filled with sewing, knitting and crochet.
And have a wonderful Christmas, because sadly I'm not back till January.
Okay.
Have a wonderful Christmas.
You have a lovely Christmas too.
Oh, well, it's my 60th birthday as well.
No
That's why I'm not in
way.
December.
I would never have said that. Anyway, lovely to join me this morning. I'll see you soon.
Thank you. Bye-bye.